Hello, everyone, and welcome to another night of Challenger Cup Master Duel content here on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU channel and also on the Josh channel.
Yep.
Hello, Josh. How are you doing tonight?
Hello, I am doing great, and I am very excited because today is not only another 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup, but also just a very special day for Master Duel, as we have once again another pack that has been released, and so we are going to have the opportunity to see those new cards hopefully in action today, as hopefully some players today will have brought something from the new pack.
I do hope so, but also it is in the beginning of a new Challenger Cup season, meaning there's a couple of things changing for every season. First of all, you can already kind of see it behind us. It is now Mitsurugi season, essentially, with Saji being our main mascot for that. And in regards to that, we actually have the opportunity to show you the new playmat for the upcoming season that is, for example, to be won today. And what a surprise, Saji is also smiling from that one. Lovely playmat, isn't it?
That's an awesome looking playmat. Really like the color on that one. Also, never realized how cool of an artwork Saji really had, because typically you only see that card very briefly when Habakiri summons it and then it goes right to the graveyard when it's tributed. But really cool artwork on that one. So I'm sure the people who are going to walk away with this playmat today are going to be very happy.
The sword, right? How's the sword so long? It's actually super cool. And it definitely is going to be still a mainstay in the competition as well. Mitsurugi has been addressed to some degree, but still is plenty to be seen, even though there are other decks running the show mostly right now. It's still part of the metagame.
It's definitely playable, yeah, right? Especially since for today's tournament, of course, we're going to have a shared card pool rule between the players, so we're likely going to see 3 different decks on each team. I think it's likely that Mitsurugi makes its way into some of these lineups. Of course, though, if you are not taking part in today's tournament and you're just watching, of course, there's going to be more opportunities to win this playmat throughout the rest of the spring season. It is going to be something you can win at basically any Challenger Cup for the rest of the season, unless it's a special one with an even more special playmat. But the regular Challenger Cups are going to award this playmat, so that's something to be on the lookout for.
To be on the lookout for, as we already spoiled it a little bit, new cards that are in the game since today and therefore absolutely legal and playable for today's tournament as well. And as we have a little bit more time until the tournament starts, why don't we look at them? Why don't we have a quick chat at what is about to be seen today? Because first of all, in our new pack, we do see hacker hands being imported into the great game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. We have our example card here, the hacker hands Jiaoza. And explain to us in general, in a couple of sentences, what is the underlying principle between hacker hands and the archetype?
I find hacker hands a very fun idea behind the archetype, because the whole concept of the deck is basically just taking cards from the opponent. So hacker hands is all about, and from all locations as well. They got cards that take cards from your opponent's graveyard, take cards from your opponent's hand, take cards from your opponent's deck, summon them to your side of the field, and then basically get bonus effects when you have cards that are owned by your opponent, right? That's the wording on a lot of the hacker hands cards. Is, for example, some of the fusion monsters are easier to summon if you have monsters that are owned by your opponent. So whether you've taken control of it from the field or you've revived it from their graveyard or anything like that. So that's the theme around hacker hands, which I think is pretty cool.
And there's great splashability into other engines as well, right?
Because it's really an illusion-based strategy, right? So there are, I've seen builds with mostly, I want to say, the Chimera illusion package where the cards have seen play, which is also coincidentally also a fusion deck, right? So that they kind of go together pretty well, I would say. So hacker hands brings a couple of interesting things to that deck as well, because they got 2 corresponding counter trap cards as well, which one of them negates monster effects and the other one negates spells and traps. And funnily enough, they share the same ability to totally awesome, which is if you negate and destroy a card, the card, you can take it to your side of the field, which I think is pretty cool, because which obviously goes into the concept of hacker hands, but also, you know, matches with the ability of totally awesome. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, but that's not the only new cards coming in Song of Divinity, but also we have the Elf Note cards coming to Master Duel. We have Junora, the Power Patron of Tuning, which is like the big boss synchro monster there is to the theme. And that deck also is quite unique in what it is doing, because it is like the first deck that is really paying attention to always be in the main middle monster zone and moving from there to other zones and exchanging places with the main middle monster zone. And I think that's quite a cool concept. And overall, besides that, it also heavily focused on synchro summoning.
Yeah, I mean, it's another entry into the Medius lore, of course,
Yes, of
after
course.
we've already seen Archmage and Doom Z, which are the fusion slash XYZ themes of the Medius lore. This one is the synchro one, and like you said, or in general, I think all of the Medius lore decks have some pretty unique
For sure.
mechanics behind them. You know, Doom Z being able to like rank up using equip spells, and this one all around that center main monster zone. And I really like the idea of like, okay, the elf nodes having the effects of like basically dancing around the
Yes.
field when you're sweeping around and getting their effects. I think it's pretty cool. Does have in Master Duel, I think, some decent potential, and this is also the one that I'm pretty sure we're gonna see one or the other duelists play today, because there are some pretty powerful synchro tools available in elf nodes, and you basically combine the interactions from the elf nodes that we've just talked about with some very strong generic synchro monsters like Baron the Fleur, like Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon.
Yep.
There's a lot of strong tools available to this deck, so I could really see it be making an impact today.
There's another synchro monster. Our next card also still belonging to the elf node theme. There's Seraphim Strelitzia, which is usually the first synchro monster you make, because it is basically made by just the Power Patron and Medius, as far as I remember, right?
Yes, you can, unless...
but you have to change the level a little bit,
well,
right?
no, the Power Patron actually increases the level by 3, so Medius plus the Power Patron is a level 8 synchro. One of the synchros that the deck makes first often is
the
Armades.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. Not the Fable. The Fable also can go.
Armades is a level 5 synchro from way back in the day, and it is a light fiend.
It is our entry to all of the Fiendsmith combos that we could ever wish for. Yeah. We've definitely seen this in the TCG. Very likely to be also done in Master Duel as well, with the Fiendsmith combo being paired together. Synchro deck, then also having the Fiendsmith stuff seems pretty legit, because you can just play through the Fiendsmith part first and then go on the synchro stuff after. Yeah, so that seems pretty good, but more cards in there as well. This pack has plenty of power and also brings us some more Dragunity support. We have, as for example here, the Dragunity Lord Georgius, which is a Link 4, which can provide you with multiple gates actually per turn, right?
I think so, yeah. And this deck is pretty scary, I think. Yeah. Like, if this deck gets to go full combo, I'm pretty sure it can put up some pretty impressive boards.
For sure.
This one, I feel like, is a... kind of like a high risk, high reward kind of deck is the way I look at it. Like, if this deck is allowed to go first and pull off its combo, it's pretty strong, but I'm not sure how well it's going to perform into cards like Moltrami Fualos, or for that matter, also, of course, Maxi, if someone's lucky enough to resolve the one-off. But in general, this deck, if we get to see it perform a combo today, I'm expecting it to be a pretty strong one at that.
And a winning one as well, right? When it does go for the big combo, it seems like that. I mean, it can be paired up with just generic dragon cards as well, right? So you can just, or is there any restriction on them?
I'm pretty sure there might be at some point a lock into Wind or Dragoonities. I'd have to reread the cards, because it's been a couple, a little bit of time since I read them. But I do think there was something there. At the same time, I feel like the cards that they get now make it powerful in its own right, like powerful enough in its own right. Well, because usually in recent years at least, we've seen Dragoonity as like a very minor splash in Dragon Link decks, right?
Just where you Romulus for the Ravine, and then Ravine. I mean, you can still play Ravine, and Ravine just offers you so much potential to just send any dragon from the deck to the graveyard and then go from there. So I could still see Rocket cards being in there if you're not restricted from doing so. So maybe Savage Dragon then as well. Maybe Baron de Fleur if you're not getting locked into dragons. Who knows? The world is your oyster at that point.
I mean, there's a pretty high chance we're going to see one or the other Baron de Fleur on the field today, whether it's in the Dragoonity deck, the Elf Note deck, or even the like Mitsurugi Yami can still play Baron de Fleur. And so I think that's going to be a card that we're going to see. Maybe more than once today.
Most definitely.
Gonna go out on a limb there, but yeah.
But I think we have one more card that is new, and that is something that I'm personally pretty excited for, as it is the support cards for our Exo Sister deck. We get Exo Sister Carmel, as you can see here, and also the Exo Sister Betrayal, the spell card that is also powerful. And I mean, I have not played my Exo Sister deck for a while, but I still kept all the cards. So now I can just upgrade it again, and we go as we did in day one. And I mean, Exo Sister Camel specifically is really, really good, because it, first of all, gives you one of your spell trap cards in the end phase set directly to the field, which plays around everything, because you just resolve it and then you get it. And also provides you with a negate in its own. So that's actually insanely strong.
It's even better than a negate, right? Because you're changing the opponent's effect to giving you back a card from your graveyard. It's going to be your opponent's choice what card they give you back, but still, that is stronger than a negation. So even though Exo Sister doesn't receive many new cards, I believe it's just those two.
Yeah.
Still,
plus the Spirit Monster.
The Spirit Monster is
as well.
technically not an Exo Sister, but it's also pretty good in the
Very
deck.
much.
But like, it's the quality in these cards is extremely high, and it's essentially exactly what Exo Sister needed, because you're getting extra consistency, you're getting a stronger end board just with 2 cards. Phenomenal support here. The only downside that I want to quickly mention is that this is a dark monster, and you're gonna still want to play Dominus Purge. At least I've seen people play Dominus Purge in Exo Sister still, and that is sometimes going to conflict. Other than that, pretty much perfect support. If this was a light monster, I would say absolutely perfect.
10 out of 10 then, yeah. But still, at least 9 out of 10. It's really, really good. And yeah, I hope that somebody is going to bring that today. And as you explained, with the shared card pool and also having 32 teams in total, 3 player each, there is a decent chance that we are seeing those supported or completely new decks in Master Duel, as there is just so many players in this tournament. And we are, of course, going to go through all of those rounds together with you at home in the Curse of the Evening, and we are going to every round see at least 1 match. I mean, actually multiple matches, because let's quickly go through how this tournament structure is working, because we have 2 teams of 3 each facing off against each other, and then basically in the first set, you have player A play versus player A, B versus B, C versus C, and then we are going for a total score. It could be 3-0 on the first set. It could also be 2-1 or whatever it is. And then as soon as one team has gotten to 5 wins total on that overall fight between the 2 teams, they are advancing to the next round. Exactly. So it could be a clean 5-0 already in the second set. It could be a 5-4 going all the way into the third set. Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, so essentially each player of each team is going to face off against every player on the other team, which is a total of best of 9.
Yes.
And we're going to see a lot of different decks and matchups in circulation this way. Speaking of other decks to expect, which of course wasn't in the most recent pack, but has been basically running the Master Duel format for a couple of weeks now. And this is actually my first Challenger Cup since the release of Cool Tune into the Master Duel format. Of course, I've played with and against Cool Tune plenty of times in the recent weeks, but haven't actually seen its impact on the Challenger Cup tournament scene. This is not the first Challenger Cup in general with Cool Tune. It's just the first one that I'm casting. So I'm kind of excited to see how that is going to turn out, because from my perspective, if people are choosing basically 3 decks for this format, I would think that Cool Tune should probably be among the top 3 for almost all of these teams. So that is a deck to be expected. On the other hand, one thing you got to mention with Cool Tune in the 3 versus 3 format with the shared card pool, it does take away a lot of those staples that you want to play in a lot of decks, because Cool Tune is a deck that has a lot of room for staples, which typically, if you're playing ranked, that's an advantage. But if you're playing with shared card pool, that's going to take away a lot from your other decks, right? So for example, something like, let's say Exo Sister, which is also historically a deck that plays a lot of those staple cards.
Very much.
If you want to pair that with Cool Tune, you might run into some trouble, right?
Let's hypothetically build a team here. So we have the 1 Cool Tune player. Let's just say we want to make that work. A second deck that's very appealing to me then would be Sky Striker, because that is the absolute opposite, because it doesn't really rely on all those hand interactions. You could bring them, but you don't need to at all.
You know me, I'm down to put Striker on the lineup. Yeah, I'm with you.
And then what could be a good third deck to fit in there as well? Because that could also not bring that many hand interactions. Of course, you can have some shared cards, obviously. But
you could make use of a deck that can use like Dominus Impulse, so that's a card that the other decks don't need.
Mitsurugi.
Yeah, Mitsurugi. We could see Mitsurugi.
There we see Mitsurugi Saji, and we have our first match, and we do start off. Radiant Typhoon would be a good deck to bring as well, I would say.
Right. Well, it could also be Sky Striker.
Okay. I mean, we have Dominic on there, and Dominic, as we remember from the Challenger Cup finals, not this year, but the year before, was a big Sky Striker fan.
Yeah.
So
I know my fellow Sky Striker enjoyers when I see them.
Right. Also the Splied Blue mate. But let's see this. It is Dominic versus Toast here. Team DSF versus Team GOST. And yeah, Dominic starting off and really thinking about what to discard there for that Radiant Typhoon Vision in the draw phase. Seems like options are plenty, and Dominic is not really quite sure yet on what to give up on. I mean, is there another deck besides Sky Striker and pure Radiant Typhoon that would be bringing Radiant Typhoon Vision? Oh, there's a Widow Anchor. We got Striker on here. Let's go.
I mean, to answer your question anyways, even though we know it's Striker now, this card could be played in a lot of different decks, theoretically. Like, it's been played with Mitsurugi as well, because that deck naturally has quick play spells.
Yeah.
In this case, though, it is going to be Sky Striker, and we have just now passed the Droll and Lockbird check with this Upstart Goblin in the main phase. Second one to boot. That puts us to 4 spells in the graveyard. So Engage would be drawing cards immediately. And here's Ray. Oh my god, yes, we're going to have access to Engage right away. We do get hit with a Molcharmi Fualos, though. That's not the end of the world, though.
Interesting decision to hold that for Valos, or did you expect that? Because I feel, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to answer. Because I feel like whenever I see my opponent is on Striker, and that was confirmed with the Widow Anchor, it's always tempting to just drop the Fuvalos on like an open game state so that they cannot chain Ray or anything to it. But seems like it worked out here, as we also have the Max C that now will resolve.
Yeah, let's just not talk about that chain link that just happened.
And as you can also see on table C, we already got a result in. So we have
that was quick.
DSF in the lead here, 1-0, which is the team of Dominic.
And I also see, yeah, that's looking good. I mean, the Max C here, powerful card, but I think Sky Striker, out of all the decks to be hit with a Max C, probably the better one
For sure.
to have. I mean, at the end of the day, the opponent is on 4 cards right now. We are resolving 0 to search for an Engage right here. So we're going to, after we search and draw with Engage, we're going to be up to 5 cards. We have the 0 on the board already. Probably going to have to end the turn after that. But, I mean, against after Toast's draw phase, they're going to be on 5 cards in hand. That's manageable.
Not the end of the world at all. So Engage now being resolved. Do we get a Lemniscate? Do we get a Widow Anchor? We still have to remember in the draw phase, Dominic thought about it so long, in the end deciding to give up on that Widow Anchor. So what else could be there left in his hand? Definitely another quick play spell that he decided he really, really wants to keep. And this is Widow Anchor now. So maybe it was between Widow Anchor and Lemniscate?
I mean, Lemniscate is one of my favorite interruptions to set up on the first turn with Sky Striker. The problem is when you're under Max C, it's really hard to get those monsters in the graveyard that you need to actually get the bounces with the Lemniscate, right? You need at least 2 Sky Striker Ace monsters in the graveyard alongside 2 spells, but that only gives you 1 return. Yeah. And in this case, the 0 is, of course, going to eventually hit the graveyard, but that would mean you'd have to shuffle in your array as well. So it's awkward when you get hit with a Molcharmi. And here we have an Azuna as well. That is quite unfortunate if you're also under Max C. It's going to be harder to push into this. At the same time, we're going to see maybe Lupus in hand.
So we do use the Azuna, send the Lupus into the graveyard, and Toast gets that Lupus now back as well. He waited so carefully until Dominic set all of his free cards into the Spell and Trap Stone, signalizing that he wants to leave the main phase. So now perfectly playing around the Widow Anchor that we know is there amongst those free cards. So he could even go into Nash Knight here and just grab that 0 if he wants
it's probably going to be the best play. Also, this is not going to count as the 0 leaving the field, so Ray will not be able to come back from this. Also worth noting that this Izuna is only live because Dominic dared to Ash the Fualos.
True. That is very right. Normally the deck doesn't play into
not really, not really on the first turn at least. The good thing here, I guess, for Dominic is that the Nash Knight is now targetable because we did detach the Lupus, and the Lupus in the graveyard unlikely to be live this turn. But all right, first things first, we're gonna go into a C Nash Knight, which is gonna threaten to rank up into the Masquerade, which can pop a spell trap card upon summon, which is likely what we're gonna try to do here.
For sure. Also, in Duel A, we just saw there's a little rave starting as there is a Q-Tune player finally spotted. We expect most of the teams to have a Q-Tune player on their roster, and seems like in Duel A that is a player on Toast's team there. So, do you wait for the Masquerade to hit the field and then deal with it with the Widow Anchor, or are you incentivized to ever just use your Widow Anchor on this here?
I feel like you can wait, just get that resource out of the extra deck, even though, I mean, it doesn't really matter whether it stays in extra deck or not, right? Because they can't summon it anyways if the Nash Knight has been used. But this is just, they can wait and see what they hit. Maybe they hit something that they don't care about, and then they can just save the Widow Anchor for something else.
I mean, It is super appealing to take the Exceed monster away here as well, though, because that also prevents you from getting hit with Zeus. I mean, they can still somehow get there, but
yeah,
I feel like it is very, very, very appealing to just grab that Masquerade over here, because we do certainly have free spells in the graveyard, and there is the Wither Anchor now being used by Dominic. And I mean, the cool thing here is, it was summoned by the Nash Knight, meaning in the end phase it will still be destroyed, right? Even though it now changes locations and everything. I think still in the end phase of Dominic's turn, that card would be destroyed, which is nice.
The thing here is that now we have a monster in the main monster zone, so we're not going to have to be afraid of other Widow Anchors or Shark Cannons or anything of that nature. Linkage as well. Not going to be a possibility from here on out.
And there's Razen. I mean, when there is K9 cards,
that's a great hand for Vanquish Soul, gotta say. I mean, ooh.
Hold on, though. That card could change things.
Uh-oh.
We are turning on K9 cards once again here.
Yeah, Lupus can come back from the graveyard, but I think that's an exchange that Dominic gladly accepts at the same time. Maxi, Fualos, Izuna, and Raisin? Hello?
Sounds about right to me. I mean, if it would have been Razen, it would have been
Razen, actually,
crazier,
Reinforcement of the Army was actually a decent bit worse here
yeah.
than fair enough.
I mean, it's a spell in the graveyard, but I don't think he's the player caring about that here in that match necessarily. So this will stop Toast a little bit. But while he is thinking, let's head over to Duel A and let's check out what actually is going on over there, as we have seen some Q-Tune cards being activated there on Duel A. And I think there it is, also a Vanquish Soul. Yeah, let's check out Duel A and see whether they're... Oh yeah, look, this seems like it is also Vanquish Soul K9.
And so we've identified the K9 Vanquish Soul duelist on both teams. And Abo is rocking the cool tunes. All right, going second here into a Vanquish Soul board. They were trying to use... It looks like they were trying to use Saryuja to get to the Vanquish Soul cards, but missed, apparently.
Feels like it, yeah. Or maybe they came a late Infinite Impermanence on the Saryuja. You never know.
Yeah, you don't know, yeah.
So it's weird because Abo is changing summoning mechanics. There is still plenty of good fusion decks around, but he is now a synchro summoning player.
It feels weird seeing a synchro monster on Abo Hammoud's field, yeah. I gotta say, that is unusual.
Ooh, triple tactic talents now after we have triggered the Saryuja from Skilla, forcing him to activate a monster effect, and now taking control. Do we just take control of the Saryuja now? That's we take the Lupus.
Oh, rank 5 action?
Okay, okay. I can see it. Maybe SP Little Knight, but I mean, banishing... Ooh, Rotary. That's another normal summon. I guess we just wanted to protect us from a possible Typhon, or maybe there's another Izuna that we know of in the hand as well.
It's possible that this Rotary is the first hand effect we're using, so we didn't want to give them like the opportunity to immediately special Izuna and then use the Lupus.
That feels good. What is so strong about Q-Tune? Why is it all of a sudden possibly the best deck in Master Duel, and so many players, and even the Fusion God himself, Abo, is relying on that card now?
I'd say it's just a very efficient deck that is really strong into any sort of hand interaction, like cards like Infinite Impermanence, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Those kind of cards are just not very effective against it in most cases.
Yeah.
And I think that is a big appeal, because in a best-of-1 environment, a lot of people are relying on those cards to have a chance against certain other decks going second. Like when you're going second against decks like Vanquish Soul K9 or Malice or anything of that nature, right? You really want those cards. On Elf Note for that matter too, right? You kind of want to... Those are the kind of decks that you want to stop from making a big board. Cool Tune doesn't really try to make a huge board to begin with, which means it's very efficient at getting to what it's trying to do. And that is, if your opponent uses like 2 cards from their hand to try to stop you from something that you're not even trying to do, as well as, of course, as we see here,
let's have a look.
You do gain information about your opponent's hand, perfect information if you want. And you also get to look at the top deck that they're about to have, even manipulating it to an extent with the graveyard effect of Cool Tune Q, which overall, even though the deck has, I would say, a weaker end board in general, if you know exactly what your opponent has, you can basically maximize the efficiency of all of your interactions. Like, you know exactly, like, hey, do I want to spend my targeted monster removal here? Because you know whether they have a way to dodge it or not. Like, for example, against Vanquish Soul, you know do they have a Heavy Borger or a Caesar Valius in hand to dodge like my Effect Veiler here, right? And if you know that, then of course you're not going to Veiler the normal summon of Vanquish Soul Raisin or something. You're going to hold it for something else.
Yeah.
And so in this way, Cool Tune is a deck with a lower ceiling, but with higher efficiency at using those interactions, and that's what makes it strong.
And now going second for Abo, of course, having that hand knowledge also is crucial, as he knows that, for example, there is currently no Nibiru, the Primal Being. There also is no Holisu, meaning he is currently safe from any kind of monsters being summoned.
There was a Holisu.
And there was a Holisu?
I think so.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, I'm not a good Q-Tune player then, because I just don't pay attention to the cards I see. But you have to activate that now, and there now is a Zalen on the field, of course, which could make that problematic.
There's Izuna in hand that we can use to block an attack, and there's also a Holisu in hand. So if we enter, yeah, there's the Holisu. If we end the main phase here, we are basically forcing our opponent to summon one of them, because otherwise they would just go down to these attacks.
Oh, and we saw a crazy interaction in Duel B as well there. Let's quickly move over to Duel B, as I've seen super polymerization in Sky Strikers, which is not necessarily the most common. And the interaction was we activated linkage and chain super polymerization to it. So then we could send the super polymerization away for the linkage. So we got the Muddragon and the Kagari on the field, demolishing the field of Toast Bear.
Yeah, super polymerization is a card that has gained some popularity due to Cool Tune as well, because Cool Tune, funnily enough, the deck is all tuners.
Yeah.
And that means you can actually super polymerization into Sea Monster of Theseus, which is a card that was that's been around for a long time, never really had its time to shine, but is essentially just a fusion monster. All it does is require 2 tuners. It has no effect. But it just means that you can super poly any combination of 2 tuners on your opponent's side of the field, which basically means, like I said earlier, Cool Tune doesn't aim to make the biggest board. And so you can basically super poly their entire board at most times. The interesting thing is that Cool Tune, of course, will see that you have super polymerization in hand because of how the cards work. So in a lot of cases, they have maybe some ways to play around it by just ending on one monster. But in that scenario, the card still does its job because it still forces your opponent to do less than what they would normally like to do, right? Which is sometimes enough.
Last card in hand, Engage, must be a good feeling. I mean, we probably added that back with the Kagari, but still, on an empty field, resolving that Engage there is, of course, glorious. And yeah, Toast was trying his very best under Drone Lockbird there to still put up a field, but now Dominic having the chance to resolve multiple engages here in this turn, seems like he's going back in.
We are in main phase 2 already, so we're not going to win the game this turn, so there is going to be a chance for Vanquish Soul to come back. They still have a bunch of cards in hand. And Dominic, even with 1 or 2 more engaged draws, is not going to have like a crazy amount of cards. So there is still a game left to be played here. And that is going to be interesting to see if Vanquish Soul has a chance to get back into this game. Going to summon 0 here. That is going to activate and add Engage back from the graveyard once more. Just looping that Royal Engage. Kind of jealous of that one.
Ah, same. Not gonna lie, this looks very, very solid, and Dominic is still true to his Sky Striker deck. And I mean, you also had some very good success with it in the TCG lately, and it just feels like the matchup from Sky Striker specifically into Q-Tune is rather decent, isn't it?
It is rather decent, especially in Master Duel at the moment, where Naturia Rosewhip, as of today, actually, can no longer be played in Cool Tune decks. That was one of Sky Striker's biggest enemies, because it says your opponent can only activate 1 spell trap per turn, and Sky Striker is known for activating more than 1 spell per turn. Let's say it like that. And other than that, like, because the things that I said earlier, right? Sky Striker is a deck that typically plays powerful spell cards and not a lot of like hand interruptions, right? And Cool Tune is really strong into hand interruptions, but it's not that great into board breakers, like powerful spell cards in general. Because yes, you get to see those cards, you get to play around them to an extent, but realistically, you are just going to still going to be hit with, like, you see a super polymerization, you see a droplet, you see like a talents. You can only do so much with the knowledge that those cards are there, right?
That is true. So, as we already told you in the beginning, DSF is in the lead 1-0, and we can give you some more context to it actually, because the team members of Toast and his other teammate, yeah, one of them didn't show up. So there are 2 versus 3 here.
Ooh, they're going to be
they will have to overcome
a very uphill battle then, because that basically means that is 3 wins guaranteed for Team DSF already.
Yeah. We will update the score. It's basically 3-0. There it is. Nice. Let's go. So you now know what exactly is going on. And also, let's go back over to Duel A, because in Duel A, we thought there might just be the turn that ends it all, and Abo was apparently not able to do that.
Yeah, it was not able to win through the Holisu as well as the Izuna, which means that we're going to have 5 cards to play into this board with no cards in hand for Abo, with a RS on the board, which is a targeted negation. You have to banish a tuner from the grave to target a card on the field to negate it, which is only during the main phase as well. And then we have a Cool Tune Remix, which is, in my opinion, the most fun Cool Tune card to play with, because I just love tag out effects.
Yeah.
Like when you have a quick effect on your opponent's turn, like tribute itself, bring something else back, do something with it. So Remix lets you tribute itself, bring back 2 tuners from the graveyard, 1 to the field, 1 to the hand, and then you can't perform a Synchro Summon, which is just a very fun card to play with, in my opinion. And we're going to use it here in response to the activation of Vanquish Soul Start, presumably because we want to trigger the graveyard effect of maybe a Cool Tune Rico, which is to destroy a spell trap. Of course, all of the Cool Tunes have an effect that triggers when they're sent to the graveyard as Synchro Material, which is one of the ways how you interrupt your opponent. Also here, a Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion is added back to the hand. Rico is being summoned. Are we going to perform a Synchro Summon with that immediately, or are we going to not do that? Okay, we are going to do that. That is going to be a level 6. That is Loudness War, which is another fun card. This one lets you, in response to any opponent's card, banish a Cool Tune from the graveyard and copy its effect that activates when it's sent to the graveyard as Synchro Material.
That's true. Also in Duel B, I think we just summoned Jax, and Jax is forcing out the 0, and it did not activate its effect. But still, we are triggering the Ray in the graveyard there.
You can just Ray into 0 again.
Yeah, I guess that works. We are banishing top decks here, and Abo still is... Is he in decent control? I'm not sure, actually.
Still has the RS negation, still has the Loudness War interaction, but depending on... I mean, we technically, if... I mean, Abo is going to know what is exactly in the opponent's hand right now.
Yeah.
But since we were switching back and forth, I'm not entirely sure all the cards. I think there was a Caesar Valius.
I think it was negated and destroyed, actually, the Caesar Valius. I think it should
was that the one that Zaylen got rid of?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Must have been that. But now we are going to negate the rock. And I mean,
the
smart that we waited for the rock, because rock cannot be dodged with like some hand effects. Oh, and this...
That is actually one of the best cards against Cool Tune is Typhon. This is one of the matchups where Typhon actually hits pretty hard. So we're going to use that to get rid of the Loudness War. And RS has been used already, but even if it wasn't yet, it could not stop the Typhon. So here, Abo actually has guaranteed follow-up because of the field spell. The field spell lets you tribute any tuner monster to summon or search for a Cool Tune from the deck.
And they're all tuners. Surprise.
They are all tuners, yes. So we can just tribute the RS. Sounds counterintuitive to tribute a monster with 5,000 attack, but we're going to be getting that back or be able to summon another copy with it later.
I mean, we explained that Team GOST really needs to put on a show here because there are only 2 of them, but they are doing a good job. Like, both matches are already like 25 minutes deep, and they're really fighting for their lives here.
They're hanging in there. We see a Droll and Lockbird here from Skilla, but the thing about Cool Tune is that this Droll and Lockbird does not matter, because all of the Cool Tune monsters can actually also add from the graveyard. So if there's ever a turn to hit them with Droll and Lockbird, it's the first turn of the game, when they have nothing in the graveyard yet. But if it's turn 2 and all of the Cool Tunes are in rotation already, you can just add from grave at any point.
You can even special summon back the big Synchro monsters.
Yeah,
How crazy
summons
is that?
any tuner from anywhere. Yeah, it's really strong. And RS also, if you're wondering, hey, why does this Synchro why does this level 5 Synchro have 5,300 attack? That card starts out with 1,700 attack and gains 300 attack for every tuner in both players' graveyards. So the longer the game goes, this card gets massive. It gets so big, especially in the Cool Tune Mirror match. That card can reach 8,000 attack on its own.
Easily. And now, as we are activating effects in the graveyard, that Lupus from Skilla is ready to return. But we are going to be able to get rid of either the Typhon or the Lupus immediately here. We are going to get rid of the Typhon, though.
And also, top deck has been manipulated. We're drawing a Molcharmy for Wallows next turn, which is not going to help get us out of the situation.
And on the other table, we are able to confirm that it was, in the end, Toast going second into that Sky Striker opening, was able to take it down.
Oh, yeah.
That's insane.
That didn't look like it in the beginning.
Right?
I thought it was looking great for Sky Striker, but I mean, that is the price you pay for playing Sky Striker. I suppose your deck is pretty fun and pretty strong, but not the most unfair end board. So sometimes your opponent, even if you go first, make a board and have draw, still able to win.
That's insane.
Holisu gets negated here by the RS, which that means that the Lupus can now summon an XYZ, but apparently they are out of it.
No more. Oh, and maybe Abo.
Oh, no, never mind. The Holisu was level 6 because of the RS, so the Lupus couldn't make anything.
Yeah.
I missed that. It's like a small thing that matters, like, in most games it doesn't matter, but then when it matters, it can be really big. Like in this one, of course, makes a huge difference.
A lot. But now
this is the same board that they had last turn.
It feels like it. But I mean, last turn it was more than enough. So can they overcome it this time?
Probably not, if I had to guess, because they have less cards than the previous turn, and one of them is a Molcharmy. So
Razen is the start, though. We're on purpose not summoning it into a zone that is already occupied here. Maybe signalizing that we do not have any fires in the hand, or maybe
I mean, it's
we know it's getting negated anyways.
It's definitely not fire and dark, because we know one of them is a Molcharmy.
True. Oh, and now Remix immediately activates as well. I think we're trying to just maybe get a Ghost Spell back to our hand. Oh no, it is going to be
I think we just want to
Mix.
synchro with Mix to destroy the Razen
Oh,
before
that
it
works
can Mix
too.
Rock. Yeah. Yep.
And that is it.
And there's the writing on the wall, and that
Wow.
is going to be another win, or the first win for Team GOST, actually, hanging in there.
Wait, was it the first one? No, it's the second one. I think Toast and Abo both won. Because Toast was the Vanquish
Oh, it's
player.
2-3.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Wait, so they won both
Both
games
matches
that
that
were
were played.
actually played. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, really, really strong performance, because yes, the overall score right now is 3-2 in favor of the other team, but
Well,
that
yeah.
already is including the matches that would need to be still played.
Yeah.
So it is the best situation that they could have possibly found themselves in the current moment.
Right. So technically, if we account for the fact that one player is missing from the other team, we have 4 games left to be played.
Exactly.
And they need to win 3 of those 4.
Which is fine, right?
It's possible.
It's a little bit above
Just win
average.
more than half. Yeah, it's doable.
They won 100% so far.
Right. I mean, it's an uphill battle, like we said earlier, but apparently no problem for those guys.
And I mean, the cool thing is we are finally going to see who the third player on the DSF team is, because he had a little bit of a chill time there because his opponent did not show up. But now, as we are rotating pairings, of course, that means somebody else of that team is going to have a break now, and we're going to see someone else in action. And this was Sky Striker and Vanquish Soul K9, leaving the obvious option of maybe having another Q-Tune player on that team as well, probably.
Could obviously be. I'd be also excited to see if maybe an Elf Node made it into one of the lineups
I love
here.
that, yeah.
I'm sure we have Elf Nodes in the tournament. I feel like the deck is too strong to not appear on any lineups, but maybe it's in this round's lineups, or maybe it's not. We'll see. We'll make sure to try and find someone who has the Elf Node deck, I suppose, for the future rounds. But for now, I mean, maybe it's still not over. We still have one more deck to see. Maybe it is that Elf Node deck, or any of the other ones, for that matter. Funnily enough, about the Hecka Hands cards also from the new pack, Hecka Hands Godos has actually been an interesting option for the Cool Tune Mirror match.
I saw that. Yeah, why is that?
Well, it's. I don't know if we're gonna see it in today's tournament, because it's mainly a tech that people have been using specifically for the Cool Tune Mirror match. Because what you do is you summon it in the mirror match when your opponent goes first. They use some of their graveyard effects, and then you summon Hecka Hands Godos after they add a card, and then you can take Cool Tune Rico or Cool Tune Mix, usually Cool Tune Rico. You take it from their graveyard, you summon it to your side of the field. Its effect triggers on special summon to add Clip, and then you can use Clip to make an RS on your opponent's turn.
That is actually crazy. And so it is Abo now facing off against the new player Victinium here for Team DSF. That's a stacked lineup on their end as well. And yeah.
We're going to find out what they're playing very soon because we are about to resolve Cool Tune Rotary.
Let's have a look. I'm calling
Cool Tune
Mirror here, yeah. But maybe it's Elf Note. You never know. Elf Note has a decent bit of ultra rares though, so not sure whether they are already able to get all of those today. So let's see.
It's just going to be a few seconds until we find out. They think about responding to this track maker.
I mean, you cannot keep it hidden for much longer. Either you activate something here or it will be known 1 second later. Also, it seems like Skilla won the coin toss again with the Vanquish K9 deck. Maybe this time they can make more use out of it.
You search for JJ Cool Tune, and Rotary is going to reveal a Cool Tune mirror. Double Q. Oh, that was quick. Double Q. Only interaction was a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. That's what I could make out of. Which is awkward, actually, for Abo here, because we've already searched the field spell, which is very weak into Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. But we've made that decision before we knew the hand. So maybe in hindsight, we would not have gone for that. But I suppose we can still play around it. And that's the big advantage of Cool Tune in general. It's just once you see those cards, you can try to find the best lines into what your opponent has. And now that the Ghost Ogre is known, I'm sure Abo is not just going to activate the field spell, activate effect, tribute, and then get like destroyed by a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
Yep, because that is a -1 as you have to pay cost for the JJ, and therefore you don't really want to take that risk. In general, though, getting tuners out of the opponent's hand, still not the worst, maybe. I mean, it's a -1 trade, but getting that tuner out of there, you're probably still not looking forward to do that, right? Oh, we activate Q. I mean, we still get the extra normal summon,
we probably just use it for the extra normal summon. I mean, the most convenient way to deal with this Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit in hand here is probably just making a Zalen.
Oh, yeah.
Because Zalen, we can just negate it if they chain it to something.
Yeah, no, that's very... Oh.
Which is why, I think it's why we're doing it here. Because this way, this is interesting actually, because if Abo doesn't chain Cool Tune Synchro, the quick play spell here, this could potentially stop the graveyard effective Q, which is the one that looks at the top 2 cards of the deck. So maybe what Victinium is trying to do here is just make sure that he draws a card that's unknown to Abo, because that's a big deal in this matchup if your opponent has perfect information or if there's 1 or 2 cards in your hand that they don't know about. We see another thing that Cool Tune can do with... Oh my god. This hand is very, very good. So Ash Blossom Enjoyer Spring being summoned by Q here. Of course, Q can summon any tuner, and Cool Tune Remix can add any tuner back from graveyard to hand. So what you do is you summon Ash Blossom from deck, you synchro with it, you add it back to your hand.
Easy, and then you have another interruption hidden in your hand. Not really hidden, but ready to be activated.
It's not hidden. Well, all right, Ghost Ogre has been used, so we can now tribute the Ash. I'm thinking we're summoning out another Q here to get that effect.
I like how it said, look at your opponent's hand for the talents, even though it was completely known already. But then we could get rid of that Rotary as well with it. And in the meantime, in Duel B, we see that Skilla is getting to combo here. We do already have the Umbral Horror Masquerade. And we also, this time, have access to our Vanquish Soul cards there already, as we have the Rock face up on the field there.
Ooh, this is awkward for Abo, I feel like. Because the thing is, Victinium right now has, I think, 3 normal summons in hand.
Yeah.
Which is pretty easy to handle. But now both cards on top of the deck are extenders, which is a little bit awkward, right? You don't really want to give your opponent an extender here, but I think it's fine because the remix can just add back Ash Blossom for the what was it, Duelist Genesis?
Yeah. And that is going to be the turn. We have a set card. What set card could that be? Just Q-Tune Synchro? Yeah,
probably.
right.
Yeah.
Most likely. Seems about right. And how is Toast doing? Let's go over to Duel B real quick to check out whether there is a possible way into this Vanquish Soul K9 field, which seems decent enough. And
it looks
Toast
like
is taking his time.
Looks like they've been able to make the full board here almost. We see Ripper, we see Masquerade, we see a trap card, which is either the K9 spell, which is showing up on the left. I'm thinking it's that.
Probably. Ooh.
Tributing a monster for a kaiju. All right, we're playing the Dogoran in Vanquish Soul because it is a fire monster.
Nice. Okay, okay.
Two of them things. Okay.
Chill, chill. I mean, with shared cards, that's probably the most logical explanation to justify having multiple of those. Maybe Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is not a shared card in their lineup?
No way.
You got shared, right?
That's the first shared card you
would
pick,
think so,
like.
yeah. But maybe they don't agree. Because, I mean, we are desperately trying to find more fire monsters, apparently, as we run 2 Dogorans in this.
Yeah.
You don't seem convinced.
I am not convinced that Ash Blossom is not a shared card.
It probably still
think
is, yeah.
That's the case. I feel like that is probably the strongest card in the game right now, especially, like, the strongest one that's at 3, right? Because, of course, like, you know, you could argue, like, okay, Max C, but sharing Max C as a one-of isn't the same level of efficiency as sharing Ash Blossom.
For sure.
So I think everyone's going to share Ash Blossom today.
You are probably right. And interestingly enough, we saw that Abo immediately in the draw phase made sure to get that Ash Blossom back to his hand.
Yeah.
So he could use it on the Duelist Genesis just there, as we see on the top right of the screen.
What happens if Holisu tries to take a kaiju when you already have a kaiju?
Ooh, ruling questions with Joshua Schmidt. You cannot, right? I mean, you can. I think you can attempt to activate the effect, but it would just not do anything, I would assume.
There's been rulings in the past where if you try to take when your field is full, then like the monster gets sent to grave. I'm not sure how it would work in this case, actually.
Let us know in chat if you know.
We're not going to find out because they didn't use the Holisu.
Never Lucky and Toast concedes, and also Duel A is over there as well. But this one was in favor of Abo, so we have 1 game on each side, meaning we will head into this third set where once more we still need 2 wins for Team GOST.
Yeah, the score is now 4-3 with 2 games left to be played, which means Team Blue needs to win both of these games. Also, so far, the only deck that's beaten Cool Tune was Cool Tune.
Well,
we'll see if that changes in the next one.
But that now means the Sky Striker deck has not played against Q-Tune yet. So you now get the favorable matchup of Sky Striker against Q-Tune. And the other matchup then is Vanquish Soul K9 versus Vanquish Soul K9, right?
Oh,
that should be... Oh, yeah, no, Q-Tune as well.
We just saw the Vanquish Soul K9.
True. You're right. So that would be interesting to see, because how do you see that matchup?
The Vanquish Soul K9 interruptions are very strong into Cool Tune because it's a very... removal-based deck.
And that helps, right, against Q-Tune?
Cool Tune is weak to removal because it is a synchro-based deck, and as such, it does need to secure tuners on the board to make synchros. Of course, Q-Tune has it a little bit easier because it can use monsters in hand to synchro with, but you still need 1 monster on the field that gives you that effect to be able to use the monsters in your hand. If the monsters on your field get destroyed or taken control of, you struggle with that. You have a couple of ways to extend, but I would say an average Vanquish Soul board has more removal than a Cool Tune board has extenders on average.
Probably,
right? Like you'll like raise and destroy the normal summon. Then I'll use Rotary for an extra normal summon. All right, now I'll summon Valius, destroy that. All right, maybe if you're lucky, you have a spell like Synchro Overtake or Duelist Genesis.
Takes it over.
Exactly. Or Vanquish Soul Trap. Like we've got plenty more, right?
That's true, and we have Abo going first.
Again.
With his Q-Tune deck, but it is Dominic on the other end, and we have just explained that sometimes this deck is kind of weak to breakers, and we will find out now, as Rotary was used for this Synchro Summon, what kind of field-breaking abilities are waiting in the hand of Dominic.
Yeah, this is the moment of truth. Do we see cards like Droplet, like Super Poly? Another thing that we really want to have here as Sky Striker is draw spells, because those are so good against Cool Tune because they don't know what you're going to have.
Yeah.
That's the biggest deal. Like if you have Pot of Desires, Vision, and there's a bunch of those cards, that's a good hand. That is a good hand for Dominic. We have multiple engine pieces. We have multiple forms of interruption. We have a super polymerization, which is going to make it extremely awkward for Abo to end on multiple monsters here. At the same time, if we just end on 1 monster, there's a Widow Anchor waiting. Like if we decide to go Zaylan Pass or something, that's not going to work. So that is going to be a very solid situation for Dominic here, actually.
I mean, that's almost as good as it gets, right? That was
The only way for that to be even better is if you have more like draw spells, like a Pot of Desires or a Vision or something like that. But in terms of like breakers, this is a great hand.
And also upstart.
There's going to be 2 live cards on top of the deck. There's no bad draw here for Dominic. The lesser evil for Abo is probably giving Dominic the second Widow Anchor, I would say.
Probably, yeah.
But realistically, there's no terrible card we can give to Sky Striker here. So Dominic going to be able to play with the full 6 cards and looking like a real game to be played here. Banishing the... Did I see that right? Was that the Widow Anchor?
I think so, yeah. I think we banished Widow Anchor and put Upstart Goblin on the top of the deck. Maybe signalizing that Abo does
don't
have
say Droll and
Lockbird.
Don't say Droll and Lockbird. No.
Well, if you give your opponent a card that draws a card,
say that.
I don't know. Seems logical to me, to be honest.
I think you're right. That might be the reason. Yeah.
So that's not great news for Dominic. But still, they already, like, they don't necessarily need to draw into the craziest breakers of all time, as they already have them in their hands. So I think if there's Droll and Lockbird, there could be worse hands for Dominic.
There could be worse hands. The problem with Droll is not that you can't find your breakers, though. The problem is, what do you do after? Like, what do you do after you drop it? What do you do after you Super Poly if you're under Droll and Lockbird?
We are about to find out, hopefully.
There's one cool thing you can actually do as Dominic here, if there's the opportunity for it. With both Super Poly and Forbidden Droplet, you can actually make it so Droll and Lockbird cannot be activated.
Oh yeah, explain us about that, because that's really cool.
Yes, so if the board has the right setup for it, it doesn't always work. But what you can do, because Droll and Lockbird is a quick effect, it's not a trigger, and as such, it's going to essentially after you activate a card like Upstart Goblin and you resolve it, the turn player still has priority to activate quick effects before the opponent gets to do so. So you can use your turn player priority to activate a card like Forbidden Droplet or Super Polymerization, which stops the opponent from responding to it with the Droll and Lockbird. And as such, after that Super Poly will then have resolved, the window for activating Droll has already passed.
In that specific case, though, with the Super Polymerization, it would always work. With the Forbidden Droplet, we would have to give up on the only Ray in our hand, though. So that's maybe not necessarily the greatest thing to look out for. But we do have Engage, as far as I remember.
We do have Engage. We do have Engage. The problem in general is just like that's not going to eliminate the Droll and Lockbird from hand.
But look, Abo is playing around Super Polymerization like a champ, not going into another monster. By the way, Duel B. Let's very quickly head over to Duel B and check out what's going on there, because we have been talking about Droll and Lockbird a lot. Victinium did not only have 1, but he had 2 Droll and Lockbirds, because he drawed on the resolution of the Jockle. Then Toast tried to chain the Jialong. Guess what? Another Droll and Lockbird came in there, preventing any kind of searches, and now Toast is left in a weird situation. This is kind of an okay-ish game state right now. So let's go back over to Duel A, because that is where the real interesting stuff is going on right now, as we know exactly every card in Dominic's hand, but they are also powerful.
I just need one game to not be under Droll and Lockbird right now.
Is it like painful for you personally?
Well, I enjoy drawing cards.
It is very hard. It's like the card against the deck, right?
Yeah.
The card that is... I mean, Rose Whip, as you said, is another card, but that card is not allowed anymore. Oh, we start off with Engage. 0 spells in the graveyard, but Dominic says we do not care. What are we going into here?
I also wonder about that. We get Linkage. Interesting. Okay.
Okay. Resolution.
Don't do it to me. Oh, no Droll and Lockbird.
Wow, okay. Well, then we stay confused on why we allowed our opponent to get the Upstart Goblin. I mean, it made our opponent activate the Engage before spells were in the graveyard, so the mind game may have worked out, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that was intended.
So no Droll and Lockbird. Interesting. Here comes Q-Tune Synchro. Maybe we also did not want to Droll and Lockbird yet because we have Q-Tune Synchro, which we need to resolve first, but we could always just chain it to the Droll and Lockbird too.
It's not actually a bad point. Yeah, it could still be Droll and Lockbird. Don't scare me like that, though.
Okay, we chain the Ray to the Q-Tune Synchro.
Yeah, because Q-Tune Trackmaker, this is typically how this board functions under Super Poly. Trackmaker has a graveyard effect when it's used for Synchro Summon. You can return a card on the field to the hand. That is non-targeting. So what you want to do when you see a Super Poly in your opponent's hand is you want to like layer your interruptions of like, okay, Track Maker, by using the Cool Tune Synchro, you synchro that together with anything in your hand into another. Once again, one monster on the field, nothing else. Get your Track Maker bounce, get your Graveyard effect of the other card you fuse with it, you synchro with it. And then you also have to clip later to do that. So you want to use your interruptions one after another to never give your opponent a great super polymerization.
And Abo is thinking on how to resolve this Q-Tune Synchro as hard as possible. Grabs a Q from the deck. And surely is going to Synchro Summon now as well with this.
Interesting. It's also interesting to grab the linkage in the sense that linkage says you can only summon Sky Strikers for the rest of the turn. So as soon as that linkage is used, we no longer have to play around super polymerization.
True, you're right. Okay, here comes 0. And it is the summoning effect of adding a Sky Striker spell card from the deck or graveyard to the hand. Sometimes when playing into a field, it also comes up that you just don't use the summon effect of 0 and just hold the other effect when you are trying to destroy something else.
Absolutely.
But here we are just going to grab additional pushes, like another engage. Most likely another engage, to be fair. When we now assume that there is no Duel Lockbird anymore, okay, we look at the top of the deck. Ooh,
oh, don't banish the Royal Engage. How could you do it?
Ah, the duel sadly is immediately over with that. When you lose your Royal Engage, you lose a little bit of your soul, don't you? It's harsh.
Unless they have multiple.
Oh, if they do, they are... I mean, they like the deck. They have been playing the deck for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if they have multiple Royal ones.
The question is, do you add Engage here and risk getting drolled?
I think at
do
this
you
point
make the read? I think you add it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
so.
you add from Graveyard, actually. That's neat.
Ooh. Oh, true. We play around Duel Lockbird with that.
That is less spells in rotation, but less risk of rolling Lockbird. I like it.
True. Oh, Ghost Spell now on the Ray. And I mean, we know all of those cards in the hand of Dominic, but we also know that they have linkage.
Yeah, we definitely get back into a Sky Striker link here no matter what.
Yeah. So, are you surprised to see that Ghost Spell on Ray? Or is it still fine to just keep that Ray in there?
I think holding it for Kugari was an option.
Yeah.
If you... Unless there's a way to stop the linkage.
I mean, Zalen could possibly be one.
Only if you have something else. Like, we can go... When they activate linkage, we can go chain Clip, then chain Zalen.
Yeah.
But we know about Widow Anchor already, so...
Oh, wait, but also the linkage currently doesn't just work yet. Maybe they go chaining 1 something, chaining 2 linkage, and then you can negate it that way.
We can just set a card.
Yeah, that works. That works decently fine. But...
Maybe Retaliating Sea? That's a card that some people play.
Engage now. Retaliating Sea? Yeah, why not? Who knows?
That card is great against linkage.
Here comes
Multi-roll.
Multi-roll.
That's neat.
Still no Droll and Lockbird to be seen? Nope, no Droll and Lockbird. I think at this point we can definitely rule it out.
And it's, I like that we get to see this matchup without Naturia Rosewhip on the day that Naturia Rosewhip has been forbidden. It really showcases, because we saw the exact opposite happen earlier when we saw Cool Tune versus Cool Tune, right? We saw Cool Tune going second, having nothing but engine and some hand traps, and that was basically torn apart by the Cool Tune player going first, right? The deck is really good against that. And here, we can see the exact opposite that happens when you're playing against powerful spell cards. Once again, you have a limited ability to play around cards like Super Poly and Droplet. Abo is doing his best to play around those cards, but still, those cards have impact here. Like, they're important. And keep in mind, even if we can manage to never get Super Poly, it's going to force us to play really awkward for the rest of the game. Like, this Super Poly is going to go face down as a protective card, as a defensive card for the next turn. If you normal summon Cool Tune Q, for example, you're immediately getting Super Poly, right? So the card has great value here, even if it hasn't even been activated yet. It's going to have a lot of value moving forward.
Now the multi-roll is nice as well, as stopping this linkage from resolving is incredibly hard now, as we can just not respond to spell cards anymore. Battle Phase Widow Anchor. How many spells do we have in the graveyard? I feel like... Oh, with this it's definitely going to be free.
Yep.
So is this just game maybe? Oh wait, no, we have...
We can't tag out
effect,
with 0,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't tag out with 0, but still that's going to be getting rid of the Zalen. Gonna go in for way over 4,000 damage here. because that Kagari is going to be 1800 after it adds a spell back from graveyard. We play around Effect Veiler by doing this in the battle phase, which is neat.
That's strong, yeah.
So we're guaranteeing the engage here in main phase 2. That's going to also be able to draw a card. Also, the multi-roll is going to guarantee a great back row in the end phase as well. I actually really like it here. Unless Abo has a way to synchro with a Cool Tune Rico here with Clip, then that would hurt. But other than that, Widow Anchor is a great defensive card against Cool Tune as well, because it not only negates the effect of the normal summon, it also takes the body away. Because that is something to keep in mind for everyone who's maybe not familiar yet at playing against Cool Tune. If you use cards like Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, and also Widow Anchor for that matter, the ability, like every single Cool Tune main deck monster has the phrase, if you use this card as a synchro material, another monster in your hand can be used as synchro material. That is a condition, which means it is not negated by Veiler or Imperm. So that's going to still apply.
There is Clip now. I think we were preparing to possibly go into Azalea to get rid of the JJ here, as we have just summoned a Dark Monster instead of our Kagari. But that plan is going to be ruined now, as we do go into Crackle.
Crackle, interesting. That is going to take 2 cards out of Dominic's extra deck here, actually. It's going to be a random one with Clip, as well as a targeted one with Crackle. The thing with Crackle is it's only until the end phase. That one is not going to be forever, but still, if it's an important one-off, that could still matter here. That was a Kagari. We usually have 3 of that, but I think most importantly here is Rico destroying multi-roll.
Yeah.
Getting rid of that follow-up there. But still, I think Dominic in a phenomenal position here, going to be able to link 2 with Zalen and Amatsu into... What did Crackle banish? Was it the Azalea?
I don't think it was a Azalea. Oh, was it? That would be actually the best card to hit there, honestly.
I think it would make sense, yeah. Maybe one of Shizuku?
There is still Azalea.
Yeah, then maybe it was Shizuku. I couldn't quite catch it.
Yeah, same.
Getting rid of the field spell here is massive, but we're veiling that. Honestly, at this point, that Veiler feels mediocre. It's not the worst Veiler ever, but like still one less card in hand. It makes it less and less likely for Abo to actually come back into this game, I feel.
Oh, and another engage here from Dominic's side. I don't know whether that probably still was known.
It was known. That's what the Kagari added back in the battle phase.
Fair. So,
but I like that you're hyped about it anyway. So
yeah, I mean, I like to see engage every single time. And also I see that there is a decision in Duel B. We are attacking for game and we are equaling the score 4-4. So if somehow Abo manages to win this game here against Dominic, they would be winning a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, can we talk about how we're in game 9 right now, even though it's a 2 versus 3?
That's crazy, yeah.
What was the Crackle banish if Shizuku is also still here? I'm confused anyways.
Maybe there was 2 Shizukus?
There's no way. There's actually no way.
No, you're right. You're right, that should not be the case. Maybe Abo was unreasonably afraid of SP Little Knight, even though that could not be summed anymore.
Yeah, we were locked by Linkage.
Yeah. But maybe Abo forgot. You never know.
Maybe Abo forgot. Not familiar with those Link monsters, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we could have catched it there, but we still didn't catch it.
It was something royal. It was something royal.
Well, Dominic's whole deck is royal.
I think it was Camellia.
Maybe it was Camellia. But then again, why?
I don't know. I think Camellia was worse than Azalea there. But, well, alas.
We will see. And now, one factor definitely needs to be considered on top of just the general game state. It is only a little over 6 minutes remaining, currently with Dominic being in the lead in terms of life points here. So Abo needs to hurry up if he wants to win. And I think we're just going to put that JJ back into the hand here, making sure it cannot resolve its effect as a field spell.
Yes, we still have Tributed Crackle, which I believe will give it the ability to come back from the graveyard. Oh, another Ghost Bell. That is strong.
That's huge. And honestly, I think it is an interaction that you don't see very often. Like, you always see Ghost Bell on 0.
Yeah.
That is very, very common. But actually, the fact that you can also use Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion on the Lemnis Gate, on one of the strongest interruptions that the Striker deck has nowadays, is pretty insane.
It is a very, very versatile card against Sky Striker. It hits 0, it hits Kagari, it hits Ray in the graveyard, as we saw in the previous turn. It hits the Lemnis Gate. It's really, really good against that deck.
Definitely, and now Abo will be able to just resolve his JJ and maybe go from there. We know there... Do we know about another Widow Anchor? I don't think we do, right?
We know about a super polymerization.
Oh, you're right.
And
That is still something
really
strong.
annoying. And we also know about a forbidden droplet, I believe. So that might just be those 2 cards.
By the way, maybe we were wrong in the beginning. Maybe Abo did banish the Upstart Goblin, right?
Yeah, we didn't see it being activated.
Right?
Yeah,
Because it was
must
never
have been.
activated.
It must have been.
Oh, immediate forbidden droplet here from Dominic, shutting down the Rico.
I think it's just going to come down to the last card in Abo's hand, because the way I see this going right now is Droplet is going to stop the Rico. Droplet is going to stop the Rico. The Crackle is going to come back from the graveyard, though, which is going to be a second tuner on the field, enabling the super polymerization right away. And then it's just going to come down to what is the last card in Abo's hand. Is it a starter like Cool Tune Q? Or is it not?
I mean, we saw there was...
Oh, wait, no. It banishes the
a
Theseus
Mud
probably
Dragon.
with the Crackle. Did it banish the Theseus?
It was a Mud Dragon banished, for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the other card was.
I mean, if it's not Theseus, that'd be wild. But it's not in play.
Yeah, it was Theseus.
Theseus.
It was Theseus.
Oh, yeah, that was a nice play, actually, by Abo. I missed that for a second.
But now in the end phase,
now
we're
it's
still
back.
vulnerable to the super
Yeah, now it's back.
polymerization.
Now it's back. That's the problem with Crackle. Like, the effect reads incredibly strong. But you really... Like, Cool Tune is not a deck that finishes games super quickly all the time. It can sometimes. But the fact that your opponent just gets those cards back is just... It just makes the card worse. It reads incredibly strong, but yeah.
And you made a little bit of an understatement earlier towards the Sea Monster of Theseus, because you said it didn't have much impact so far, but I mean, it's like the best Yu-Gi-Oh card in 2016 or something.
17.
17, oh, my bad. But now it finally is getting the attention it always deserved. And it is... Ooh. Okay, yeah, we go into battle phase because we now have linkage in the hand and we can just activate it there. So it seems like Ray in the end is strongest.
There should not be a card here in the Cool Tune deck to stop this linkage from being game. And that is going to be a very fun match. Honestly, the Cool Tune versus Sky Striker matchup, if Rose Whip is not involved, is a really fun matchup. I like it a lot. And that's maybe I'm also a little bit biased because Sky Striker is favored. But I enjoy this matchup. I thought this was a very enjoyable game. Abo with a solid start going first. We have the Infinite Impermanence here on the Kagari, but of course that is not going to save us here. That's going to connect for 1500 after it loses the attack boost, and that is going to be it. And we see Cool Tune going down here to Sky Striker, and that is, after all, going to give Team DSF the win. But I really want to emphasize how impressive this was from Team GOST, because they were playing one player down because one of their teammates unfortunately didn't show up, and they still won 4 games out of the 6 games that were essentially being played. So that was very close. And even that last final game 9 was really close, and Abo could have taken it if the last card in hand wasn't an Infinite Impermanence. I assume that was drawn for turn there.
Probably.
If that was a starter, if that was a Cool Tune card, definitely could have still won that game. So really down to the wire here. It was a really long and exciting match. Good start to the day. Unfortunately, haven't seen any of the new decks from the new pack yet, but I'm sure we're going to have plenty of those for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. But it's asserting some dominance, saying, hey, we are still playing, right? As the 2 of them, they could have been like, well, the one guy is not there, so our tournament is kind of ruined.
We'll just 2v3.
And they almost did. They almost were successful with that. So that was a good start into today's tournament, but there is plenty more action to go. This was top 32, obviously top 16 coming right after. So we are going to go on a very quick break, but afterwards we will see you back with more live action from this beautiful 3v3 Challenger Cup. So stay tuned until very soon.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. My name is Ibriz, joined by the wonderful Lampi here on Joshua Schmidt's channel.
Hello, hello. And that was a pretty intense top 32 round that we had there. We almost saw the 2v3 upset there in the end from Toast and Abo, but they fell short in the end, losing in that deciding 9th match. But we have some more action lined up.
Yeah, true enough. And of course, seeing the Sky Striker deck win there, I'm sure Josh and his viewers are very happy with that.
Tell us in chat, yeah.
That being said, we've seen many cool decks throughout today, but hopefully in this next set of games, we will be seeing one of our new themes make its appearance.
We definitely will see new cards. I'm not entirely sure whether it will be an entirely new deck, but there is some cards from the pack that are going to be involved, and therefore I'm interested to see how they play out in the end. I'm not going to spoil it just yet because I want to see it live and in action, but seems promising to me because I wasn't totally aware of that. Josh immediately said, yeah, that's what this deck does now, but we will find out and we will see how it actually turns out in practice.
Yes, indeed we will. And of course, with the new pack releasing today, it does mean that we are expecting a little bit of a shake-up, although Cool Tune does still seem to be the strategy to beat.
Definitely. What's your favorite deck out of the new ones releasing in today's pack?
I really wanted to try Elf Note as soon as possible, simply because I enjoy synchro-based strategies. Of course, Cool Tune, but, you know, Infinite Knight is halfway there.
Almost, yeah.
Any deck that can make Baron de Fleur. Okay, which I guess is any deck, but still.
Almost any deck, yeah. No, that's a good choice. I think I will also try that out. Of course, Exo Sister, as I already have most of the cards already in my collection.
Yes, I remember you and Emre, of course, making an appearance at that 2nd anniversary invitational. And of course, that very same weekend, we had that very first Challenger Cup in-person final, at which Dominic, who we saw in that previous game, did play. It's all very, you know, intricately linked together. But speaking of that last set of games, we did have our first few teams advance through that first stage. And of course, we do have VOA, SSA, John, BOE, Kani, Ray, VC3, EF. Yep.
And the other side of the bracket as well. So we saw DSF on the first round. It's on the top right.
It's the first initial of all of the players.
Probably, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, fair. Then we also STOR on the bottom right.
Yes,
I mean, that is kind of familiar. Yeah.
I don't think that is...
It's not our world's lineup from the World Champions. It is almost. I mean, I think it's 1 out of 3, which is a success rate.
Nesh was going to play with the T2 team, but unfortunately there was some issue with the deck submission. And therefore, they couldn't actually progress.
Nesh probably overslept, right?
Ares, RS
was in there, yeah.
And of course, one of our Challenger Cup final participants from earlier in this year was actually representative from that, I think, Axe.
Yeah. X was in there too. But I think Mist is actually now in the STOR team, so he is playing in this one at least.
Also in that team?
I don't think so, but I think Quantal also was registered, but on a different team. So we're all like, all the Worlds participants are now like forming their own team. Speaking of that, we are going to see a Worlds participant from last year as well now in our main featured match, as we are about to see the match that Bronas will be involved in. And I think Bronas recently has found a new favorite deck in Master Duel. And I think he's also going to play it today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Bronas, of course, playing so much Magnet Warrior on stream after becoming very renowned for his Ryziel play, his Fiendsmith play especially. Those were his two big kind of commitments there. And of course, the hybrid of the two decks really taking him far.
And I mean, good news, because the Fiendsmith part is still a very important one in the Magnet Warrior strategy as well. So you can still rely on all the knowledge that he has about the Fiendsmith engine and just still use that power with it, and then also gets the upside from the Magnet Warrior cards, which, in fact, Magnet Warriors, they are just printing bodies. Like, when I saw those cards for the first time, like, one card that they activate just brings them 4 monsters on the field. So obviously you could just go into Fiendsmith combo with that, and it's so easy. But will it be easy for Brona's team here? We shall find out, because I think we are about to head into the action here in top 16. Who are we going to see first? Team KANI versus Team Ray. And Tier 0 is the name of the player 2 here, and he will be up against Luvasi.
Sadly, not playing Sky Striker,
yeah.
however, and now KANI face down a case for K9 here as Jokul being added to the hand off of that.
Hold
now,
on.
Droll and Lockbird.
There's Droll and Lockbird here, which is really, really fun. But also,
Does that mean Sky Striker for Luvasi? No.
It could be anything, but what I'm seeing in Duel C is Magnet Warrior cards being resolved, but by the opponent of Brona. So
okay, let's watch Duel C.
Let's go over to Duel C, because it seems like we are having a mirror match of the Magnet Warrior fashion here, which is something I didn't necessarily expect. Also, this is more Vanquish Soul from Tier 0 here on the Duel C featured match.
Yep, let's change over to Duel B now, as we do look at that. More Vanquish Soul. Or actually, rather more K9. Doesn't necessarily have to be Vanquish.
It is Vanquish Soul, though. There we go. So we are putting things together. Looks like 2 Magnet Warrior. We have
Ray
multiple
Lover.
Vanquish Soul decks. Yeah. Good username, right? I mean, their team name is Ray, so it only makes sense. There is now the effect of Razen revealing the Jialong. This is still turn 1, and I think the Ray 1 Lover is already down to 3 cards in hand. And I saw a brief moment where there also was a Droll and Lockbird on this game screen. So I think Droll and Lockbird is also resolved in this game here. So let's see how well Beezer is able to go up against that.
Yep, immediate rank 5 XC summon for that Nash Knight here in defense mode. Now, looking over at the other duels. Duel A, now we have the Vanquish Soul combo unfolding in there. And now Duel C, of course, as you mentioned, the Magnet Warriors. Let's look at Duel C.
Duel C it is, and I think it is Duel A in the end. We're trying to see the other game
we're trying to get there. Let's look at Duel A.
Let's find this out, because there is a very, 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 very amazing card that is good in rock decks since the beginning of days. I think Block Dragon is just being activated.
Block Dragon was fantastic, of course. Adamantipator being the terror of that initial format of Master Duel's release, of course, alongside the Drytron.
Yeah, that was format. And Eldritch, that was like the 3 decks. Oh, Barrier Statue of the Draw is being searched by Hugelion here, as we are seeing now. Also an Adamantipator card in the Magnet Warrior deck, but that Barrier Statue might as well be problematic here. We're looking at some cards on the top of the deck. There is Super Polarization in the deck, and I think noteworthy, Hugelion is not, I believe, on those Fiendsmith cards. So it's a different version of the deck, at least.
That being said, I guess Bronus will be okay with just having to summon Earth monsters.
Well, true. You're pretty... Yeah, I mean, he cannot go into his Fiendsmith cards, but still all of his Magnet Warrior cards are decently good into that. You're very right. So now we are about to almost have all of the matchups here. So we have 2 Magnet Warriors, then there is Vanquish Soul against Q-Tune in Duel A, and then there is more Vanquish Soul, but you see an RB Vulcan Rocket being revealed in Duel B for the effect of Jokul, so that's
Talk
a cool
about the
monster.
RB cards, because, you know, these are also fairly recent additions to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and of course the deck itself, I haven't seen too much of it as a standalone component, but when it, rather a standalone deck, but as a component.
Beast here as well, but answering your question, I think in the way it is being used there in the Vanquish Soul deck, it is basically just for 2 reasons that you're using the RB Vulcan Rocket, because it combines the 2 good factors for the deck, that it's first of all a fire monster, so it's a good attribute to reveal, and second of all, it's also a level 5, so it works very well with the K9 part of the deck and also with the Vanquish Soul part of the deck. It's not necessarily there because it has RB in its name, but rather just because of those 2 factors, to be honest. But look at what this deck is putting out here. The first Baron de Fleur of the day, and it comes from the Magnet Warrior deck here. Now the Graveyard effect of Omega Plus is also going to activate. And, I mean, Hugelion very much putting to display here that you do not need those Fiendsmith cards in the Magnet Warrior deck, as you can put out a very, very remarkable combo field anyhow.
Yep, so Naturia Beast now limiting the spell cards, Baron de Fleur limiting pretty much anything. It's going to be really difficult for Bruno to come back here.
Ooh, that's a card we also saw back in the day in Adamantipator decks, gaining an additional normal summon, which is the last piece of our combo. We have done all our non-Earth special summons, so perfect moment to slap that barrier statue of the Drought onto the field as well. But as you already mentioned, possibly not the worst thing here, as we are playing an Earth deck ourselves.
I said it was not the worst thing when there was no Baron de Fleur or Naturia Beast on the
field. We will have to see whether we can make this happen still. So Bronas, one of the best duelists in all of Europe and all of the world, top 4 he and his team made at the last World Championship. But can he crack this field? It's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
Speaking of cracking fields, by the way, the Cool Tune deck has done a phenomenal job in Duel A of dismantling that Vanquish Soul field.
Yeah, let's go over to Duel A. Let's check it out. Let's see whether we have any special cards there. Okay, that is... Oh, that's the same matchup, actually, right? We have...
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Cool Tune versus Vanquish Soul.
But here it is rather the Vanquish Soul
so
deck.
Both teams running Magnet Warrior, Cool Tune, Vanquish Soul, K9.
It is the exact same lineup, yeah.
Okay.
So Josh and I, in our pre-tournament discussion, we're agreeing on the fact that usually Q-Tune will be one of the 3 decks, as it's mostly considered to be the strongest deck right now. But then seeing so many people also agreeing on the choice of Vanquish Soul K9 is interesting to me. I think one big selling point of Vanquish Soul K9 is that it doesn't really need to play that many flex spots, because the engine already is very, very strong. So you can just like give all of those non-engine cards to Q-Tune and be happy with it, and then still have a very well-working team. The Magnet Warrior thing, though, that's certainly interesting to see. And Bronas has successfully brought out a big enough Earth monster to attack over the Naturia Beast there, which is huge. So you can activate spell cards again. But we're still online in all of those games, and Luvasi is trying to stay strong here into that. And I mean, there it comes. Synchro summoning with materials from the hand. Easy peasy. That's what the Q-Tune deck does. And it's Mix plus Q. So Mix will also be able to activate in the graveyard alongside Q there. And we are going to remix here. Also the end phase in Duel B. So Q. What are we going to see with this? Oh, Werewolf is activating though. So we can just banish one card from the opponent's. We can look at their hand first of all, and then banish one card from choosing that. So what are we going to see here? Luvasi's remaining hand is Ghost Bell and the Rico.
Yeah.
How much is the Ghost Bell still doing here? I would argue it's not doing too much anymore. So you probably just want to take out additional plays from their hand, which would then be the Rico here. I would assume that is going to be the case, but it is still Ray's decision. In the meantime, let's go back over to Duel C, as I think Bronas was unable to go through that whole field. He was able to overcome that Naturia Beast, but the rest of the field still strong and attacked here.
Yep. Call by the Grave now being activated here. I don't think it's too impactful.
Don't think so either. Yeah, we can take out the Block Dragon. Yes, it cannot come back then this turn anymore, but we already have the overwhelming field presence, so I don't think we're too concerned about it. But we do get to chain the Illusion here.
In the meanwhile, we do have Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis make an appearance in Duel A, but I don't think it's enough to turn that one around either.
Ooh, but Illusion just gets to destroy the Plasma Magnum here. That's huge. Field empty in terms of monsters from Brona's side. And to Galleon, is that... I think that's decently... Oh, wait, it's close. Is that over 8,000?
That is well over
5,
8,000,
5, 6,
yes.
5.
Well, if they can all...
It's close, actually.
It's
I think it's 8-8, but it would be enough. Galleon trying to go into the battle phase, which would be his ticket to possibly... Oh, we do activate Magnet Bonding. For the people not too familiar with the Magnet Warrior strategy, you can use all different effects of this card once per turn, and we have chosen to fusion summon here. So we want to up the attack points a little more before heading into the battle phase, which does make sense as this can only be done in the main phase. And we are using one of our banished monsters for it. Researcher and the Magnum Plus into Flux Oxenfeld. I love that card.
Yep.
That card is so iconic. And we can just target our own Barrier Setter of the Drought and the set card of our opponent. Magnet Bonding, though, as I just explained, can only be activated in the main phase. And Bronas will make use of that now as well in the opponent's turn, as it is a quick spell.
But the Baron de Fleur had not used its effect yet, and therefore can just negate that and presumably put a stop to anything else Bronas can try to do to stop the game from ending here.
And that is the battle phase. Hu Galleon in the Magnet Warrior mirror match is the one with the start and also with the end here on the first game. So Team Ray up in the lead. So what match are we going over to? Let's go over to Duel B here. Nice. As there is the lonely Typhon staring down a couple of Q-Tune cards. So, I mean, I'm not an expert on Q-Tunes, but that looks good enough to conquer that one Typhon there, to be honest. So, feeling like this might be going very much into the favor of Team Ray here. We already had Ray winning on top 32 with Dominic piloting the Sky Striker deck. Now Team Ray also looking solid here. Maybe it's the day of Ray, isn't it?
Yeah, potentially, as we now have this game looking like it should end in this turn. Let's see. The Typhon usually pretty good at buying at least one turn, however, so...
Oh, Synchro Summoning with a Gamma from hand, so that gives us the option to go into a level 5 Synchro monster here.
The Typhon has... Yeah, well, we'll see. Cool Tune RS now hitting the field, of course.
Funny
really,
thing
really
is,
powerful.
it cannot activate its effect at the moment. Don't think we're too
strong.
concerned about
Suffering
that right now.
from success.
Suffering from success indeed, but it is strong enough to attack over the Typhon, and now being so big and Beezor being limited in life points already down to 5,600.
You can also return the Typhon to the hand here, I believe.
That is just game,
We'll
I
see.
believe. Looking at the top 2 cards, no, we cannot return it to the hand.
Or rather to the extra deck.
Yeah, we can never return it to the
Yeah.
hand, really, you're right. But we are going to just... I mean, isn't that just... Oh, wait, we
Yeah,
are
there
putting
we go.
extra deck. Yeah, you're right. And that is the game for Ray 1 Lover. Team Ray up in the lead 2-0. That leaves us with only one match remaining. And Team Kani already in need of making something happen here, but they do, as Luvasi is the one winning that third game, keeping it competitive with a 2-1 overall score.
Yes, indeed. Quite close overall. Some really back and forth games, as you'd kind of expect from both teams bringing the exact same deck.
Fairly surprised some top players are relying on it.
Talk to me about the matchup for that deck into the Cool Tune.
Well, you can just, if you go first, you put up a crazy combo field if you go unstopped.
Barrier Statue of the Drought.
That, for example, will definitely help you, of course, but also the other pieces of your combo are just incredibly strong. You have like very flexible pieces of interruption through Flux Oxenfeld and also the other fusion monster. And I mean, if you get to Naturia Beast, that helps as well, as there are multiple spell cards in that Q-Tune deck with Q-Tune Synchro and also the JJ. So it's definitely, and also Synchro Overtune. But if you go second, it's not that easy, I would say. Yes, you can bring out so many monsters. The thing, though, is the thing always to consider in that matchup, Q-Tune will oftentimes know your hand. And when they just see a hand of all gas from Magnet Warrior, they can oftentimes just play through it. Also, they play Super Polymerization a lot of the time.
That's
so that can also help. We saw that in the list, for example, there of Brona's opponent as well.
2 rocks make a Garura that wings of Resonant Life.
They make basically anything, yeah, to be honest.
Yep.
But I think the matchup is not necessarily favored in one direction. I think it's definitely favored into the direction of the one winning the coin toss. But besides that, I don't think it's generally leaning into one direction overall.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
But on the other hand, what else? It's the exact same lineup. Vanquish Soul K9 has very, very strong selling points against the Q-Tune deck, as we have discussed earlier. There is multiple ways of already interacting on the first turn with Holisu, with Razan, with the Caesar Valius, and also with the K9 cards. But we have to draw into those, of course. And this time it is Bronas going first, and he has some kind of safety net against all those monster effects, as his first action of the game is the normal summon of Koakimeru Guardian.
Yep, and now that will hopefully protect his combo as it resolves. His Conduction Warrior, Linear Magnum Plus, minus is now being summoned. Magnet Warrior Sigma Plus as well, hitting the graveyard. Now, actually having its effect activated.
A lot of people are comparing this card.
This is Rock Earth Tailament.
A lot of people are comparing this card to one of Josh's most favorite card, Mathmech Circular, because for cost, it does send to the graveyard. And contrarian to that good old Circular. It actually sends 2 Magnet Warriors from the deck to the game, and a triple tactic Talons. Are we looking into the hand here of the Way1 Lover? Yes, we do. Delta, though, from Lover saying no to that. So that's pretty much the perfect answer to it. We could still negate that, though.
Yeah, or do we want to conserve the Guardian here is the question.
Oh, we are conserving it, saying we are fine with having our Talons negated. And we save this Guardian for a possible additional monster negate. I mean, we're already signalizing by looking into the opponent's hand that we have more ways to play, because we just want to make sure those ways resolve. And Duo Therion is a pretty easy way to continue playing, as we are able to search for that quick spell. Oh, Way1 Lover chaining clip here. Can we let that resolve? I feel like we cannot. This gotta be negated, right? We also let that through. Holy. Also, both Magnet Warrior players have won the coin toss here. We see Hugalion once again comboing off, as they did in game 1 against Bronas. And Bronas, of course, going first here too, but they allow Delta and Clip to synchro summon into the Track Maker.
I do quite like Duo Therion, I do have to say, just to take a step back there, because it's like Hydrogeddon.
Yes.
And that whole theme is
it's
just
a blast
cool.
from the past.
And yeah, Hydrogeddon was super cool back in the day, of course. Really, really snowbally once you're able to destroy something, get some more. That being said, that was 20 years ago. This is right now. And right now, it's Track Maker's time to shine, but...
Duel B. Let's head on over to Duel B, as the big combo from Hugalion came to a very fitting end, as there was Nibiru the Primal being dropped. A rock monster on rock monsters. That's only very fitting. It actually is Duel A, as we see Hugalion still continuing.
Yep, the rock did come down there, but as it turns out, doesn't look to have actually stopped much of anything.
Yeah, I mean, when there is Block Dragon in rotation, it's usually a sign that we are able to continue our combo, as that card can just come back plenty of times.
The Call by the Grave helps, but of course with it being limited, and of course with the shed card rule being in effect as well, it does mean that this is not something we're expecting to see that often. Baron de Fleur, however, with so many synchro-based strategies in the format right now, this card has reared its head time and time again.
Yeah. Oh, Lupus here from Zier, as we have the Vanquish Soul K9 mirror match here. In one of those 2 players' decks, there actually is a surprise hidden, as we, in the introduction of that top 16 match, talked about. And I believe it is the one from Zier, as he's not only playing Vanquish Soul and K9 cards, but also, and now I will now just spoil it, there is Elf Node cards in there as well, as the newly released Elf Node cards. Some of them are fire, and that helps the deck immensely, of course, as we are always in the need and searching for
I thought you meant
powerful.
fire, like...
They are fire and fire attribute, both, yes, they are, of course.
That being said, something that may be less desirable here is, of course, having to rely on Super Starslayer Typhon Sky Crisis to bail you out again. This last resort, able to make an appearance once more in favor of...
It's not really last resort here, as we have already summoned it on the first turn of our opponent. We just wanted to make sure it comes out here before our opponent could get that Umbral Horror Masquerade onto the field. So here in this situation, it's actually quite nice, as we have this on the field sitting there already. And if Raid Tier 0 is not able to answer this here just yet, we can just next turn try to go into the battle phase, try to force out a Zeus and go from there possibly. So this is already quite nice, actually. And also, while playing into the field of Raid Tier 0 now on the next turn, it disables the Umbral Horror Masquerade, as that has, of course, 3,000 attack points. So starting off your turn with that Typhon is quite nice.
Duel C, I see Moon of the Closed Heaven, which means we are probably looking at Fiendsmith there. And there we have it. The Fiendsmith combo now coming out in Duel C. Let's look at Duel C, because I believe it is Bronus doing Bronus things.
Bronas, as I explained to you earlier, is still in love with the Fiendsmith engine. Contrarian to Hugalion, he is putting those cards into his deck as well. And I mean, Moon of the Closed Heaven, not in the TCG legal anymore. In Master Rule it is, though. And Bronas is making very decent use of that. And I mean, wow. Way1 Lover has thrown a decent bit of interruptions here. There is, of course, the driver still left on the field, but we are now resolving the Track Maker too. So how much can Bronas do through all of that, as we have decided to not use the Kokimeru Guardian, or we haven't even mentioned that option yet. Maybe they just never had another Earth monster to reveal for the Kokimeru Guardian, and so they could never use that monster again. Because I gotta say, negating the clip definitely would have been promising, I would say. Oh, there's Ash Blossom and Joy Spring still from Ray One Lover. They're down to 1 card in hand. That driver will disappear in the end phase as well, but they have stopped everything from Brona's side so far. That's crazy. Oh, maybe not everything, as we do use the Sigma Minus, using its hand effect to fusion summon. If Bronas actually combos through 4 hand traps here, he may just be the best Magnet Warrior player on the planet.
Flux Oxenfeld now going to come out as well, and there we have it. We will extend further with this rock card, as it does look to summon another rock monster from the hand or the graveyard. I would guess graveyard at this point, because so much stuff has been committed from the hand by Bronas, and there you have it.
Totally goes with Beta, the Electromagnet Warrior.
Still in turn 1, by the way, so a lot of these cards have used their effect for the turn and now just functionally bodies for the extension.
Goes into IP Masquerena, and that's a crazy thing about those Magnet Warrior cards. They are just generic enough that you can just include all those extra deck packages. So as we saw on Hugelion's side, he was able to just bring out Baron de Fleur, Naturia Beast, Sprite Elf, all that kind of stuff. And Bronas just going in a completely different direction, making use of IP Masquerena, also the Fiendsmith cards, which were stopped, so they're not part of the end field here. But when you start out with the Magnet Warrior package, it can basically lead you wherever you want to go, and that is what makes it so desirable to have. So, Ray One Lover, they don't have Ray to answer this, and they are just going to immediately pass back to Bronas. And, well, it doesn't need much more. One thing all the Magnet Warriors, or the newer Magnet Warriors, I shall say, have in common on the field, they have the quick effect on the opponent's turn to summon out more Magnet Warrior monsters. So you're basically always guaranteeing follow-up with that, always triggering the Magnet Warrior summoning effects on the opponent's turn as well. So that is very, very cool about them. As we saw here in the end phase, returning both of these back onto the field, and that is close to game once more here.
Yep, I believe it will be game, so let's look at Duel A. In the meanwhile, we do have some attacks come through. Actually, don't need to look at Duel A because it's already ended there and then.
That's
in
a 3-1,
favor of
right?
Ray. Yes, 3-1.
That is strong. They are doing a good job. Super polymerization here from Hugalion. We saw the big combo being stopped by Nibiru, the Primal Being, but then still going on after. So that super polymerization now just goes so hard, as we have on purpose normal summoned our own Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, being a tuner, making that sea monster Theseus live. So that is hilarious. And now the Kokimeru Guardian coming onto the field.
Actually, not our first time seeing Sea Monster of Theseus today, of course, with tuners and, as we said earlier, synchros being such a key component of the metagame right now. It does mean we are expecting to see this card really come in clutch as the default option for the super polymerization.
Okay, and now Hugalion is immediately going to use the Kokimeru Guardian. Of course, distributing itself. I was confusing it earlier. You don't have to reveal a rock monster. That's a different card. That's the Kokimeru Dragon. But this one just needs to tribute itself. So we immediately made sure to do that. Bronas at least won his match now. So we have an overall score of 2 and 3. But Hugalion is trying to keep the win rate for Magnet Warriors up here as he goes into Sprite Elf.
Yep, can we push it to an even record of 3 and 3 into that final deciding best of 3, or will it be Ray moving to match point here? Let's see. It looks very favorable for Hugalion here. No cards in hand for Luvasi, and an Adamantipator Researcher gonna further extend on this.
A little bit of gamble here. We get to look at the top 5 cards of our deck. And if we find a non-tuner rock monster, and there is already multiple options here, we get to special summon it out for free. And best thing about it, it's even a tuner. Like himself being a tuner now gives us access to strong synchro options as well. But we hit Beta. Beta can activate its effect, and we know on Luvasi's end there is no coming back from that. So Magnet Warriors, of course, they lost in the mirror match, but besides that, completely undefeated. Bronas winning this round, Hugalion winning again this round. So maybe all that talk about the Q-Tune deck was disregarding the true power of the format being the Magnet Warrior deck.
And with that victory for Team Ray, Sky Striker wins another one despite not being in this series.
it's actually it's offensive that they don't have a Sky Striker deck on their team, right? Naming themselves after
They
Sky
have the
Striker.
they have the field, you know, we'll cut them some slack. But yeah, Magnet Warrior, really, really phenomenal. And honestly, really excited to see how this continues to play out. That time, we saw the Vanquish Soul K9 mirror match, and previously we saw the Magnet Warrior mirror match. So we'll see the Cool Tune mirror match in this final set of games. Any thoughts on the mirror? Anything that's particularly advantageous? First, second, something crucial to disrupt?
I think it is pretty competitive, as both decks, as they are the same deck, have like so many hand interactions. So they can just draw, like as we saw here, 4 or 5 hand interactions and just completely shut down what the opponent is trying to do. But some of those hand interactions aren't that great into Q-Tune because yes, Effect Veiler and Infinite Permanence can be good to stop their starters, but they can always extend with just a Synchro Summon from the hand. And for the first time now, Hugelion actually was not able to win the coin toss, so he will have to watch Zure here, who has to win this match, and his teammates have to follow him as well if they want to stay in this tournament. And there, I was talking about
there
it.
We go,
There is Elf Node cards in this Vanquish Soul K9 deck. Elf Node Lucina is a fire monster. We summon it into the center main monster zone and we search for Elf Node Regina here.
Yeah, Elf Node Regina, of course, another new arrival from today. And of course, I believe in the TCG, that's a Blazing Dominion part of the theme. So
also out today.
It was something that, it was something that did kind of make a big impact for a lot of the players that were looking towards Elf Node as being one of those up-and-coming strategies.
And here comes Elf Node, Power Patron, so it's a decent package. So this is the entire package that we see here. It is only these 3 Elf Node cards that you just put into the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. But here you can see what it does provide to you, because we are just going to go into a Synchro Summon of Baron de Fleur
instantly.
Immediately. So we are just making sure that the rest of our combo is resolving much more safer and much better. And now we are even using the graveyard effect of our Power Patron and of the Regina as well. And the Regina with that will be able to recycle itself back to the hand. The part that is not so amazing here is that it's just a water monster, or at least is it? I'm not sure whether it's water or wind, but it's definitely not fire, earth, or dark, so it's not really helping us for the Vanquish Soul attributes. But we saw the Power Patron just gave us another fire monster there for free with the Lucina. So that package definitely did its job, as it replaced the fire monster in hand and gave us a Baron de Fleur for free.
Now, I do wonder if the reason why we're seeing the extra side frames is because the disruption pool is heavily limited thanks to the shared card rule, and it does mean that a lot of these decks are having to delve a little bit deeper into that supporting lineup.
Well, partly that, yes, but I think also in general, those cards are definitely decent in the Q-Tune deck, as of course they are working with tuners, and Delta and Gamma are tuners, and therefore they just very much fit the theme. And also, having monsters on the field when you are synchro summoning on your opponent's turn can be very helpful as well, of course. So having those definitely is a usual inclusion into Q-Tune decks, as we are revealing the Regina here, Lucia here, and that will give us access to resolving the effect of that Holly Sue. We just go full combo in here.
May not be Magnet Warrior, but we still have a rock on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, let's go to Duel C real quick here.
The Rock of the Vanquisher.
Because we have the same matchup there, but as we have Brona's teammate creating one of the biggest Vanquish Soul K9 fields you could ever imagine, we see that Raid Tier 0 is already done creating their Vanquish Soul field, and it's very, very different and very, very small, as it is only holding down one Rock of the Vanquisher. I mean, only logical explanation here
is... A lot
is
of disruption in the hand, maybe? We'll see.
Maybe, and also, Bronas must have resolved either a Maxi or a Fuvalos or maybe a Droll and Lockbird. I think he had just like a super, super strong turn-ending card there. That gotta be the explanation. But, well, Team Ray, one game away from winning.
Right now, Duel B looks okay for them, however, is down to 2 cards in hand versus a pretty well-established field, but that is the Cool Tune mirror that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that is the only match remaining that we haven't seen just yet. And now we have...
Let's look at Duel B, because it could still swing either way, I believe.
That is Aspie Little Knight here in the game of Zure and Hegalion.
Duel A is what we wanted to see.
Let's go over to Duel A for the Q tune for the Synchro Summon shenanigans, as it is turn 2 of the match. And as I feel like whenever we get into a Q tune match, it is just a Synchro Summon happening with a material from the hand. That's just a theme, I guess.
Level 5, and it will be RS.
Q tune RS, staring down the opponent's monster here. Staring down each other. It's Q-Tune RS versus Q-Tune RS.
Well, one person has 3 cards in hand, one has 2, so, you know.
Looking into the hand of Luvasi, revealing that there is no further interruption for this turn, but there is decent follow-up if it ever gets back to Luvasi right now. Because they have both a starter and, I mean, Rotary is not really a starter necessarily if we have no other monsters, but we also have the spell card, the Duelist Genesis, to get us a starter anyhow. So we could play, but of course Ray 1 Lover is also not done with their turn just yet. So let's see how this unfolds.
Yeah, important to note that, of course, if Ray 1 Lover does win this, it does seal the deal on the series, and it does secure their advancement and the elimination of one of the most favored stacked lineups in this tournament.
Totally. And we have now normal summon the effect Veiler, which is a tuner, of course, and enables the effect of JJ to tribute it and summon out Q-Tune Mix, which is now just going to add another Q-Tune monster from our deck or graveyard to our hand. And I mean, okay, we can add Q here. Not sure whether we have used Rotary already this turn. Oh wait, we have used Rotary as we looked into the hand, of course. So that was the additional normal summon for the JJ2. Let's see how far we can get here. I'm curious whether we would ever be able to end it here this turn, because the opponent's RS is getting bigger and bigger as well, of course.
That field in Duel B, he just went to end phase, and it's just like, I don't know how you play through that.
They get the trap as well there, yeah. It gets even worse there in the end phase. They discarded the card for hand size limit. That's never a good sign when you're on the opposing side of the duel. But now it is going to be Luvasi using the effect of RS, which of course could technically be countered by Ray 1 Lover's RS here. But they're just going to chain the Loudness War instead.
So I believe, so the Loudness War gains 3300 attack because there's a tuner in the opponent's graveyard thanks to the field spell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. That is the decider in the mirror match.
Ooh, we're revealing Imperm and the Q-Tune Q. I mean, Imperm, when you're already like into the duel, when you're in turn 2, turn 3, is something you definitely are happy to leave on the... Oh, they put it on the bottom of the deck. Okay, we're just going to look again. So, I mean, we're changing the order anyhow, so we're digging for even worse options. But now the Rotary will stick on the top of the deck, which is fine because we know there is another Rotary in the hand already. So 2 Rotaries, not necessarily what you want to have. And with that field, Ray 1 Lover feels good enough to pass action back over to Luvasi. So Duelist Genesis plus double Rotary in their hand. Can that be enough to play for this? Because we can just negate the Duelist Genesis with our RS. So I'm concerned, to be honest, whether that could be enough. Let's see. Oh, they're just going to make Typhon here immediately. Yep. Normal summon into Typhon. They just don't have many more options because they would just lose their Duelist Genesis. So that seems like the only way they can continue here.
Let's look at Duel C in the meanwhile as this Cool Tune Mirror is unfolding, because I believe that is another game where we could very well see the Magnet Warriors make some sort of a comeback against the Vanquish Soul K9.
Yeah, Bronas just playing through the field here, going in, and I mean the field has drastically changed, to be fair, because wasn't that the field that had only the rock on the field at some point, as we're now in turn 2? That's quite the change-up, to be honest. Where is that Gallant Granite coming from all of a sudden? We must have taken control of that with the Holisu, as it originally is a card that is usually played in Brona's deck. And then also we have Summon out Razen, probably with the rock. Ooh,
I like Evil Storm Exile Knight. Yeah, actually. So this card really, really carried me in Time Travel 2013 or something. It was a lot of fun, honestly.
We're not going to use the effect, though. We're only going to use the fact that there's a light fiend here, making itself able to be linked off for Fiends of Requiem. And Bronas is trying to make things happen here with one of his most favorite engines in the game, the Fiends of Engine.
Yep, there goes Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, of course, start things off for the Fiendsmith engine. Well, not really start things off, but follow up on it. The Engraver soon to follow now. And it does mean that we will eventually see some more Link summoning coming through. But speaking of the extra deck, there is another Synchro hitting the field in Duel A. Let's look at Duel A because it looks like it's about to end.
It's the turn of Ray One Lover again. They know the hand. They know they don't really need to be afraid of too much here anymore. They have a monster big enough to attack over Typhon here. They can also just destroy it. We are going to the battle phase, and Q-Tune wins in a Q-Tune mirror match, of course. But now also Ray One Lover wins it for Team Ray, and therefore they are advancing overall here to top 8.
Yep, advancement secured here for Team Ray over, again, one of the most stacked lineups in this entire tournament. Bronus, top 4 at the World Championship. Luvasi, one of his chosen teammates for this year, potentially, as they are playing a lot together.
Yeah, you're right.
Remind me who the third player was.
Bzior.
Oh, yes.
And they played that innovative deck as well with the Elf Node cards in the Vanquish Soul deck. Look at that. We got some live score updates here. Seems to be very competitive still between Team STOR and Team Ring, but Team STOR is down currently. And then not necessarily competitive it is between Team PGA and VOAA, as that it is a 4-0 smooth lead there, you could say. And then a couple of free frees there as well. Who else do we... Team VC Free also is playing a lot of team tournaments lately. I saw them a bunch, and they are in the lead here as well. Team John, do we think in Team John it's just all of them being named John?
I think we've seen Team John actually win a previous Team Challenger Cup that we had on this channel.
Cool.
It was, I think, or they made it to the finals. It was like a person's name versus another person's name. Anyway, it was the Gem Knight. One in October-ish.
That's cool.
September, October. I can't remember. Regeneration of Stars was the pack. I remember that. Gem Knight, Master Diamond Dispersion. Nice card.
But
that being said, that was then. This is now, and we have some more games for you.
This is us.
Let's go.
I mean, yeah, we saw that all of those matches are still ongoing, and of course, as we're still here, we may as well have a look at what's still left. And we are diving into VOA versus SSA. So we have more Q-Tune versus Q-Tune here.
Yep, gonna get used to that one as we do have now Funky having the hand revealed by Poplar.
And this is cool as for us casters, we always now know the hands as well, which makes it more exciting. And we see some Elf Node cards on Duel B as well, as there is Elf Node Regina in the center main monster zone. So
all right, let's watch Duel B.
I'm not sure whether that is a pure Elf Node deck or just, again, some Elf Node engine in some other deck, but it is Anna, and it's currently overall SSA in the lead 4-2. So on the edge of elimination is Team VOA, and Elf Node Regina shall help Team VOA to stay in this match.
Yep, let's see. Turn 1 still quite early here. So Regina actually being summoned in the draw phase.
It is.
Yep.
So the thing here is, in Duel C, we see that there is a Vanquish Soul player on the roster of VOA, and it's not Anna. Meaning that this cannot be Vanquish Soul K9 Elf Node, and therefore I'm quite certain that this is pure Elf Nodes now.
We're
or maybe
playing
Elf
under
Nodes.
Max C, however. That's why the Regina was in the draw phase, I guess, because in response to the Max C.
Yeah. Very right. It has the same kind of condition as, for example, Izuna and Lupus have. When your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand, you are able to bring it out.
Elf Notes Rhapsodia of Madness now being set here.
Being immediately activated. And the thing is, how well does this deck play into Maxi? Usually, most of combo decks are struggling into that, as, of course, you are, like, when resolving a combo, special summoning a bunch. So I feel like we cannot really commit into it too much.
I've seen a good amount of discussion around this theme and how it allows you to access a lot of the powerhouse synchros on your opponent's turn. Granted, there are a few conditions to that, and you're usually locked to the theme itself. But that being said, I guess Baron and Pass is still an option at some point here on your turn.
Could be.
But Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, when you're playing the pure version of Elf Node, it might be worthy to just go ahead and like set up a couple of normal Elf Node monsters and then just make them dance around on the opponent's turn, because they have that quick effect ability to just move into the main monster zone, into the center main monster zone.
I hope it's not Baron and Pass.
They
Please don't
went
listen to
from
me.
around the
Please,
floor.
please, 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 please. You're better than this.
This is going to give us another Elf Node monster from our deck to our hand, and Regina will replace itself back into the hand as well.
Yeah. I'm really intrigued to see what DP7 is playing into this, by the way. So far we've seen the Maxi, of course, but that could be any deck. That being said, I'm still a bit surprised to see Maxi, especially A, because it's at 1, but also B, because we're in a format with shared cards.
Well, somewhere it gotta be, right? some player on your team should probably play Maxi, and either it is just DP7, or I've also seen some players in team competitions lately still share Maxi as a one-off. That is not completely out of the question. People just still think the deck is so powerful that you may have it in your deck. So in Duel C, we see Radiant Typhoon Vision there into a big Vanquish Soul combo field. So that could either be that Radiant Typhoon deck, or it could be another edition of Sky Strikers here as well.
It really was Baron and Pass.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well,
that being said, sometimes that's more than enough. When you're facing down 7 cards, however, let's see. Also, Elf Note can still play during the opponent's turn, so
yeah,
let's see.
I mean, Regina was added back to the hand, so definitely an option to make that happen. But DP7 thinking in the standby phase. This could also be Anna thinking about using the effect of Baron de Fleur. I would strongly advise against it, but definitely...
Shuffle back. Summon.
Oh.
Oh.
Let's see. Anna.
Maybe a Maxi? Maybe...
It's always... With Baron de Fleur, from personal experience, it's always asking you twice. First of all, it's asking you, do you want to activate the effect of Baron de Fleur? And then it comes back, do you really not want to use the effect of Baron de Fleur? So maybe we just went to the 2 stages of that there.
Sky Striker?
Oh, it is an Upstart Goblin. So we have multiple spell card reliant
That
decks.
would explain why we had not much disruption aside from the Maxi.
Yeah. I mean, that is
because
a field to be dismantled
Sky Striker, of course, wanting to,
by Sky Striker.
A, as you said, yeah, just dismantle. And also B, this is not too scary to face down.
That's a cool lineup, because I think it's actually pure Radiant in Duel C on the lineup of Team SSA.
Sky
and
Striker.
This is Sky Striker, so we're having multiple spell card reliant decks on the lineup, and then the Q-Tune to round it up.
Josh is really happy with this as Sky Striker continues to have a good showing this tournament.
Yeah. And I mean, they are decently in the lead here overall. They just need one more game. It may as well be the Striker deck here. Ooh, also, let's go over to Duel C, because in Duel C, we see a big super polymerization coming in there for the Radiant Typhoon deck.
Will it
taking
be
apart multiple things at once?
the sea monster again, or will it be the Mud Dragon of the Swamp?
Well, we're playing against Vanquish Soul, so Mud Dragon makes a lot more sense.
Yep. We actually had another game conclude while we were looking at that, by the way. So Duel A has now finished.
And there it is. It is finished.
SSA. Yep. And that will be the series finishing 2 as SSA are able to secure their advancement.
Okay, so that one was
Inverted, yeah.
I felt like that one cannot be over just yet, but it is actually already in favor of Team SSA. And that means Sky Striker, even though it was not the Sky Striker deck winning there, is still advancing. Let's go. So Sky Striker, Radiant Typhoon, Q-Tune. I like that lineup. That could be my team as well, honestly.
Very spell heavy.
Yeah.
You're going to get Naturia Beasted.
Yeah. Well.
Whoa.
Come on. Let's disregard that.
Yeah.
Nah. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there is Hugelion, and Hugelion made Naturia Beast. That's definitely a concern for sure. Like, you cannot feel safe against that card. Yes, there's no Rose Whip anymore, but when they're just summoning the Naturia Beast, that doesn't help much either, because that is even stronger against the good old Sky Striker spell cards. That's the way around I wanted to say it.
Different card entirely.
Oh, and more Magnet Warriors here. Where are all those Magnet Warrior players coming from? We
Another
have,
barrier statue. You thought Thunder was the last time you'd see this.
We got Doggy
Shout
on
out to
team
Emre.
BOEP and JL on team John. And it's more Vanquish Soul as well. So it really feels like Vanquish Soul and Q-Tune are the two decks that are dominating. Q-Tune in every lineup, and most likely the second choice for most of our teams so far is the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. And that Magnet Warrior is big there as we're just heading into the battle phase. I mean, they're only on 6,000. This is close to making it game here, actually. This could very well be game. Look, okay, we're attacking over the Holisu first.
Yep.
4,200 on our big Magnet Warrior. Attacking over the Cross Sheep would be 3,500 points of damage.
Still 4 cards in hand, however.
Okay, they're protecting the Holisu with Vanquish Soul start by revealing another Holisu in their hand. No damage through that, of course. First damage coming in here now with the attack over the Rasen. I mean, the Izuna is big though. I don't know whether we can go for game here because now, some quick math.
We would do 1,900.
No, I don't think this is game.
Okay, yeah, no, it's not quite.
Oh, look, the other matches here are already done. 3 and 2 overall in favor.
Ah, we had the bounce back, however, so yeah, this
not yet
should...
used. Oh, it's still not game though.
Yep,
okay.
Nope.
Doggy almost made it happen. Still has the barrier statue on the field, so that doesn't make the situation any easier. But we are now in main phase 2, resolving the effect of Magnet Warrior Omega Plus in the graveyard, destroying a rock monster from our hand to bring it back.
I wonder if all these cards in the hand are just things you can't special summon because they're not there.
Well, there is luckily enough some Earth monsters in the Vanquish Soul strategy. So, for example, Holisu we could summon.
Yeah.
Caesar Valley is also a really strong answer towards the barrier statue, as we can just destroy it possibly. Holisu immediately being summoned here in the main phase, revealing a Borger. So that Borger doesn't do much. The Holisu also not big enough to attack over barrier statues, so we just summoned it in defense position, rightfully so. But we could summon Caesar Valleys here. Or, wait, we're taking control. I mean, we could just take control of Flux Oxenfeld, maybe? That would be funny.
Or maybe we take the barrier statue and tribute it.
That could also work, for sure. What is it going to be? Okay, chaining the Omega Plus here.
Yep.
Trying to get rid of the Holisu.
But once we've got that out of the way, perhaps there's a path forward for JL here.
We're booking it, yep. So no further use. We are taking control of the barrier statue. Yep. So yeah, I mean...
Could normal summon the Borger if you wanted to get rid of the barrier statue that badly? Let's see.
Sounds about right. I think I want to get rid of that barrier statue quite badly, to be honest. So tribute summoning here sounds like a very reasonable thing to do. But we also then... And then afterwards we have the field spell. So we could go field spell on the Borger, get more Vanquish Soul cards from our deck. That does seem very, very reasonable and promising from JL's end. But they shall not forget about... Ooh. Oh, okay, Jalong also works. Sure, sure. That's even a level 5 monster. But immediately we want to return that Jalong to the hand. Doggy was toggled on, immediately saying we want to get rid of that, but there is Caesar Valius. And Caesar Valius will be summoning itself out by getting that Jalong back into the hand.
Every Vanquish Soul name, aside from maybe Razen, making an appearance there in order to save the game for JL.
And now only the Flux Oxenfeld goes back into the extra deck, so that plan from Doggy certainly was denied. We have all 3 different attributes still left in hand, so we are activating the effect of
another Holisu, Jalong, Heavy
Borger. So if the set card is not activated here, it can just be destroyed on resolution, but we are chaining the Magnet Bonding here to Fusion Summon on Doggy's end. And I mean, this set is taking incredibly long, or maybe it was the first set that took so long, because looking at the overall round timer, I see that we only have like 9.5 minutes remaining, and we will need to head into a third set here, as it cannot be decided by this game here, so this will be very, very interesting to see how it turns out in the end. And maybe at some point one of those players will have to scoop in tactical fashion as well, as they want to make sure that there is enough time to at least try to play out the third set.
Yep, Jialong now going to reappear after being bounced back to the hand. Is there further disruption coming back from Doggy here, or is it indeed the Vanquish Soul deck's time to shine? The field spell now being activated, targeting Caesar Valius.
So that means we are going to be able to bring out the Raz here, I would imagine, as we have targeted an Earth monster. Okay, Doggy is done with this. They want to save some time, as just explained, and that actually brings the score to overall 3-3, meaning both teams need 2 wins in this last set. But it will be interesting because we will probably have to look into time scenarios there, as in no world 8.5 minutes are enough to play out 3 matches. Like, that would be a coincidence of all coincidences if we actually finish all of those 3 matches
just
so
need
quickly.
2 matches to play out if
true.
a team wins both.
Yeah, I mean,
let's see.
2 players just passing over and then just attacks per game could happen in 8.5 minutes. I've seen it before, but it's very unlikely. But there is Vanquish Soul in the scenario, in the big picture. And Vanquish Soul always, of course, has the ability to burn as well through the effect of Heavy Borger. So that could be some heavy burn damage, possibly making sure that this game is decided in that fashion. But as players are eager to get back into this match, let's go into this third set and let's check out what is going to happen and who is going to take advantage of also a 1 coin toss here, possibly. This does look like it is going to be Ari from Team BOE starting things off with their Q2 deck.
Yep, Cool Tune versus the Vanquish Soul K9. We saw JL able to make a convincing comeback last time around. Can they do it again? Let's see. And even if they can, will it matter? Because there are still 2 other games taking place here. Max C into Branded Fusion in Duel C. That's something we're all very familiar with.
Oh, this is some interesting
Branded
decks we haven't seen. There is Branded Draco Tail in Duel C, which is still a big component of the meta game, but we haven't seen it at all yet today. And also we saw a pot of extravagance in Duel A2, which is revealing another Radiant Typhoon deck. So still some very, very interesting options left in the tournament here. There is the Trackmaker now on Ares end. And you can really tell that the players are aware of the remaining time on the round because they are playing quick. They are trying to make this happen as quick as possible. And I mean, the score overall is completely tight, so it may actually be down to just who is doing the first burn damage here overall. So we see double Small World.
Wait. 5 set cards for the Radiant Typhoon, I imagine?
Ooh.
Let's look at Duel A, because that is a lot.
It is a lot, but it doesn't seem perfect, because usually you're trying to combo a little bit with your monsters as well, but seemingly no access to Crocea, no Eldom, no nothing. We drew 2 cards with Pot of Extravagance, and still it did not help. And Bell here is tricking all opponents using the Exo Sister Camellia, not Camellia, Camel, Astro deck, and main deck Sleaze, but then in the end, normal summoning Vanquish Soul Raisin. Ooh.
Forbidden Droplet now going to come through to stop that effect.
Oh, that's
sending Mystical
dangerous,
Space Typhoon.
It's so dangerous because they can just chain a monster to this. If you could at least send the monster, you would make sure that this does not happen. But now they can make sure that this still is getting negated here. Oh, but maybe you have another way to negate it.
Potentially, Sheena. Well, what is the play here?
Sheena sadly not online due to no monsters on our field. Could be the card in hand, though, which we could not play with, though.
Yep,
Certainly.
Radiant Typhoon Mandate now coming out.
Trying to draw.
At least we got the 3rd quick play into the graveyard for that with the droplet. So now I understand why we did that.
That's true. Razen will resolve here. 5 minutes remaining overall here in top 16. Score still completely tight. But, I mean, yes, we're halving this Caesar Valius, but the Razen is resolving. We're collecting attributes. It's looking good for Bell, not gonna lie. Also, let's check out Duel C here real quick, because in Duel C, we have still committed a decent bit of special summoning into the Maxi of Doggy.
Out beyond the Sanctifier Dragon now, making an appearance.
It is the branded Draco Tail deck, and Doggy, as was revealed already before, is going to go in and showcase once more how Magnet Warriors is one of the top decks of the format right now.
I imagine 2 or 3 of these in the Spell and Trap card zone are just the Drake Tail traps to run disruption. Let's see. Quite a few cards in hand here for Doggy, so not too scared. But let's see if indeed these Magnet Warriors can successfully resolve.
And I mean, the Magnet Warrior deck has ways to play around Draco Tail Horn specifically, because when they summon monsters in attack position, they can always still have Magnet Bonding in hand to then just fusion summon with the monster that is being targeted by the Horn, and we search for another Magnet Bonding here. So that could be the overall plan here. 3.5 minutes remaining. Doggy does not want to get rid of his Magnet Warrior Plasma Magnum here though, as he is summoning it in defense position. It would still be vulnerable to the Gulamel though. Wow. This match really is so close. Like, the overall matchup, nobody has done any damage so far, and it could still be down to who is doing the first damage here.
Conduction Warrior Plasma Magnum now making an appearance here. Again. Is it enough, however, facing down the Albion, the Sanctifier Dragon, and indeed the Draco Tail extra deck monsters?
Normal summons the Absalon. Absalon sends the Sigma. And it is the Draco Tail Horn immediately being used here. So if we chain Magnet Bonding here, that could still be met by the Draco Tail Flame. So I don't even know how appealing it is to chain it here.
Yep, I wonder if Sting will also come through at some point.
Sting most likely also in there. By the way, Duel A is a lot of attacks there in the battle phase. I don't think any of those cards from our Radiant Typhoon player is able to activate.
That looks like it's it.
It is the game. Wow. So that brings them into a decent lead tier. Team BOE. Oh no, Team John it actually is that are in the lead. Wait, no, it is Team BOE. Now we have to
this
start
game
there.
is flipped, yeah.
So now that means Team John needs to win a match, and they also need to be ahead in life points on the other game. So really not that easy to do in 2 minutes here.
Let's look at Duel B in the meanwhile, however, as we do have the cool tune cards now unfolding. Eri in a pretty good position. There are 2 known cards in hand here for the Vanquish Soul K9, but we've seen JL make more imposing comeback, to be honest.
Yeah. And Q-Tune back-to-back is also one of my favorite Q-Tune cards, because it is providing you with so much. It's giving you back multiple cards, and yeah, it's a level 10, so you don't get to it as often. But when you have the chance to synchro summon all the way up into a level 10, it's such a strong force on the field to be reckoned with. Okay, 1.5 minutes. They're still not giving up on it, but time is ticking down in this one. Searches for Q2 and Q, so Team BOE being up 1 game. They are in no rush right now. They are still playing quick, but they are looking like they might be advancing.
Surely the cool tune deck has it here, but let's see.
You think?
Can't attack if you're in defense mode.
Still more Magnet Warriors also being dropped onto the field here in Duel C. Can they do it? It seems unlikely, but maybe we have 2 disconnections at the same time. It could always happen. Loudness Warren are also activating. We are just taking more and more time off the clock. And I mean, even if there was more time, I wouldn't be sure whether JL could be come back from this here. It is really looking like Team BOE is taking total control. We are putting that Loudness War into attack position. Sure, 0 attack is not much, but it would still not be enough overall.
Yep, Cool Tune Synchro now going to come through. So far, no disruption from the Vanquish Soul deck. Let's see if Eri can close this one out here. Another Synchro from the hand. You've said it time and time again. This is what this deck is all about. 3 + 2 = 5 equals Cool Tune RS. And that's going to have a lot of attack.
Oh, and we're destroying the Jalong.
Still 400 short.
That was the round timer there. We are officially now in timeout, and as we see, the overall score is in favor of Team BOE. That means Team BOE will win this top 16 encounter and therefore advance into the top 8.
Nice. Yeah, there we have it. BOE able to secure their place in that top 8, as you said. Really well played against Team John here. Fantastic showing for the Cool Tune deck. Kind of unfortunate that the Radiant Typhoon met such an end.
But that is even more now. They are actually winning it, even without the timeout, attacking for game. It was just a couple of seconds over, so we will take it as a clean win there, being a 5-3, and BOE still doing strong here in this tournament. Qtune, the dominating factor of the tournament until now, but we see that there is now, in those matches that we are discovering, there is more of those spell card relying themes. There is more Sky Striker, there's more Radiant Typhoon, there is maybe still the possible surprises to come in top 8. We saw Elf Note.
Yeah, Elf Note, for all intents and purposes, pure Elf Note was really, really intriguing to see. Maybe not the kind of showing we wanted to see from it, given that it had to play through Max C and then Baron and Pass. But that being said, still very, very strong, and definitely a lot more to see there. Now we do have our top 8 confirmed. SSA versus BOE. We have Ray versus VC3. We have DSF versus Eris, and we have PGA versus Store.
Ooh, Store. In a very, very tight encounter, 5-4, still in this. And also Team DSF, who we followed in top 32, once more did win here against Team... Oh, they're playing against back-to-back Aris teams there. Look at that. Aris with a 2, and now they are going to face the real Aris team with the E. That's not going to be easy for them, but that looks stacked. That looks good. I'm excited to see how that is going to play out in top 8 then, as that is, of course, going to be the next stage that we will be tackling. And yeah, you should definitely make sure to stay tuned, as we are going to head into a very short break, but we will be soon back after. So in just a couple moments, we will be back with top 8. So see you soon.
Welcome back, duelists, to the 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup that we're hosting today, and we are down to just 8 teams remaining already.
Yes, indeed. Some really competitive games so far, some really competitive decks that we've seen across the board, even a couple of new ones from today's pack.
Yep, and let's find out if we're going to see more of those in this round, as we actually have someone who's very familiar to me up on the top here.
I'm sure some of the people in your channel know this guy, yeah.
And this is going to be a matchup that I'm going to be very, very much enjoying, because we have Anestis here, who is also a fellow Sky Striker enjoyer, against Quantal, who is also a world champion with Sky Striker, actually.
Well, chat, is Josh still in? I'm not sure, but Quantal certainly is. And now Quantal, of course, facing down that Sky Striker that you did say from Anestis. Now, as well, on this team, we do have Mist, reigning world champion on Ragnarok.
All right.
What is Mist playing against? What is that?
That is the Radiant Typhoon.
Yes.
So that is a Radiant Typhoon deck, a Sky Striker deck, as well as a Draco Tail deck here for Team PGA. All right, we see the Pot of Desires, hopefully not banishing all copies of Ray or Rose. That would be very unfortunate, but it is going to resolve. We're going to draw 2 cards, as well as adding a spell card to the graveyard.
Droll and Lock Bird gonna run rampant here.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
It might be over.
That's bad news for Sky Striker, or good news for Anestis Sky Striker, but if you're trying to play the Sky Striker deck, that is not good news.
And you're sure he's playing Sky Striker?
Yes, we did see it, because I think it was a Triple Tactics Talent looking at Quantal's hand.
Yes, true.
Previously, so yeah, there is not that much Sky Striker to be played under Droll and Lockbird, so why don't we head over to Duel C to see what that Predaplant Verte Anaconda is doing there.
Fusion summoning eventually.
Eventually, yeah, probably going to send a branded fusion. We're going to see if that's going to turn into a Mirror Jade or a Sanctifier. Oh, it looks like we had an Ash Blossom. That is my second favorite thing to happen after Sky Striker getting drolled, is a Molcharmy or a Maxi being ashed. And the Ash even being added back to the hand makes it even cooler.
Yep, you get to recycle that with the Drake-Tail cards, of course. Now we have Drake-Tail Urgula coming back, rather having Phimena come back as a result of that. Now K2 Drake-Tail being activated. Really, really a lot of cards being added to the hand here.
Yeah, let's see if we're going to activate a Rahu. No, we already did, I think. And now we are activating Verte, which is going to be the last summon of the turn, because we can no longer special summon after. This means we didn't get to all 3 of the Draco Tail traps here. We're going to get 1 more here with the Frixel, but that is going to be the only one we have, unless we've drawn some of them. So we're going to see the Sanctifier being summoned with Albaz and Frixel. We're going to go for the Draco Tail Flame. We know there's a Phimena in hand. We know there's an Ash Blossom in hand. And 1 other mysterious set, most likely just a Draco Tail Sting or Horn, that we have drawn. So we're going to have 5 cards in hand here for Rato. We're going to see if we can play through this. This is a lot, especially considering there's an Ash in hand already.
Not to kind of put you on the spot or anything, but can you tell me anything about Rato? Who is this person that's playing with Mist and Quantal?
I don't actually know. I'm not sure. I may have seen them in a previous Challenger Cup. If I did forget their name, then I'm sorry, but I'm not entirely sure who's hiding behind that.
Maybe a bit of an X Factor wild card, of course. The default dual field, the Rescue Rabbit, mate. You know, nothing given away here. So let's see.
Just named themselves player as well. Ooh, we see Great Fly.
Random cool tune player. That being said, yeah, let's look at Duel B, because we do have quite a lot of action happening. That being said, there is also the Sky Striker Ace equals 0 into Sky Striker Ace 0.
Yeah, Great Fly is interesting because that card, I mean, it's not unusual to see it in Radiant Typhoon, but it's not very often that it hits the field on turn 1 here. Because typically it's a card that you use to either go for game or run over really big monsters. We also see a rank 9 happening, so we're really going full combo here. That's going to summon a Phantom Fortress, Enter Blatnir, which is essentially Trishula, but just one of those 3 effects.
Okay.
So it's going to be the hand banish here. What card was that?
What did we get?
It was a spell card. I couldn't see the artwork on it.
Okay.
Well, all right, Mist down to 3 cards in hand, staring down a pretty big Radiant Typhoon board. Also, Radiant Typhoon having access to both Phonics and Vararoon here, both level 9s in rotation already. That is pretty scary, and we're going to go for a Link 3 here, which is probably going to be the... You pronounce that one for me.
Whoa. Wait. Hrasvelga, the Desperate Doom Eagle.
Well done.
Thank you. That being said, in Duel C, we had a mysterious fusion summon take place. Let's look there. Duel C.
Ooh, is that the Megistus? That is
It
the
was
Megistus.
something.
It is Megistus Draco Tail. Megistus branded Draco Tail, actually. Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion to try and stop the Draco Tail Flame on the Cool Tune Field spell. But Zoroa, the Megistus Verithrania, is a monster negation by sending a Megistus card, which is going to be itself in this case. That's going to stop the Ghost Bell.
And destroy the field spell.
Choosing not to here
Okay.
in order for Flame to still have a target, I think. So you can draw a card. Yeah. I could have destroyed it. This way it's going to stay on the field, but it is negated. So I guess they're choosing the draw over getting rid of the field spell here. We see Quantal actually winning the Sky Striker mirror there under Dolan.
He's too good.
Which is interesting. Yeah. I mean, the Sky Striker mirror match is a little bit deeper than just discarding Droll and winning the game, but that is still surprising to see after
Philia
what good of a strong-
Diabell.
That is white.
Is this White Forest?
Forest.
Yeah.
Most likely. Interesting. Okay. Well, the series so far seems to be tied at 1-1, and now it is a 2-1 lead for Team PGA, as White Forest, not the deck most well known for winning going second, I would say. It's a deck that can set up incredibly strong boards when it goes first, but not able to break through this Radiant Typhoon opener. But I gotta say, that was a pretty good Radiant Typhoon opener as well.
In Mist Defense as well, we did kind of say we're in synchro format, so, you know, White
Right.
Forest.
Fair
yeah.
enough. Yeah, I guess.
That being said, as you said, more of a going first strategy, but
It
really,
can
really,
win. It can win going second, but I do think it struggles against Radiant Typhoon in general because the Radiant Typhoon interactions are pretty good against White Forest. And also, that start, I would say, was exceptionally strong for the Radiant Typhoon player because we had... It's not always that you have access to Magala summoning out one of the level 9s and you have the other level 9 as well. We had so many bodies that we ended on the Link 3 plus Great Fly as well. That is an exceptional amount of body staff. So that was a very engine-heavy hand. So that could have easily been punished by something like Droll and Lockbird, but we just didn't have that on the side of Mist. So basically everything going Drizzle's way there to make a strong Radiant Typhoon end board. Drizzle's way there to make a strong Radiant Typhoon end board, and well, that deck is good. So when that deck makes a board, it is pretty hard to get over that with White.
they're kind of expected to make a deep run here as well, I'd say.
I mean, of course, it's always they're the favorites going into the series, but I mean, we are in top 8. Both teams have done a great job getting this far already, and all of the players on Team PGA have shown so far that they are very capable of delivering good.
Kind of testament to just how good Quantal and Mist are when they're the favorites, despite the fact we don't know their third player.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah, of course. Radiant Typhoon actually going to start things off here. Quantal, I don't know whether he chose to go second or whether he got chosen to go second. It's Sky Striker. It likes to go second. Let's let it go second.
At the moment, it typically the way I would approach Sky Striker in the current format, and I also see most other players approach it the same way, is if you have the choice, you do pick first. Not because, like, Sky Striker doesn't mind going second, but at the same time, there's a lot of other decks in the format that are just exceptionally strong going first. So you like taking that advantage away from your opponent's deck is the main reason you want to go first with Sky Striker.
Speaking of going first with Sky Striker, we do have Sky Striker going first in Duel A, but Duel B is where I want to watch because the White Forest deck has now been able to go first.
Yup, and that is when it's best.
Yep, Arciela, Sinister Soul of the White Forest, able to be synchro summoned here. Elzette Azamina of the White Forest being added to the hand, the Challenger Cup Spring Monster of last year. And now we have Tales of the White Forest. So much White Forest now coming through.
We are under a Molcharmi Fualos as the bubbles on the main deck and extra deck kind of give away, so that is going to stop us from doing the full combo. However, White Forest with those Diabels, the White Witch is going to be able to summon a couple of times even without actually accessing cards from the extra deck. We're still going to be able to end on somewhat of a board as we actually reveal Elf Node's Welcome Home here.
Interesting. So
that is a hybrid version of White Forest and Elf Nodes.
I respect it. Yeah, the Elf Nodes and the White Forest together, really prominent synchro strategies, just continuing to flood the field with bodies right now, but where do we go with it is the question.
It is a deck that can pop off even harder than just a White Forest Azamina deck if you add the Elf Node cards into the mix. However, Elf Node Welcome Home, I believe, is a card that summons from deck, so that would be another draw for the Molcharmi Fualos here. We're going to make Cyframe Lord Omega, which is going to give the opponent one draw, but later on going to take a card away from hand again, so kind of net neutral on this one, but is going to trigger the search from the Azamina LZ.
Yep, there we have it. The Cyframe Lord Omega gonna run some kind of disruption here as well.
A random banish from this 6-card hand. We are going to think about whether we want to respond to that or whether we're just going to let it happen.
Duel C, in the meanwhile, heating up in favor of the Radiant Typhoon. But of course, Sky Striker still.
This is an interesting maneuver. We are deciding to chain the Fimena here, which is a little odd because...
Didn't want to lose any of the materials there. 3 materials. One of them could have been banished. Two from the hand, plus the Fimena. Yeah.
Right, here's the Arthalion. It's a little bit of an odd timing for the Arthalion because it doesn't really have anything to return to the hand on the opponent's side of the field, so we're just going to add back cards from our own graveyard here. Presumably did this because we were scared of losing the Fimena to the Omega. However, I feel like maybe we could have taken that risk if it was 1 in 6.
1 in 6, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, also, it's like, it's not just the Fimena because the Urgula appeared to be their only Draco Tail. So if they lose the Urgula, then they also can't activate the Fimena.
Yeah.
So it was 2 out of 6, which is a lot more likely. So maybe that was the reason for activating the Fimena there. I mean, it still puts you in a decent spot. The Fualos is still active. The Elf Node spell has been destroyed. You've got the Ketu for next turn. So if the opponent doesn't push into this, you're going to be set up pretty well. And if they keep playing, then, well, you might draw more cards for the Molcharmi.
Yep, Sylvie of the White Forest now going to be activated, and then we can continue to play through this. Still turn 1, still Mist's turn, still main phase 1 as well, so... yeah, I imagine we'll see a lot more synchro summoning. There is the Sinful Spores of the White Forest, the one added off of that LZ, the Azamina of the White Forest.
That's going to be a fusion summon, actually. Or no, we're summoning from hand. Okay.
You could have, I guess, looked at the Murcielago or something like that, but... that being said, Elf Note Regina into Elf Note Lucina now. More draws being given over, but more cards now appearing onside the field for Mist.
Yeah, Lucina does have the ability to search for a monster here.
Surely not Baron and pass again.
It could be. All right, what monster can we add that does anything here? I mean, this is... I mean, it's genuinely not a bad Baron. Destroying the Ketu, as well as the Regina would return to hand. So we are going to affect Veiler, actually, this Lucina. Okay. We do not want another Elf Node card in hand, because Regina, if it's used as synchro material, will actually return to hand, and that will end up being a disruption on the opponent's turn, but you do have to send another Elf Node card away for it. So maybe we just want to cut them off of this Elf Node name that they could be holding, or could be getting with that.
There is the Baron de Fleur that we mentioned, and it gives over 1 more card off of that Fulos. Fulos really doing a lot of work here in this early game.
And it is kind of necessary in this matchup too, because if this deck ends up making the full board, you will not have a great chance of beating it. So in this case, really, the Fualos is the thing that's keeping the opponent in this game. And honestly, even with 5 cards in hand, soon to be 6, This might not be the easiest task, because you do have to play through the Baron Defleur negation, you do have to play through the Elf Node Lucina effect, which can dance around, swap places with Baron, and return a card from field to hand. At the same time, the Diabell's the White Witch is going to give us access to Diabellstar Vengeance without another draw from Fualos.
Yep. Really going deep into the deck here, just adding, sending, adding again, and there is the final add, that Diabellstar Vengeance that you did mention, going to special summon itself, and suddenly actually looking pretty convincing for Mist, despite having to play through that initial Fualos.
Paying half of our life points here, destroying the Arthalion. Are we going to summon from extra deck? We are not, because we don't want to give another draw. 6 cards in hand here for Draco Tail, however, is very well possible to break this board. Also, we do have Urgula with Phimena access as well, so we're going to get more cards in the process later on down the line. But for now, all that matters is, do we have a way to resolve anything to fuse, really?
Should we look at Duel C in the meanwhile, however, as we do have Quantal trying to dismantle this field from the Radiant Typhoon. I say trying. What is that?
Looks like it's going to be a linkage here in the battle phase. Yep.
Yep.
Well, we have exhausted all the face downs at least. No more Mystical Space Typhoons to negate our spell cards. So that's nice. Looks like we're going to send away a Pot of Desires, maybe indicating that that's a duplicate. So we're going to summon 0 here. Let's see if we rely on the effect The Search or if we can use the other effect. Also, one thing we don't know is if the Varurun has used its monster effect negation already.
Did Quantal win that previous round, by the way? Because if so, I think it is in fact 2-1 on the scoreboard, even if the scoreboard says 3-0 right now.
Unless I missaw it, I'm not entirely sure, but I thought it said Quantal was winning, but might be wrong on that.
You sure didn't say Quantal's life points have been reduced to 0?
I thought it had the little symbol for the winner next to Quantal's name, the little crown. I thought.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was looking for, but well, maybe I.
We'll sort it. That being said, Quantal is sorting it himself here as Ray and Rose both now come out.
The awkward thing here is that neither of these are actually big enough to run over anything on the opponent's side of the field besides the Crocea, but Crocea cannot be destroyed while the opponent has no spells and traps. So we can destroy a card here with the 0, which is going to be the Mandate, but we actually will not be able to get rid of anything on the field here. We're going to have to go into main phase 2. 4 monsters remaining on the field, which is a tough ask for Sky Striker to clear.
Yep, and there we have the Arthalion making appearance in Duel B. Duel A, on the other hand, it will be the... is it the Camellia, or is it...
Azalea.
Azalea, sorry, yeah. The other Sky Striker extra deck monster. We actually have another one here.
Yep, that is a pop on summon, so that's going to get rid of the Megala, or at least trying to.
Kagari. I recognize that one.
Oh, that's rough. That is a really strong Sheena. All of a sudden, we're back to 6 cards in hand. Well, I mean, the board has been cleared, but not in the way that you would want it to, because all those cards are going to be in hand for follow-up, and that's going to be really, really tough for Quantal.
Yep. Sheena, Twin Tempests of Celestial Thunder. Yep. And that will be the game.
Oh god, that was a crazy Sheena. Okay. Well, we have another Sky Striker game. Let's see if this one is going to go better for the Sky Striker duelist. It's going to be Anestis here, and it's down to the wire, actually. We're in turn 4. Both players are down to their last couple of cards. Anestis has 3 face downs, but no cards in hand, and the last card here for Rato is a Molcharmi Fualos. What do they mean by this?
Yep.
What do they mean by normal summoning Molcharmi Fualos? We activate Linkage.
Widow Anchor.
Chain Widow Anchor. Okay, gonna take that Fualos away.
What are we gonna do with the Fualos?
Nothing, I assume. We can't send it for Linkage because Linkage has to summon into the extra monster zone, so we have to send the Kagari. The question is, does Rato have anything in the graveyard that's a resource here, or are we literally just out of cards?
There we have the ace equals 0 coming back, and we can indeed add back that engage as well.
Yeah, if this is just end of turn, which it is, then this is looking like a win for Sky Striker. And that it is, and that is going to mean, once again, we're not entirely sure whether Quantal won in the first round or not, but if the score was correct, this would be the 5-0. If not, then it'd be the 4-1. Either way, honestly, it's looking like this might even be another win for Team Blue here in this game. This is not over yet, but it's looking pretty good as they're playing into this White Forest half board, you gotta call it. It was not the full board.
Yeah.
They went for a smaller board under the Mold Charmy. But at the moment, we've been able to summon double Arthalion, and we're still going in main phase 1. Still 3 cards left in hand. The Rhapsodia of Madness is going to negate the Ketu Draco Tail, however.
I am curious if we do have the negation still live on the Baron de Fleur, however.
That is something we are going to find out any moment now.
Regina going to recruit another Alpha monster from the deck as well. The Tinia now making an appearance.
Tinia is gonna
You can
banish.
switch locations.
Yes, it switches and it banishes a random card from the opponent's hand. That's a Draco Tail Flame, however. That is not the most relevant card. Well, it does mean they cannot set it, which is good, because they're going to get it back in the end phase, but then it's just going to chill in hand, which is not going to do anything. But, of course, since it was a trap card, that didn't really matter for the purpose of extending this turn. So we'll see if that's going to come back to bite Mist here, that he hit a trap card there.
4-1 on the scoreboard. Quantal did indeed win that first round game.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I believed in my GOAT. I knew.
Yeah.
All right, well, that doesn't really
I fully
change
doubted him.
It means that they are not out of it yet, but either way, they are pretty much back against the wall here. If they lose one more game, they are eliminated in a pretty convincing fashion. So this game is already potentially a match winner for Team PGA. And there's a branded fusion.
Yep.
Well, if that Baron de Fleur has a negate still, it's going to use it here, but it doesn't look like it does. And that is a phenomenal card to have in this instance. It's going to combine Frixel and Albaz for Albion, the branded dragon, and that is going to trigger its effect to fusion summon another time, as well as the Frixel to set a Draco Tail spell trap. And that is definitely something that I think Mist would have preferred to hit that branded fusion over the Draco Tail trap card. So let's see what this Albion is going to summon here, but this could very much be a full board clear if we are going for Lubellion into Mirror Jade. Or Chaos Star Source Dragon, actually. Yeah, the Chaos Star Source is actually even better here because we're going to keep some resources. We're going to destroy the Baron as well as another card on the field in the Diabellstar Vengeance. Is this enough damage to end the game? Well, it misses on 2,000 life points because they've paid... Oh my god, last card had Spenta.
Half the life for the Diabellstar Vengeance.
Yeah, you got to pay half your life points twice for that, and so this is going to be way more than enough. And so the unfortunate news here for Mist is that literally hit the worst card in hand there with the Tinia. It was a trap card, branded fusion, and Spenta, and we hit the trap card.
Yeah.
That is really, really unfortunate. Maybe would have been able to survive the turn if we hit one of the other two. But as of now, I feel like that is going to be game. We do have a Sylvie to come back, but that's not really going to do much other than just blocking an attack.
Sometimes that's all you need.
It could be. I mean, at the moment, can we do 2,000 damage? We do but we do enough damage over some of the attack position monsters already, right? We do 1,000 with Arthalion over the Regina. We do 500 and 500. No, this is exactly 2,000 over the attack position monsters. If I'm not forgetting any effects, we can also equip a monster to the Zoroa, which that is going to be able to. Now we have a direct attack at some point.
And that should very well be it, but let's see.
We're just going through the steps here, making sure we don't forget anything, making sure we maximize the efficiency of our cards. We're going to equip the Artemis with the Spenta, searching for another Spenta. Activating Rahu, we still haven't done that. Okay, yeah, no, this is definitely enough damage.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much it, and that will be PGA that are able to secure their way forward here. NF Nightfall, one of our Challenger Cup mainstays, actually able to topple the reigning world champion here.
With a deck that has not been that popular recently, you gotta say. I mean, the branded Draco Tail with Magistus cards as well is a deck that's definitely been strong in the past.
Yep.
Specifically, I think was probably at its peak during the December Duelist Cup, even though that was more like pure Draco Tail back then, but still for this matter, the Draco Tail deck in the broader sense, right? Haven't really seen that much of it today.
Yeah.
And also recently, just in my own experience in terms of like rated duels and ranked mode, there's been a lot more other decks than Draco Tail still making its way into this top 8, winning the match in a pretty convincing fashion. I mean, 5-1 against a team with 2 world champions in it, and moving into the top 4.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the way that they were able to play out those games. Radiant Typhoon in particular making kind of a deep run thus far. I'm quite impressed to see that perform so well, considering that it did kind of also take a backseat compared to some of your more popular other decks.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see a team with this lineup making it into the top 4, because it really is, at least for me personally, 3 of the decks that I enjoy watching, because they do all 3 of those decks fall into the category of being a little bit more grindy and making smaller end boards not the like all the synchro combo decks that try to make like the biggest synchro boards as possible. But we see like Sky Striker, Radiant Typhoon, as well as Draco Tail are all known for more moderate end boards and more grindier playstyles, which is something I really like to watch. So I'm happy to see them move into the top 4 here.
I'm also curious if the reason why we're seeing such a variety of decks is partially because of that shared card rule. Granted, we're not seeing some of the more wilder strategies that we maybe expect to see at the World Championship or saw last year. And I guess that's just because we're working with 3 decks rather than 6.
Exactly, yeah, and there's no secondary decks for these players, so you're not going to see much of those like trying to hard counter a certain strategy.
Where's Tempai Dragon Sky Striker when you need it?
Well, I mean, do you need it? Well, what we definitely do need is more action from this top 8, because this was a relatively quick match here. So we're going to get another feature match ready for you guys any moment now. Is there anything in the current format that you would like to see that you haven't seen today yet?
Hecka Hands.
Hecka Hands. All right.
Yeah,
well, how do you think the chances are that we're going to see a Hecka Hands in top 8?
There was potential, I'd say, but I think I'm pleasantly surprised with the fact that we've seen so much from the Elf Notes. I'm really impressed with that. That being said, while I am conscious of the fact that Exo Sister is around, definitely not in the same state that it was back in 2023 when it was really kind of running rampant. At the World Championship as well, when you guys won with it. Yeah,
I mean, Exo Sister, the new cards are really good, and I would say it would have a chance to show up in some of these lineups. At the same time, I think one of the things that Exo Sister actually suffers from a little bit is that what we just talked about, Draco Tail not being that popular, Draco Tail is actually one of Exo Sister's better matchups, because it really preys on those graveyard strategies, and the Exo Sister setup now, especially when it's going first, is incredibly strong against Draco Tail specifically, because Exo Sister has a very easy way now to summon one of their extra deck monsters that is essentially a version of Abyss Dweller.
Carmel?
No, Carmel is one of the existing ones.
Oh, okay.
But it's just it used to be a lot harder to trigger the rank up effects of the Exo Sister monsters, right? But now with the new support, that makes it incredibly easy. So you basically at the start of your opponent's turn, you always get it's either Jabreen or a Sophiel. I don't know. One of the two is like after it's summoned, your opponent can't activate effects in the graveyard for the rest of the turn. And since you're basically always able to do that at the start of the turn, Draco Tail has a really hard time playing with Exo Sister boards. Well, we're not going to see an Exo Sister board here, it looks like, however, as we jump into the middle of this match between Team Ray versus Team VC3. And we are actually almost at the verge of this one finishing, as well as we have 4 wins in the books for Team VC3 already.
Yep, and right now, Hips on that Vanquish Soul K9 having a phenomenal time of it as well. Had to deal with 1 disruption from the hand from Ray Tier 0, but
didn't seem to matter, so it was probably an Ash Blossom. We see Nash Knight being summoned here. That is going to rank up into Masquerade. And we are going to basically assemble the full strength end board here for Vanquish Soul K9. Looks like there was actually a Fuwalos involved. Did that resolve? It looks like. Are we going to draw another card here? Or did we self-draw at some point?
I'm not too sure, but
Oh no, Droll is active. Droll is I thought it was the
yes.
bubbles. No, it's Droll being active.
Yeah, the feathers. And there we have the Umbral Horror Masquerade making an appearance.
That's going to destroy the case for K9, which is going to give us the quick play spell. That Droll and Lockbird explains why we have so few cards in hand for Vanquish Soul. I was about to say, like, why are we so low on cards? But still, 5 cards in hand here, going to be a tough ask to win against Rock, Ripper, Masquerade, as well as the quick play spell, plus potential interactions from hand that Vanquish Soul tends to have. But let's see what we're working with here.
You'll see in the meanwhile, we do have the Cool Tune deck now passing over. I'm quite curious to see as to what it is playing into it. Let's look at Duel C. Magnet Warrior.
Okay, we've seen Hugelion on Magnets before, but this time it's going to be a much tougher ask because they're not going first, actually. I think in previous matches they've gone first a couple times and shown really what the Magnet Warrior deck is capable of when it gets to start the game. Let's see what is going to happen when it goes second here. We start with Epsilon, which is not your preferred normal summon, actually. But we have Adamantipator Researcher to try and extend here. But I don't think...
Cool by the Grave on the remix.
Yep, that's going to matter if there's no bell for that.
I guess we're about to see. Oh,
yep,
and there we go.
Bell.
Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion going to be able to just ensure that this disruption is in turn disrupted.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the Cool Tune deck here. I would have been surprised if there was no bell because realistically, they probably saw that Called by the Grave before they committed to making the remix. And typically you'd think like, okay, well, if they know that the Called by the Grave is there, they wouldn't go for remix if they didn't have an answer for it. So we're going to see that remix resolving, synchroing with the Rico from the field, mix from the hand. That is going to be an RS. And the most important part about this is going to trigger Mix's Graveyard effect to destroy that Adamantipator Researcher.
Yet to see the Block Dragon, but we do have a game finish. Duel A did finish in favor of Team Ray, and that does mean that we now have 3 versus 4 on the scoreboard. Ray now within 1 game of catching up, but 2.
All right, keeping the hope alive.
Oh, actually, it was VC3 that were able to do that.
Oh, never mind.
Yep, so that should...
The hope is indeed not alive.
Hope is gone. There is no hope. It's over.
No, Ray Lover lost. How could this happen?
I know. Oh my god, yes, I love Team VC3.
Okay, well, I mean, that is going to be another team entering our top 4.
Yep, and that will be, again, the Cool Tune deck, Vanquish Soul K9 as well, I believe.
Yeah, we saw Vanquish Soul on a lot of teams. Almost, I want to say almost as many teams as Cool Tune. I want to say the same number of Vanquish Soul almost.
I think the biggest tragedy here is the fact that the Magnet Warrior deck with the Naturia Beast is gone now. Hugelion.
That is a tragedy.
Oh, I don't know. It was cool.
Okay.
Maybe not to be on the receiving end of, but I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. What I think is interesting is that, I mean, one of the teams in top 4 actually had neither of the 2 decks that we just mentioned. There was a team in top 4 without Vanquish Soul and without Cool Tune.
Yeah.
It's the one with Sky Striker, Radiant Typhoon, and Draco Tail. So basically, I don't want to say 3 underdog decks because they are pretty strong decks and people know that, but they are not among the top 2 decks to be expected for today's tournament. So that is definitely interesting. Like I would have expected most lineups to have a Cool Tune deck and or a Vanquish Soul deck. So I think the other team we've seen in top 4 has both of them, which is, I suppose, the more standard lineup, if you want to call it that, because we are pretty early on into the format. It's hard to say anything is standard at this point.
Yeah.
But I mean, more expected at least. And then on the other hand, we have something completely different. So I guess we're going to have to wait and see what the other teams in top 4 are going to have.
Yeah, I guess we'll see that very, very shortly. However, as we are about to jump into another game in just a moment.
Mm-hmm. I mean, another thing, how do you feel about the performance of Magnet Warrior so far today? Because we've seen a bunch of it, I would say. Like, there's definitely been multiple players with the Magnet Warrior deck. I don't think one is in top 4 yet. So the deck is a little bit maybe to me it feels like a deck that has a lot of potential. Like we've seen it make incredible boards today. Oh, speaking of the devil, we have another one in action as we jump in. But the action that I'm referring to is basically being completely torn apart by Sky Striker. So
yeah, I think
the action in question is being on basically no cards against full setup from Sky Striker. So
and also 6 cards in hand as well.
I suppose case in point, not the greatest time here for for Magnet Warrior, and Sky Striker also from Team Blue here is only looking for one more win to secure the series. So if this Sky Striker deck is winning, which is very much looking likely at the moment, they would be advancing to the top 4 as well, which would be another Sky Striker, as well as on table C on the blue team. I'm seeing some Cool Tune cards, even though they seem to be losing. But
let's look at Duel C actually. It does seem to be quite heavy in the action there. So we do have the Vanquish Soul trading back and forth with that Cool Tune. The Synchro responded to with the Heavy Borger, and that Synchro actually responding in turn to a Holly Suit.
And it's interesting that this is actually turn 3, which means that Cool Tune was going first at this game, and Vanquish Soul was still able to set up this strong of a board going second, which indicates either the Cool Tune player didn't draw a starter, was stopped in some way, shape, or form.
Yep, we now have Eri Synchro summoning. We have Cool Tune Track Maker in defense position going over to...
Yes, the Holly Sue.
Yeah.
The Holly Sue was on the chain, and the Track Maker was made in that chain with Cool Tune Synchro, so it was immediately taken by the Holly Sue, which makes it unable to actually activate its on-summon effect here, which is pretty big. Also, Ripper going to be able to negate Rotary in the graveyard here, so we're not going to be able to look at hand and search for a Cool Tune spell.
Yeah, I believe SSA should be able to close this one out here, but let's see.
Oh, actually, yeah, the players are also the players are swapped here as well. SSA is the blue team, which means that this is actually a 6-3.
And there we have it. Rescue Ace Impulse in the Vanquish Soul K9.
Oh, I love that. I love that card because it draws cards.
Nice. We love to see it.
Yeah. Well, that is going to be another Vanquish Soul plus Cool Tune plus another deck lineup, making it into the top 4, which is going to be the second of that kind in top 4. So that is going to be, I would say, from what I've seen today and from what I'm expecting with the new pack and with the new Forbidden Limited list being in effect, those are, I think, the top 2 decks in Master Duel right now.
Yep.
Maybe to be rivaled by some stuff from the new pack in Elf Notes. I think Elf Notes has the biggest chance of messing around with the power dynamics here, but those 2 decks clearly are what people are relying on today. It might also just be a matter of decks that they're familiar with, because those decks have been around. Yeah. Well, Vanquish Soul has been around for a while.
Since February with the K9 stuff as well.
And Cool Tune is obviously has been around for a couple of weeks now, but something that players are obviously starting to learn to play better and better. And Elf Note, still a strategy that is pretty fresh, so there's definitely a world in which that is going to take a while for people to master.
Just waiting for one more of our semi-finalists to be decided here. DSF versus Eris. We're about to get into that 3rd round of games very, very shortly for them, as it is 4 and 3 on that board.
So it looks like that one is also down to the wire. A lot of close matches here in the top 8. Definitely not an easy task to get into this top 4. These players are not going down easily. And I say that as DSF Fictinium reduces Eris Axe's life points to 0, which I believe is the 5th win.
Yep, that looks to be the case. Perfect timing, as we do now have DSF advancing.
Yes, that is going to be DSF in top 4. We've seen them in previous matches already, which means we have our top 4 all assembled with a decent amount of time left on the clock.
After going to overtime in the previous round and having a pretty long first round as well. 40 minutes and all done.
I mean, the less teams you have, the more likely it is you get done quicker. So we had 8 teams at the start of this round. Now we are left with 4. So the top 4 is about to begin very shortly. And I believe so far from that quick glance and also from what I remember of DSF's lineup, I do believe they also had Cool Tune. So
Yep.
I think so far, definitely established itself as the best deck in the
Is
format.
Dominic playing Sky Striker? I think he is, because he's
Yes.
very, very big Sky Striker enthusiast.
Yes.
I remember him from the first in-person Challenger Cup final.
Was he the one? Did he play against Quantal in the finals? Was it that one?
Not in the finals. I think semi-finals, maybe.
Mm.
Yeah.
But you're referring to the one that
Um,
Quantal was won,
Yeah,
right?
Quantal one. Yeah.
Okay.
Dominic, I think, was quite well regarded among the other players because he
Mhm.
qualified playing on a Nintendo Switch.
Okay.
I wonder if he still plays on his Switch, actually.
Well, I don't know,
Yeah.
but it's making me happy that we see 2 Sky Striker decks in top 4.
We maybe have one more game.
Oh. Is it 4-4?
Regardless, with Axe from this year's Challenger Cup final against Dominic from last year's Challenger Cup final. So let's see how this game plays out. Speaking of previous years, by the way, Tailorman sleeves.
Yeah, we're just clarifying the score. Seems like the score is 4-4, and this might be game 9 of the series. Looks like we had the score incorrectly on the board previously, but that is good news, I suppose, because that means we have more exciting games. And what
Radiant
is more
Typhoon
exciting?
Sky Striker.
What is more exciting than a turn, a game 9? However, as we are in turn 2 in the draw phase, it looks like Axe just opened their hand and passed.
Ooh.
Which is essentially the worst thing to happen against Sky Striker, because, I mean, against any deck realistically, like going first and just passing the turn is never a good sign.
I think we discarded Hornet drones, so that suggests that we have many other extenders in there.
Yes, if that was our only starter, we would not have discarded it, so that means we definitely have Engine. We use Radiant Typhoon Vision number 2 in the draw phase to add a Mystical Space Typhoon. 3 spells in the graveyard already, and Engage is also ready to go, which is going to be met with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Perhaps we have 2 more in the hand, and that's why we passed. Who knows?
All right, Engage being negated. Do we have
Use
another
talents
way?
and look at this. Or
Nope,
not.
we just have another Engage. All
Okay,
right,
fair enough.
that's not going to get Ash this time around. Yeah, no, nothing worse than going first, not having a playable card, and then immediately being engaged twice with 3 spells in the graveyard. Not the way you want your game 9 to go. Really unfortunate opener here for Axe. It seems like the Engage gonna think about the ad here for a second. It's gonna be a Widow Anchor, indicating we probably already have Ray even, so this hand has everything. Yep. Is there a Droll Lockbird? Not even that. Another Upstart Goblin to boot.
But can we still push 9,000 damage in a single turn?
Oh my, the third Engage hard. We haven't even searched for an Engage. We opened all 3.
We actually have another game going at the same time, so yeah. But that being said, I think Dominic gonna seal the deal here for Team DSF.
I mean, if the score is correct this time around, then it is already 4 wins for Team DSF, which means if Dominic wins this one, which is, I mean, at this point, I'd give him a solid 99% to win this game.
There is Ray. We're halfway there.
Yep. Battle phase it is. Ray gonna punch for 1,500, then tag out into 0. Most likely, 0 can attack for 2,000.
Still needs to make 5,500.
Yeah, if that engage out of the linkage, though. Yeah, we're going for Kagari first. All right, how big is that Kagari? 22. If it adds back, it's going to go down to 21. Adding an engage back to hand. Thinking about it.
Yeah. Do we have something?
I mean, infinite impermanence, not impossible here.
Anything?
I think the biggest problem here for Axe is that there was not even a Molchami for Wallows here. Because that means the hand that was unplayable last turn, unlikely to turn playable next turn, because we're only going to get 1 draw for turn. Like, even if we can stop any way to go for game here this turn from Dominic, we're going to have to play against a bunch of interruption.
Rose in hand, though, so
that is
not
definitely
ideal.
not ideal, yeah. But I mean, it's not something that we can complain about right now. I'll take a Rose in hand any day of the week if my opponent doesn't draw a play and I have 3 engages. I think that's a trade offer that you are definitely taking.
There we have the Rose successfully resolving. Kagari as well. Now going to add back the...
This does mean we're surviving,
linkage.
because we now, with the Rose being in the main monster zone, we cannot activate linkage. So there's not going to be a way to do enough damage here. But that being said, the setup is still incredibly good here for Dominic. We're going to be able to start our main phase 2 by making 0 with the 2 Sky Striker monsters. That's going to clear up the main monster zone. We're going to have 2 more engages to be activated afterwards. So I don't even know what would need to happen from this point on for Axe to win this game. They would essentially be having, like, they needed to have, like, cards like Harpy's Feather Duster in hand, which is not a card that's typically being played in most decks right now, but something like that. If it's like, yeah, Feather Duster's in my hand already, contributed to my bricky hand on turn 1, like Feather Duster plus Talons, and then we draw a starter off the top. That's a sequence that I could see happening, but in most other cases, I just don't see this happening.
Do you prefer pure Radiant Typhoon or Sky Striker Radiant Typhoon in this format right now?
I prefer Sky Striker Radiant Typhoon. Yeah.
Radiant Typhoon. Yeah.
You could call it that. You're proud of that one.
I am. Lemon Escape there coming through.
Okay.
Engage on top. It came to me. Like 3 engages came to Dominic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty natural. Yeah, happens all the time.
Yeah.
This is engage number 5, by the way. We've drawn 3. We've added 1 back with Kagari. We've
In
added 1
turn.
back with 0. Yeah, this is the 5th one. That's pretty absurd.
Is that 2?
Is that the maximum number you can have? I think that's the maximum number you can have. I don't think there's a way to have anymore.
Magical Stone Excavation?
Okay, any realistic
okay.
way to have anymore?
Set 4 and pass.
Yep, well, that's expected. And now 1 card for turn, and all of a sudden, we're going to have to beat all of those cards from Dominic's side. But not looking too hot. Infinite Impermanence
There was the
in
impermanence you
hand.
asked for.
All right, so we answered the 0 at least, I suppose. 0 is negated.
Yep.
And
Sure is.
Rotary is in hand. Ghost Bell is in hand. These 2 should not be... one of those 2 is probably new. Because if we had both of those already, we could have played last turn.
Yeah, but there is the Widow Anchor ready to negate it and potentially take it away.
Yeah, you would want to take it. Yeah, you do take it here.
Deny them the tuner.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there was a play now, because once again, if those 2 cards were in hand together last turn... Oh, it's just Typhon, I think. Another one for the win rate.
Should we look at Duel A in the meanwhile?
Oh, Typhon. No, don't do it. No. Typhon. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is looking pretty good for Aris. So it looks like this would be the equalizer at 4-4. But looks like Dominic is... I mean, this Typhon is basically a concession at this point.
Oh, there's Maxi and there's Droll at the same time.
Oh, that cancels Maxi.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to Duel B.
I mean, Duel B is effectively what is going to
Decide this.
end this match, yeah, because this game is essentially... it went from 99% to 99.9% after the Typhon was being summoned, so I think Dominic is just... It's just a matter of going through the motions, right? It is just a matter of going through the motions.
Set 1.
We're going to get the Rotary back in the end phase. We're setting 2
Set
cards.
2.
Is that triple Infinite Impermanence? Talon's also not unlikely because Dominic just hasn't activated a monster effect. All right, we're going to engage
Another
one more
engage.
time. Yeah, because
Yeah.
we haven't done enough of that yet. Give back the Rotary. Draw for turn. And this is just a matter of seconds or maybe a minute now, depending on how Dominic wants to play around those face-down cards. But very much looking like Dominic's game to win here. It is indeed a triple tactics talents that Dominic has played around pretty well, just never activating the 0 even when it got infinite impermanence. The last face down could be a second copy of talents, could be another copy of infinite impermanence, but this is something we're gonna find out in a second, I suppose.
Or perhaps we never find out, as it just sits there as the game ends.
Well, the 0 would destroy it, right? Unless they surrender
true.
beforehand, but I think Dominic has the tools to show us what it is. Give us that knowledge. Unless it's called by the grave, but then we would also see it. But I think it's infinite impermanence number 2.
There's the Ray, and there is the Rose, and there goes the face down.
Yep.
Yeah. Axe
So it was
drew all the answers, but he had no questions.
exactly, yeah. Infinite impermanence times 2, triple tactics talents, Ghost Bell, and an Ash Blossom, and then a Rotary for turn. 1 card too late. Well, I guess that is something that can happen to the Cool Tune deck because it does have like 20 of those hand traps, so sometimes you'll draw 4 or 5 of them, and that is unfortunate, but it does happen. So we're going to see another Sky Striker duelist move into the top 4, and Team DSF is our final contestant in this top 4. Lots of different decks, which, I mean, is to be expected because we do have a shared card pool, so every team is forced to play 3 different decks at the same time. It is worth noting that not every lineup is the same in top 4. We have a decent amount of variance here. You know, we've got, of course, a decent chunk of Cool Tune, but not on every single lineup. We have some Vanquish Soul, but also not on every single
Sky Striker, Radiant Typhoon.
Multiple Sky Strikers, a couple of Radiant Typhoons as well, I think. So a little bit of everything.
So we've spoken about the decks, but talk to me about the shared cards right now, especially compared to last year's World Championship and, of course, the previous ones. Obviously, with some heavy hitters like Call by the Grave and Max C being limited since then.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that kind of environment and what we're thinking about now heading into 2026.
Yeah, so I think right now I would guess that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring is going to be a shared card for every single lineup.
Yep.
I think Droll and Lockbird is also going to be very popular, and then the third one is kind of up for grabs. I don't know.
I'd say,
it depends whether you want to designate a one of as a shared card because that's not super efficient because you're unlikely to draw it, or if you want to choose something like Talents or Fuwalos, which I could also see, right? Anyways, we are going to go to a very short break because we have the semifinals of today's Challenger Cup coming up soon, and then it's going to be the finals immediately after that. So don't go anywhere. We have exciting action coming up for you guys with the top 4 in a few minutes. And welcome back, duelists, for the semifinals. As promised, a very short break because we just swapped Ibris for Lampi real quick, and we're going right back in to the semifinals. We have 4 teams remaining with a couple of different lineups in this top 4, as it is, of course, a 3 versus 3 tournament with a shared card pool. And yeah, a little bit of everything so far. Some Sky Strikers that made me really happy.
Most importantly, some Sky Strikers. Yeah, multiple Sky Strikers still in there, right?
Yeah.
We saw multiple of them advancing there in top 8 in the end. And of course, promising to see that. And I mean, it only gets better, right? Because the likeliness of them playing against Q-Tune now increases, as we have seen most of the teams actually have a Q-Tune in their roster. And I mean, from what we have seen in the tournaments, it looks like it really is that favorable matchup that everyone is talking about it is. And we've seen multiple strikers winning. Of course, they will have to play against the other team members as well, which cannot be on Q-Tune anymore. But Oliver is having one favorable matchup in the best of 3. And I mean, the other matchups are by no means unwinnable.
No,
like, you can win every matchup,
Sky,
right?
Sky Striker is a very capable deck in general. The Vanquish Soul matchup, I would even say, is also pretty good for the
Feels
deck.
like it,
It's
yeah.
definitely, the Vanquish Soul board is really, really strong. But against Sky Striker, it does struggle against powerful spells as well, similar to Cool Tune. So Sky Striker has a little bit of a leg up in that matchup as well. But also some underdog decks. I almost feel bad for calling them underdog, but like, I'm not sure if you expected a Draco Tail and a Radiant Typhoon to make top 4 in the same lineup as well.
It's weird because they don't have a Q-Tune on their roster, right? From what I saw. That's actually very unexpected. I would have expected every single lineup to have Q-Tune somewhere. But I mean, when you're just very good with your decks, I think it's Drizzle's on the Radiant Typhoon deck, and he has been practicing that deck a whole lot. So I'm not surprised to see him being successful with it. But here we have Skilla versus Anastas, as we are witnessing PGA versus DSF as our main featured match. And polymerization. You were talking about the Draco Tail deck. It's crazy to me how strong that deck fell off. You're calling it an outsider deck here, an underdog deck, even though not too long ago it was considered to be like the deck to beat the Master Duel.
I mean, to be fair, in Draco Tail's defense, it's been hit relatively hard on the Forbidden Unlimited list in Master Duel, and it hasn't received the new, like, extended branded package yet. That was essentially, because the same thing happened in the TCG, right? It was hit, but then the branded cards made up for it, and that just hasn't happened in Master Duel yet. So I do think once that eventually happens, there's definitely a chance that deck comes back into, like, the spotlight. But for now, it's just essentially, you're still playing pure Draco Tail with 2 branded fusions. But with just one, was it Rahu, or is it Rahu or Ketu?
I think it's Ketu, actually.
Is Ketu in Master Duel, is Ketu limited? I think it's Rahu in Master Duel, actually.
Wait, you're right. Yeah, it's the other way around. Yeah. No,
and one Lucius. So, like, loses the consistency in that way, loses some grind game from one of the spells being limited, and hasn't made up for that yet with the new branded card. So it's kind of, expected for it to fall off a little bit. At the same time here, we are seeing a Dimension Shifter, which is going to be rough. Okay,
Let's draw 2 cards with that. Triple Tactic Talons. And I mean, you've casted on Anastas on the top 8. What is Anastas on?
Sky Striker.
Oh, yeah, that is rough with the Dimension Shifter, man.
Yeah, we're not getting 3 spells in the graveyard in this one.
Well, that is not going to be easy. On the other hand, Anastas team member Drizzles, we've been mentioning him as the Radiant Typhoon player of the team.
Yeah, he's been having a great time.
Having a very
every
good
time I've looked at that, he's going first full comboing every time.
Actually, let's have a closer look at it. Let's go over to Duel B, as that is where the Radiant Typhoon action is happening. And I mean, that deck, it hasn't really had any breakthrough success in Master Duel yet, but it's just a very, very solid deck, right?
Yeah, it's just been solid. That's the best way to really describe it. It's always been viable since it was introduced into the format, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's never been a bad choice. So if you like the playstyle of the deck, you've been able to consistently perform with it. It's a fun deck. I like it. I think it's cool. But it's just never been, like, best deck of the format, but it's just been good.
I mean, it has the luxury to play Super Polymerization as a quick play spell and making extra use of it when everybody else also is trying to play Super Polymerization at the moment against Q-Tune, so that definitely helps the matchup.
Yeah, it has a somewhat similar dynamic to Sky Striker in that sense, that it just has, because it naturally flows with those quick play spells, and those are better against Cool Tune anyways than playing hand traps, so you might as well go with the Radiant Typhoon.
100%. And I think we saw from Drizzles that he's also, you talked about him doing full combo every time we saw him. He is really playing a full combo extra deck package as well, with also having like Enter Blatnir in there. So he's even taking cards from the opponent's hand, which in those matchups where people are playing those field-breaking cards, of course, is even better as you get to take out cards like Engage and so on and so forth, and Super Polymerization out of the hand before they could even have the chance to activate them.
Yeah, and
we see Cherries there in Duel C. What is going on there? Let's go over to Duel C, because is that Cherries resolving? It seems like it is not, right?
It was a Cherries, I think, revealed for Rotary.
Yeah.
Because that Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries is a very interesting option to combat other Cool Tune matchups.
Yeah.
As well as, of course, typically people spend like a couple of extra deck slots for targets for other matchups. Seems like there was...
At this point, probably no Draco Tail
anymore.
anymore,
Yeah, we're not respecting Draco Tail enough anymore to include a target for it. Seems like otherwise we could have taken away all the Arthalions, which could have been pretty impactful.
Yeah.
But not the case here. And that is going to be tough, because that, I mean, that's the cool thing about Cherries in Cool Tune, is that if you ever run into a matchup that you have nothing for it, you can just hold it in hand and use it as
It's still a tuner, right? Yeah. Ooh, Q-Tune Synchro is being chained to the effect of Draco Tail Gulamel, but there is Draco Tail Horn. What's the last card in hand for Victinium? Is there something to dodge this? Oh yeah, well, it's no surprise actually. You're right. Very much no surprise at all.
It's unusual, but this time the Cool Tune player is the one where we know the entire hand.
But there still also, of course, is that Albion the Sanctifier Dragon sitting on the field, possibly able to take some monsters from the opponent's graveyard that they're trying to recycle and summon them to our side. But, I mean, at least we got to play around that Gulamel there for the moment.
Yeah, and I think since we used Rotary to get an additional normal summon, we still have the normal summon for this Cool Tune Q. So if that doesn't get hit with like an Effect Veiler or something of this sort, then this is still a pretty solid push here.
Oh, but there's no
something,
response.
But nope, we do let it go through. Let's see what happens from this.
I mean, it would just probably be the Sanctifier that would be able to activate here.
I mean, one thing that also, if Draco Tail has it, which usually it does, one thing that can definitely end the turn here is if we have a 5 mana into our Thalion, just returning both monsters to the hand. Because since we've already used Rotary, there's simply no way to get another tuner onto the field from the cards that we know.
I mean, we could also go ahead and bring back the Fallen of Albas, but that would always leave Victinium with at least a monster on the field. So, I mean, when we then go into...
You could make Mirror Jade.
Yeah, we could go Mirror Jade.
Use a light monster. But I think that's why we're summoning the Ghost Ogre, actually, because Ghost Ogre can activate from field.
Oh.
So we could stop Fallen of Albas.
Oh, but there is the 5 mana.
Yep.
And that's the play you were suggesting. And that is something that cannot really be stopped by the Ghost Ogre. Yes, you can use the Ghost Ogre on the Aphelion, but how much is that really going to do?
Yeah.
Not too much. You would probably rather have the Ghost Ogre in hand at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the decision of the Draco Tail player, right? They could just go Chainlink 1 Arthalion, Chainlink 2 a Graveyard effect, and then you wouldn't be. So you're always at the mercy of your opponent making that choice for you. And realistically, like you said, what does Ghost Ogring and Arthalion really do? It's just going to come back anyways from the graveyard.
So, looks good for Team PGA, both on this Duel C and also on Duel B, as there is Drizzle still going... Wait, let's go over to Duel B, because that is one hell of a chain going on in Duel B. I think we're up to Chainlink 9 there officially, as we see spell cards everywhere. And Chainlink 9 is a vision. I think... Oh, is it a 6? Oh, yeah.
It's a 6, yeah.
It is a 6. Ah, Sag.
It's only 8.
Only 8. Ah, yeah. That is hilarious.
I've been lied to.
Oh, no!
My God.
I'm glad we tuned in for that, as a Radiant Typhoon Vision tried to find a discard, but has to discard the entire hand instead, as there were no Radiant Typhoon cards or Mystical Space.
I'm actually not happy about that at all. Okay.
Well, life's good for Drizzle still.
Yeah. Oh, there was a Droll and Lockberg involved. Awesome. Well, that is not going to be a winnable game from this position for Radiant Typhoon. So let's go over to Duel A, actually, because this is, remember, the duel that started with a Dimension Shifter. We are on turn 2 right here. playing into this Vanquish Soul field that was actually rather small after Dimension Shifting. We had Magnemute and Rock, and we passed.
And, okay, so, we got both Drizzles winning in Duel B, but also Duel C being decided in favor of Team PGA. So that should be 2-0 now overall for them.
Okay.
And I mean, so what happened here is most likely that Anestus went into 0 somehow.
Yep.
And now has also used the on-field effect to summon out monsters from the deck, which is Rose and Ray. Problem being here, if we do, and we probably want to do that, link away the Rose, that may cut off the 0 entirely for the remainder of the game, as usually you're only on 1 Rose.
Yep. And that is the tough part here for Anestus. I don't know if we've seen Anestus on Pot of Desires earlier in the tournament, because some people did play it. And if you do play Desires, then often you might expect a second copy of Rose. But if there is only 1 Rose in this deck, if it does hit the graveyard this turn, that's going to be a real problem in the long game here. And once again, the long game is the win condition here for Sky Striker. They're not going to completely take over the game this turn. But here's the decision being made by Anestus. We are going to link that Rose off, potentially having to play the rest of the game without access to the 0 pop, which is really annoying. Making a Kagari here.
I don't think that's going to return anything, no.
I can't possibly have a target, yeah. Maybe we're just quote-unquote wasting that because we want to go into SP Little Knight, so we need a Link monster, so we're wasting one that we have multiples of? Yeah, looks like that's the case. Here's SP, we're going to clear that Magnemute. And I mean, we've kind of reset the game to like the start here, I suppose. Both players 5 cards in hand, and we just kind of like skipped the shifter turns.
I mean, if we have now impactful spell cards, like mostly Widow Anchor, because linkage, Lemnis Gate can never be too reasonably important here.
It's the same for Widow Anchor, though. With no spells engraved, how impactful is a Widow Anchor?
You're right.
Like, Widow Anchor on Raisin, well, I'm still going to make Rock with it if you don't take it, so...
Yeah, that's true. I mean, in combination with the SP Little Knight, though, you can at least get it off the field, so... The Widow Anchor, I think, is the most promising option. I mean, Super Polymerization could also be in there, but that is always a little tough to use against Vanquish Soul.
It's hard to use against Vanquish Soul.
So, we gotta see. Skilla, on the other hand, has not revealed any K9 cards on his opening turn, so maybe it's really all Vanquish Soul cards, and we will have to see. Maybe it's actually not any playable cards at all. We shall figure it out, as Skilla is currently thinking about his moves, and as both of his teammates are currently done with their games, maybe he's even getting some discussion in with them. That's the beauty about 3v3 tournaments. We know that also, of course, from Worlds. It's always a team process where you're getting to the decisions together, and if you want to make sure that you're doing the best play, it's always worth talking it through with your other teammates.
I find it hard to believe that we don't even have a play with 6 cards in hand here.
Very hard to believe.
Well,
and I think if there would be no play, we would probably just be like passing it over quite quickly. So it probably is rather a case of multiple plays, and we're trying to figure out what the best way into this SP Little Knight plus a potential Widow Anchor is.
Right.
And we shall find out. The beauty for Anestus now, every spell card he gets to activate from now on will end up in the graveyard, luckily for him.
The beauty is we're not under Dimensional Shifter.
Right? You got to see the bright side always.
Here's the good news. That card is no longer active.
But Skilla really making a big decision here, as he cannot come up with a move just yet. And now he's just going to normal Razum. Like the most...
Activate Stake, reveal Ash.
Okay. Oh, well,
actually...
Well. I mean, we're surely just going to try to attack over Little Knight here, I would imagine. Like, maybe that is the only line we could imagine that doesn't lose to the SP Little Knight here.
Really weak to Droplet, though, which is also definitely a card that we could have, right?
Oh, we are going to battle phase.
Actually, it's not even that bad into Droplet. It's still a 2-for-1 trade in the greater like picture.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have to send the card away for Droplet. You lose the Lantern. Nope, it actually works.
You lose the SP Little Knight, though.
That's rough. No Droplet.
It's also unusual for Striker to have so many cards in hand, right? On a turn 3. Like, usually they would be left with 1 or 2 cards in hand. Best case scenario 1.
Yeah.
And then the Lantern could have not been summoned at all.
I mean,
not
it's, at this point, it's probably duplicate monsters. Like another copy of Ray, or it could be Droll and Lockbird.
Or Droll and Lockbird, which is very, very good here. But with so little plays on Skilla's end, you may be tempted to think that there are more K9 cards in there.
Could
like
easily have Izuna, yeah. Could easily have Izuna, even though Izuna was probably the normal summon.
You think, though?
With Lantern?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Just having Lantern in hand, using the effect of Izuna, yeah. No, I agree. But, I mean, then you have to use the effect of Izuna, though. And that is vulnerable to the SP Linolite again.
Yeah, but then you go Lantern after on the Lupus.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, here comes Linkage vote. Shane Horner Jones.
See, it was basically nothing face down there. And this is where it's really going to matter whether we have a second Rose or not. Because if we have a second Rose, then this can summon 0, which threatens a pop.
Oh.
If we don't have another Rose, we're just going to use the 0 to search.
Ah, we're just searching. Okay.
This is the end phase, actually. After the Droll and Lockbird, we are actually just ending. And also, Droll and Lockbird makes it so second Rose is in hand, actually.
Okay. There is a second Rose, but it's not where you wanted it.
I have good news and I have bad news.
Well, it's probably good news overall, though,
it's
right?
Good news overall. Now, combining it with the news that we've been in the end phase.
Yeah. That is a crucial part about the story as well. You're very right. But we can just link off that Rose, and I mean, that is just a bunch of damage now coming in. Immediately linking it off.
Yeah, the problem, quote-unquote, is that we didn't get to add Engage with 0 because we were under our own Droll and Lockbird. We had to add a card from Graveyard.
I mean, that's a 3,000 attack point 0, though.
This is just game if everything goes through.
We're in the battle phase, so it's very likely that it is going through. Linkage, no response. What are we getting? Kagari, and Kagari will want to get that linkage back into the hand. Will it be successfully doing so?
That
it goes through.
That is game.
Yeah, that should be it.
That is 1,900 life points remaining. Linkage once more. We do have the 1,000 attack boost because we have Ray and Rose in the grave for the attributes.
Sky Striker winning a game where they got shifted on the opening turn and were not able to get any spells into the graveyard, but still with a very awkward hand for Skilla. It must have been super awkward when that was the only play that they had there. They are able to secure a 3-0 lead now, Team PJR.
I mean, to be fair, they did have Shifter, but they didn't have much else going for them.
Yeah.
Right? They made Rock of the Vanquisher. They had a Magnamood, which searched presumably a Caesar Valius, but then they didn't really have much to follow that up with. And even on the follow-up turn, when the Shifter wore off, didn't really have any real plays, got drolled again, or like got drolled for the first time, but on turn 3. So really, Dimension Shifter alone is not everything, right? Like, you do need at least some pressure to go alongside it. Otherwise, your opponent just draws, does some things, passes, and then...
What was their hand, though? Because, like, Izuna would have been enabled through the draw, so we could have at least made a rank 5. So it definitely was not Izuna.
Yeah.
It was definitely not Lupus either, because same applies to Lupus too.
Yeah.
So just like big Vanquish Soul monsters? Like
big Vanquish Soul monsters.
Borger, Valius, Charmies, I guess.
Charmies going first, maybe, yeah.
But it, like after that draw,
Vanquish
you just pass
Soul,
it over.
Vanquish Soul field spell,
yeah.
But no, yeah.
The trap as well, we probably would have set that at some point even... I mean, we had different attributes, so we at least maybe want to capitalize on the destruction effect.
No, you're right. That it seems like one of those super specific mediocre hands.
It's hard to call out a hand there. It's like the 0.1% of hands that could happen there that doesn't play with 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's definitely weird. Very unfortunate hand for Vanquish Soul there for sure. But that is going to be a very commanding lead for Team PGA. They are going to be almost... I mean, it's never guaranteed. It's not over until it's over, but a 3-0 lead is very hard to come back from.
This is the moment you get foolish, though, right? You're sitting there, oh, boys, we're cruising, 3-0, things are looking good.
Yeah.
And then you get the reverse sweep in, and all of a sudden you are sweating, and you have to get into that third set. But let's see whether it actually goes down like that, or whether it is all going to be PGA domination, as we are ready for this second set.
All right.
Anastas.
Here's the reason why we're playing 2 Roses. We do have Pot of Desires in the Sky Striker deck for Anastas. Going first here, thinking about whether that's going to resolve or not.
You gotta ash it if you have it, right?
All right, well, but you could also think about, like, do I want to chain the Molcharmy here or whatever? We are chaining linkage to it.
Well, if we have a Molcharmy now, that's huge.
That'd be a great punish for that, but no, we do not. All right, well, chaining linkage is going to resolve here. The most annoying thing about this particular interaction, if you go for 0 here, you draw 2 with Desires. If you activate zeros on summon effect, Droll hits you really hard.
That's true.
What happened in Duel B?
I'm pretty sure that there was like a table bug maybe. So
I should not have said that. I should not. I'm sorry.
No, it's all. I mean, I think they will just start a new game.
No, I meant because they got Droll. Exactly what I said happened.
You're right. You jinxed it. Oh! Never mind. Crossout designator calling Droll and Lockbird, so it's actually a favorable interaction.
Not
for
a
them
second
even.
one. Not the second one.
Nah. If you jinxed that now as well, they would have activated it.
Yeah. There's no way that they're just still thinking about the second Troll.
Definitely not. But I mean, what a timeline, right? We sit here in top 4 2026. We see Sky Striker on Duel C. We see Sky Striker on Duel A here as well.
Oh, Valor, not bad.
Not bad.
I mean, we'll settle for a Valor. That's a trade deal I'm willing to take. We're not resolving Droll, but we're also not resolving 0. All right, we'll take it.
And I mean, the 0 is just applying pressure still when staying on the field. So
okay, so minigame has been played. Let's see if we actually have more engine to go with this. Or if, like, there's a realistic chance we just pass here if we don't have more. Yeah,
that is indeed the case. But how many set cards is it? Oh, that's a lot.
3 of them things. All right. No Ray in the graveyard as well.
True.
But if the 0 resolves, that's not going to matter. We're going to have it in rotation.
And there you go.
Let's see. I think Victinium was Victinium on Cool Tune. I believe so. So let's see. We are actually we're passing turn instantly. But did we not have what's wrong with Cool Tune not drawing starters today? If that even is Cool Tune, I think it was. Yeah, we're in end phase here for Victinium. Unfortunately, I believe another Cool Tune player.
They just don't find the place.
And this is rough. I mean, Sky Striker essentially getting a free follow-up turn here. The biggest question here is, does the 0 tag out resolve successfully?
Oh, another Desires.
That.
You gotta be kidding me. I mean, that is also like a risk at this point. Okay. Oh, wait. We paid the cost, though, so...
No, I will say one thing. I think that means that the first one already banished double rows.
Oh, so it was a blank 0 there on the field?
I feel like it because
Good call, yeah,
there's
for sure.
no way, from a Sky Striker duelist perspective, if you still have, like, rows in the deck
100%.
with, like, 20 cards, there's no way you just slam the second one.
Agreed.
There's no way.
Okay, so now we have also secured all 3 games here again.
Yeah, we've restarted the 3rd game because they were, of course, done way too quickly. Looks like there was a disconnect or something.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this 0, there's I don't think the 0 can activate. There's no way the 0 can activate. That's crazy.
Tune Synchro. So Victinium found the play, but it's not resolving. What could we possibly chain here?
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
It's the only real option, right? I mean, called by the grave, we could have drawn. Oh, that was a delay on that Ash Blossom. It feels like a very obvious choice to just use it on it.
Let me think about whether I'm going to Ash your starter after you didn't have one last turn.
Yeah.
Let me think about that.
You wanted to enjoy it, the moment.
Let me think about that for a second.
Okay, Ash Blossom being displayed in Duel B and Duel A there. Stop both turns. Oh, but Victinium is done once more. It is 0 beatdown all the way through here.
3 more.
Yep.
3 more.
Also, I saw that in the top 8 match that you casted with Ibris, the Draco Tail deck actually is playing the Magistus cards as well, right?
All of it. All of it.
All the gas in the world. And Nasus attacks directly again, so Victinium just gets more turns.
Oh, God. 2 more.
That's crazy. I mean, at some point, they're just going to find a starter. Like, all of those Q-Tune cards.
Linkage here is technically game, because you can go 0, but no. You can go Kagari, add back Linkage.
Yeah, but they don't have it. They don't have it. I mean, to be fair, if Victinium finds... Oh, they drew the rose?
Wait, what?
First of all, how is that possible?
Well, are all the rays banished then?
Oh, that might be the case. That might be the explanation, yeah. 100%.
But why are we now clogging the main monster zone? Because we can't link off 0.
Good question. We're about to find out, I guess.
We're doing this in main phase 2?
Oh, and now the infinite impermanence on the Kagari too.
We could have significantly increased like the clock if we did this in main phase 1 to attack with that Kagari as well.
Yeah. Not sure why the sequencing was executed in the way it was, but is there anything else that Nessus can do now? I mean, we can just go into a Shizuku, I guess. That grabs us... How are we
engage? We don't have engage in rotation.
I mean, we could call ourselves lucky if there is an engage still in our deck.
I mean, it's
2 desires.
You play 3, so it's one of the more likely ones to be
Fair.
left.
Let's see. It's still in there, okay. Yeah. And probably it also got some targets, otherwise we wouldn't grab it. I mean, maybe it's also the only remaining target in the deck, but I mean,
this
2 cards in it,
if we
10
draw
cards
like
left in deck.
if we draw a cool tune here, we can't get Widow anchored right now.
I mean, the explanation must be that we have like super poly droplet. Like we only have the cards that actually do still work.
I didn't find a starter. This game's rough.
This game is rough.
This game is rough for Victinium. It can
Zero was still alive.
I am out of answers. I don't know. I don't know how to explain.
You read the situation perfectly, but also completely wrong at the same time.
I thought I was being reasonable, but turns out I was completely wrong.
And never wrong is Drizzles with his Radiant Typhoon deck, as he's once again just in control there.
That is a crazy pot of desires.
Right?
To just activate. I'm just now realizing if both Ray and Rose were still in the deck, they had like 20 cards left in the deck. To activate that second pot of desires is crazy.
Sometimes in life you have to take risks, and Nessus decided that is now the time.
Because, dude, the opponent didn't even have a play. What were they worried about?
Okay, here comes Infinite Impermanence again on the Kagari, but of course the engage was searched last turn.
Linkage is also left, yep. Of course. The desires just doesn't have a cost. It's just pot of greed.
Not for an Astus. So battle phase. Wait, we do have... Yeah, we have all the... We can go 0 here. Okay.
Linkage's game.
That does work. Linkage into 0. We know this is game. That is 4 and
4 wins. 4 wins for Team PGA. What a convincing performance so far. All they need is one more. Another pot of desires.
How old is that card? That card is
2017.
Yeah, I was going to say 10 plus, so
2016,
almost.
actually,
yeah, around 10 years.
10 years.
It's cool to see that it is still so
How
viable.
old is that card?
It's older even?
Yeah, Troll Lockers from like 2010.
Wow. It was very good in 2010 as well, right?
No.
Not necessarily. Oh, the triple tactic talents. Let's see what's left for NF, and it's not much. So this game in particular will most DSF victory.
Sky Striker stays winning.
I mean, they don't have a monster to summon just yet, but I think they're fine.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
But
just
as this one
is... Don't top deck Rahu.
I mean, NF is using the Rose sleeves, so I think it is all Sky Striker themed here.
Okay. It's not Rahu. It's not Rahu. I didn't jinx it. They have Ash anyways.
So, but this one still looks like Dominic is going to win, so I feel like we should probably head on over to Duel B, because in Duel B, it is still a very... even playing field. Of course, Drizzles has established a good field here with his deck once more.
Guess who was going first and comboed?
It was Drizzles. But now Skilla tries his best to play into the field with his Vanquish Soul deck. And I think on paper, in general, I would give Vanquish Soul K9 the benefit of the doubt to have a little bit of a favor of effects to chain in hand to play around the MST negate and everything. So it feels decent. And this setup here from Drizzles, even though he got to combo, is not the biggest setup in the world. I think he was lacking Crocea Access or something, because it's just like a reasonable field.
The biggest differentiator in this matchup, whether Vanquish Soul has a chance going second, I feel like, is what your Vanquish Soul starter is.
Yeah.
Because if it's Stake Your Soul or Mad Love, then you have a really hard time because you rely on the field spell or the normal spell resolving. If it's Raisin though, then you're good.
Okay, and we do have the Borger. That kind of is signalizing to me that there is 2 Mystical Space Typhoons in the graveyard for Drizzles, because we wanted to protect that Rasen from being destroyed.
Yeah, but we're still not going to get the search here, so let's see if we already have the right attributes. We do have a second Borger, so we can draw a card.
Which is good and bad at the same time, right? Because that Borger isn't a card in hand that does anything.
Well, we need the attribute anyway.
But we need the attribute, and we get to draw another card. Oh, is it Drizzle's thinking about responding to that? I mean, he most definitely is, but is it worth responding to?
Depends, yeah. I mean, could be.
Mandate.
Oh, we're looking maybe for a chance to draw Droll Lockbird before the opponent draws a card.
Yeah.
Could see that.
In the meantime, it definitely looks like Dominic is wrapping up there in Duel C, but we are going to stay with this.
Sky Striker sometimes takes a while to finish the game, but the game is essentially over. So let's see if Vanquish Soul has a chance. If they do not turn this game around, PGA is our first finalists team.
Ooh, Jiaolong was found.
Jiaolong can be summoned, and we do already know one fire.
Oh!
I need to stop saying stuff, man.
Do you have like your fortune ball or something?
You're
really looking into the future.
The problem is also, I feel like today it's only worked with Drone and Lockbird. And I don't really want that to be my superpower. My hidden superpower is like manifesting Joel and Lockbird into people's hands. It's not what I want.
I mean, it would be good if you could do it the other way around, right? Manifesting it out of their hands when you're playing against someone and you're playing your most beloved Sky Striker deck.
I can tell from my personal experience.
It only works the other way around? Okay.
I don't have that one. I have the other one. I don't have that one.
Sad. But Drizzles does have that Joel and Lockbird, so he is shutting off a big portion of the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. So even if there are now K9 cards, they would not have the ability to go into Ripper and get
Izuna would have been fine. Izuna would have been a good push, but the problem is we're gonna run over that Varun, I guess.
It goes into attack position at least. That's a very weak Varun now.
Yeah.
I mean, the follow-up for Drizzles is not great, but
well, it's not guaranteed. The problem is, like, if there is one follow-up card, like one Radiant Typhoon Chant, we have everything.
Yes, and also there's a good chance that the set card is Ascendance, right? Very often they try to set up Ascendance. We saw that there's Mystical Space Typhoons in the graveyard as we were protecting the Rasen from being destroyed. So I think it's reasonable to assume that it is a Radiant Typhoon spell card that we reset after destroying it ourselves with the Mystical Space Typhoon. Finally, by the way, Dominic has closed out there in Duel C. So we have the overall score of 4-1. And it is now on Skilla to keep the team in this best of 9. And he's thinking about whether to... Well, you can't really go into SP Little Knight. You're going to go Rock.
Depends if you play the Vanquish Soul Rocks.
Oh, true.
Because if you play Vanquish Soul Rocks, this is actually pretty neat. You can go Vanquish Soul, you can do Rocker the Vanquisher, add a monster back to your hand, then make rocks on top of that, and then make SP, which is pretty cute. But most people are not playing that card.
Let's see whether Skilla does. And also, the adding back part is the part that is going to be hard here, as there still is the Doom Eagle sitting in the extra monster zone of Drizzles, so you would most likely be interacting with
not
that.
the greatest card against Vanquish Soul in a lot of cases, but in this case, it's... I mean, both of these... Is this the only Vanquish Soul in the grave? Probably. Because it doesn't... Neither of these target.
I would imagine, though.
Well, no, this one targets, but Rock doesn't target. Okay, it's the only one.
Yeah. So... What now?
Nope.
Nothing.
Uh-oh.
I mean, having Rock step. Oh, it is
it's
another
MST. That's good for. That's good news for Skilla.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it potentially.
Oh, but we permanently negate the Rock though. That's also not great news.
Now you just close your eyes and pray that there's no follow-up for Radiant Typhoon.
I mean, with your abilities, you already know, don't you? Is there a follow-up?
I can only tell you whether Droll and Lockbird is going to happen or not.
Is it?
Nope.
Okay. Fair. So, Varun comes back onto the field. That is something that even is isolating us from possible interruptions on Skilla's end. But the more important part here is whether we find another Radiant Typhoon starter. If we do, the floodgates are open once again, and we probably just go from here. Oh, that is not a Radiant Typhoon card, but that is a very high likelihood of them drawing into one with that Pot of Extravagance.
Yep.
And I mean, Skilla, yeah, even if they have something to answer this.
You have 2 fires here. Raisin.
And another one, yeah.
Raisin.
Well, I see no reason to negate that. Oh, we are negating though. Well, I was so quick to say I don't see any reason to negate this, and surely the second after we do negate it. I mean, we know most of the hand though, right? It's double Rasen and the Borger. Do we know the last card in hand? It's probably just one unknown card.
I think so.
Oh wait, no, is the Borger in there? Because the Borger was in the graveyard.
It was 2 Borgers though.
It was,
I was incorrect. I was wrong. Oh, I'm happy about that.
Maybe
I'm happy.
the curse is broken.
I'm happy I
now.
don't have that superpower. That's good. That's good.
Okay, but that makes it tough now, as all of those Radiant Typhoon starters are not as appealing anymore when Drone and Lockbird is resolved. Interesting to see that they didn't chain anything to it either, because that is kind of signalizing there's no quick spells as well.
Yeah, but how does Vanquish Soul get out of this situation? Because we have 2 Razens and a Borger, and Rasen just gets negated by Vararun.
Yeah. Yeah. They top deck like crazy. They top deck Raigeki. Easy. Okay, very simplified game state right now. But Doom Eagle just strikes again. Wait, it has to attack the Jialong here, and it's not big enough for that.
Rock's negated.
Oh, you're right. No,
you can.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But you can still use Mandate to boost.
True. If we have enough spells in the graveyard.
I assume they maybe they can, but I would assume that would be no more MSTs left after. So I think they want to preserve the Vararun.
And also we couldn't draw, right?
But it's
so
tough.
Like,
it's tough because that means Jiaolong survives with 2 fires in hand.
yeah.
That feels like something. Even that feels like something you could. I feel like I would have sent my Doom Eagle into that. I feel like that's a trade.
Also, there's a chance for Doom Eagle, if it would have used the effect in main phase 1 on the Drone and Lockbird, would have been bigger than Jialong, right?
Maybe.
Because I don't see any other monsters being in the graveyard there. It was the Borger that we got rid of the turn before, and it was that Drone and Lockbird that was discarded there. Maybe there was something from turn 1, I don't know. But there is a chance. I think it was boosted. It was boosted on the turn of the Vanquish Soul players. So I feel
we could have
like
boosted it up and attacked over Jiaolong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which felt more appealing because the rock stays negated because Mandate is one of those cards that negates for forever. Now we can start our turn with a not negated Jialong, which is of course great news because you sort of have to negate this as well here.
Yeah, but this looks good for Vanquish Soul, I feel like.
All of a sudden it does. Only 1 Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard too for Drizzles, meaning that Jialong even gets to stay on the field. Normal summon Rasen now.
That Jiaolong, I feel like you have to trade with that Jiaolong.
Yeah. Oh, Forbidden Droplet, okay.
It's going to cost you 2 cards. Stop this Jiaolong, and it still turns into the rock.
Okay, stopping. Oh, there was a moment where we could have responded though. So what kind of card could Skilla have there? No monster cards? There's not many spell cards.
Just Called by the Grave. If they actually had a response window there, it must be Called by the Grave.
It could have just also been Drizzles having the chance to change something else,
right?
So it wasn't necessarily about them. There is the Borger still in hand. And all of a sudden, you were questioning how there would ever be a way for Skilla back into this game.
Yeah, okay. But I asked that question when I was assuming that Jiaolong wasn't going to survive the turn.
I feel like with you losing that ability to read Droll and Lockbirds, you may have lost all of your skill in Yu-Gi-Oh! All of a sudden. No, I'm just joking, of course. We go into the battle phase here, and that Borger now big enough to take out the desperate Doom Eagle, which is in fact very desperate now as it hits the graveyards with that attack. And yeah, I mean...
Could we once again not make it big now? There must be more monsters in the graveyard.
Gotta be, yeah.
We don't have a dark in hand for Borger is important news here. That means we have 2 Razens and something that is not a dark.
All right, we do go ahead, link off the Borger, make our second rock. Is there, like, all of the Vanquish Soul decks at the moment play 2 rock, right?
Not always, actually. Some play 1.
Okay. Good thing they play 2 here. But there is the Mystical Space Typhoon from Drizzles. And the Mandate gets to negate that rock once more permanently.
That is super annoying because that Mystical Space Typhoon was hard drawn. We didn't know about it.
Yeah.
And it's going to bring the Varun back.
True. And the Mandate, of course, is going to set back as well. So even though that turn didn't look super good for Drizzles, even though it is all of a sudden very competitive here again, he does get his turn back with the luxury of having his isolation against any kind of monster effects on the field already with the Vibrant Vortex.
That was a pretty clutch Mystical Space Typhoon. And also, it's been super, super important in this match so far that Mandate negates the card forever. That's happened twice now with Rock of the Vanquisher, which would have been like a difference of 2 extra cards in hand for Skilla, pretty much.
And funnily enough, from my own experience of playing...
Oh, wait, they
there
do
is
play?
rocks? I mean, this has to be rocks. There is no other option. Yeah, Vanquish Soul, rocks.
It does.
But yeah, from my own experience with Radiant Typhoon, that effect of Mystical Space Typhoon negating things for forever comes up rarely, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it came up twice here already in this match, which is funny.
Oh, SP has 2 really high-quality targets here. The Varun... So here's the thing. Radiant Typhoon has no way to get cards back from Banished.
Yeah.
So this Varun has been coming back from the graveyard like multiple times. Is gone for good now.
But Drizzles now just needs a top deck, just needs some kind of Radiant Typhoon spell. And the thing is, with Mandate now still being on the field, we will have the luxury of drawing even more cards if we find quick play spells here. Oh. I think we're summoning Eldam here. That's my call. We found the Eldam. Oh, that is not an Eldam.
Not Eldam.
But that is an enabled Typhon now, which we are immediately going to go into. But we know about the follow-up on Skilla's end, though.
Yeah, this is another one for the win rate.
That Typhon does not look very happy. Attacks over the SP Little Knight. What could that last card be in hand that stops Skilla here? Maybe another Mystical Space Typhoon?
Could be another Ash.
Another Ash, sure. That would be decent. And the end phase has come. Skilla somehow still in this match, and all of a sudden maybe even in a leading position. Only 3,300 life points to overcome here. On the edge of elimination, Skilla and Dominic may keep their team in this. Razen, it is, in fact, another Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on Drizzle's end.
My skills have come
You're
back,
back on,
but they've transferred to calling Ash Blossom
Fair,
now.
fair. Probably going to be more useful as that card comes up more in general. Oh, now it's 2 fires. Razen.
Fire and Dark.
Oh, wait. Oh, we're using that effect.
Lantern. We don't have a K9 in the graveyard, though. Oh, this game is so scuffed.
1800. Oh, man. This raise could go for game next turn.
Yeah, but they don't have another rock, so...
They
They basically have nothing, unless the set is... I don't know what the set could even be.
No idea either. But here it comes, Drizzles.
I think a Radiant Typhoon engine card still wins this.
100%. How would it not?
Well, if it's Crosshair.
Oh. Oh, it's how? There's no way Drizzles didn't draw a play for like 4 turns here. And 1 turn they even resolved Pot of Extravagance. How is that real?
That was one of the least likely wins I've seen, but I think they've done it. I think they win here. And that's going to keep Team DSF in the game.
Oh, Vanquish Soul Start is a good pickup here, actually, but they didn't even need it. They did not need that at all. Because that Razen can just attack directly. It would have been... Okay, oh, wow.
Yeah.
There's... How?
All right, well, I mean, honestly, they still have to win 3 games in a row now, but that was pretty impressive. I did not expect them to come back from that situation, but they somehow did. They somehow managed to do it.
Whoa, and the other semifinal is a 5-0 sweep from Team VC3. Hi. We were close to doing the same here on this one, but then Dominic and Skilla
if that game went the other way, we would already be in the finals right now. But that being said, it did not go that way, so we do have a 3rd set to be played. And as it stands, PGA, 1 more win and they're in the finals.
What an absurd game we just have witnessed there. Like we had the Sky Striker game from Dominic still on the side. He was like going for a couple more turns to finally end the match. He was destined to win from ages ago already. You could smell it 5 turns ago. And then we were focusing on the game that Drizzles was dominating so much, but was it a deck issue there? Like how, like...
It's hard to say. I can't really say from turn 1 if maybe they should have prioritized follow-up a little bit more. It's hard to say.
Oh, but Drizzles is going first again. It's all good.
I mean, more news at 11.
Drizzles has won another coin toss, and he has found the starter in Radiant Typhoon Chant in the draw phase. That is the best news he could have gotten. So he may be the one still eventually securing it for his team, for Team PGA. Oh, and another desire is resolving for Anastas, our dedicated Sky Striker
Not
player.
resolving, actually.
I mean, it is resolved. Technically speaking, it is resolved, but we're not drawing on any cards with it, sadly. Okay, so we have Sky Striker going first, we have Radiant Typhoon going first, and we have Vanquish K9 going first on Duel B as well.
Everyone gets to go first once.
True. And that is the normal summon of Ray there.
Looks like Fictinium is thinking about whether to Ash the Chant or not right now, as my best guess. Yep.
He is.
See,
and
I can call it.
actually, yeah, you can. And I've heard religious discussions about that. What is your take? If you see a Radiant Typhoon starter, are you just going to put your Ash onto it and hope they have no other, or is this always waiting for
It
Kaseya?
depends on your hand, but I think in a lot of cases the answer is yes, you Ash it. Because realistically, if your opponent has, like, basically what you're saying, if you're not Ashing, you're saying I'm scared that they have another starter, right?
Yeah.
But in most cases, if they have another starter, that means if you let the Chant resolve, they're going to have 2 engine cards, which usually makes it so they can play around Ash on Crocea.
Anyways,
because they can like self-Mystical Space Typhoon and stuff. So at the end of the day, it's more like the illusion of choice. Or rather, if you're holding the Ash Blossom, you're just hoping for your opponent to kind of mess up with the Crocea.
We actually have not resolved the Ash Blossom yet. We are thinking about adding another piece to the chain here. Is Drizzles... Oh, Drizzles is using Mystical Space Typhoon, which
that feels like a
good
honest sign.
For
Fictinium,
right? Yeah, it seems like a desperate move here because we are just securing the follow-up here and may not have anything else. Chant Effect and Graveyard. And Varun, oh. I mean, then it makes even more sense to activate the Mystical Space Typhoon because we establish a monster effect.
That's scary because now if they have a Radiant Typhoon card, they're gonna cook.
They're gonna go crazy. But do they have that? We are heading into the main phase. I feel like they do. Yes, normal.
Wait, no, but Sven, if Chant's already been activated, it's not that crazy.
I mean, we have to go the risky route of going for Vision here, right?
Yeah, but that's not a guarantee. That's what I mean. It's not a guaranteed, like... Engine.
I mean, we can grab Vision, then we can go... Ooh, we can go nothing.
We can grab nothing.
We can do nothing here as Infinite Impermanence is shutting down the hopes of that Sven as well. But yeah, it would have not been guaranteed, for sure, you're right. But it would have been likely, like, we could have grabbed the Vision, then we could have searched for Amnesty with the Vow Rune, and then we had a good discard for the Visions as well. So it would have probably been a very favorable situation for Drizzles. Now, though, it doesn't look as favorable anymore, as we still need to commit into the Vow Rune Link too. But we have no secured play after.
No secured play. Also, the level 9 Varun is back in the graveyard now.
And now we just one set. That's probably the Mystical Space Typhoon. Oh. Or that one's the Mystical Space Typhoon. Or they're both Mystical Space Typhoons. Let's see.
So
but
there's
no way to activate the Varun effect here just yet.
There's a Chant face down, though. We can just activate the Chant right away. And that's going to give us the Mandate, right?
We probably should.
And follow-up.
Team DSF still trying it here. As we also in Duel B see the Vanquish K9 player is popping off. Looks like full combo to me there.
And in Duel A, actually, we saw Shizuku pass with 1 face down.
Oh. In the Sky Striker mirror match, right?
That's not good.
And they have Mystical Space Typhoon for the 1-set card as well. The Widow Anchor on the own Shizuku.
That's a classic play, so they can't Widow Anchor, take it later.
Yep.
Love that.
Okay, but here comes Rotary. So we're revealing 2 cards in hand immediately. The other card that is revealed is a good one, though.
Good cards, dude. I'm not going to lie, the reverse sweep is looking possible.
It's looking likely even at this point, maybe even. And all of that out of that absurd game we played in the second game.
Yes, but at the
set.
same time, isn't this kind of like what needs to happen? Because otherwise that win would have been for nothing.
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't it be kind of anticlimactic if they win a game like that and then just like randomly lose one of the last 3?
Yeah. And I kind of jinxed that one, right? Because after the first set, we said, oh, 3-0. And then I said, oh, yeah, now they're getting foolish. And now they're...
Yeah.
And they may actually be punished there in the end. As that Rotary is not really the normal summon that I expected, to be honest, there out of that reveal. But still, we do go for it.
The interesting part here as well is that Radiant Typhoon has no cards in hand. So Rotary actually cannot search.
Yeah.
So that is a little wording specialty on this card. It says you look at your opponent's hand, then you can add. If there's no hand to look at, you also cannot add.
Completely true. So Drizzles may think now, do I need to address this already? Do I want to activate a Mystical Space Typhoon preemptively to get the Vow Rune out of the graveyard and then negate? It's definitely something that you would have to consider. As when Rotary is one of the synchro materials, that could mean you could immediately stop the effect of the synchro monster.
You can also, the annoying part is, I just said you can't use the search effect of Rotary. Rotary has another graveyard effect. If it's sent, you can also just shuffle a card from your opponent's graveyard into the deck.
Oh, you're right.
Which means
I always forget about it.
Yeah, Vow Rune is gone here if they resolve a synchro, because you are not fast enough to get the Vow Rune out of the graveyard here, right? Rotary is going to activate, and even if you chain Mystical Space Typhoon, the Vow Rune is going to be gone by the time it would trigger.
And we also used Rico there. I think we revealed something else, right? I don't think
No,
we
it was
revealed
Rico.
Oh,
Rico.
it was? Okay.
Yeah, it was Rico.
Fair. So that Rico also going after a spell trap here. Which one is it? That's
not
a chant, right?
No, chant's in the middle.
Okay. I would have been confused if they would have targeted the chant.
I think they probably hit Mystical Space Typhoons. They're going to use both now.
Yeah. That is, in fact, what they do. That leaves Drizzles with basically only... Oh, it's... Last card is a hard drawn mandate.
That explains why we didn't use chant, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That mandate is now going to negate.
That's good.
Track Maker.
Wait, that's good. That's stopping. We don't search with Rotary anyways. Did we even activate Rotary?
We did activate Rotary. Oh, wait. Oh, no, you're right.
We didn't.
We didn't activate the graveyard.
Did we?
Oh, wait,
no,
we did.
Okay.
So that does at least mean the Vow Rune is gone. So in terms of interruptions, that is now all from Drizzle's end.
But you can draw a card with Mandate.
Yeah, but the one draw that we still have. But let's see. Wait, hold on. Let's actually go to Duel A for a quick second, because that looked very unfavorable for Dominic. Oh no, wait, very unfavorable for Anastasis, because he passed on Shizuku and one set card. But all of a sudden, both players with the same amount of cards in hand here in that Sky Striker mirror match.
It is still the battle phase for Dominic, so some stuff might still be happening.
Main phase 2 now, though. And we enabled Anastasis Ray here, too.
That Ray's negated by Rose.
Ooh, that's annoying.
If I saw correctly. So he can just get destroyed here by Azalea.
That's what we do. Azalea on the Ray. Doesn't work usually, because they will always chain it. It does work here, though, when it is negated. And, I mean, we could still chain it, just for the funsies.
But play into Talons.
I'm sure we played into Talons at this point, when we brought them down to so little cards in hand, but there is an engage on Dominic's end. I was saying it looks competitive here again, but...
It still is.
It definitely looks good for Dominic, though.
Yeah.
Ooh, and Duel C sees a Ghost Ogre on the mandate.
Oh, that's rough.
Ouch.
Also, what's the big question in Duel C is what's the last card in hand for Cool Tune? Because if Cool Tune has a play here, it's winning. If not, then it's probably losing. There's Rico number 2. All right.
There you go. There's your answer.
I felt like that was going to happen, because otherwise, why would you go Rotary, reveal Rico, normal Rotary, and then just synchro with the Rico without ever using its effect, right?
Yeah.
Like, I kind of had a feeling they had another starter in hand, but you never know.
Josh, I think they're doing it. Look at this. Duel B looking very good. I think they are in turn 3. They're about to make this game theirs. And Dominic is in control here on Duel A2. And Duel C, as you just said, with the additional Rico, looks like it is also going to be the win for DSF. Reverse sweeping entirely here.
how are we feeling about the fact that there's 6 minutes left, and at the moment, Anestus is leading in life points in the Sky Striker mirror match?
That is something
At least somewhat scary, right?
a little scary.
That'd be also probably the most anticlimactic I could imagine if this goes down to the game 9 being decided by 1,000 life points different in a Sky Striker mirror.
Very much so. Okay, we do use Lemnis Gate now in the end phase, just to enable our multi-roll to set something back, maybe a Widow Anchor.
Yeah.
But 1, 2, yeah, it doesn't really. You're putting some cards back,
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, you wanna keep a couple in the grave as well. I'm assuming they're just doing this to trigger the multi-roll to reset other disruptions like Widow Anchor, because we did see them use one earlier.
Would be funny if they. Wait, I was about to say it would be funny if they would reset the Lemnis Gate.
Well, there you go. Funny. And the thing is, like, it's awkward that they shuffled back multiple cards with the first one. If you're resetting it, then surely you would want to keep some in the graveyard to get more bounces. But okay.
That's why I found it funny, but I guess that's how it is now. And I mean, I called it looking very, very good on Duel B for the Vanquish K9 player of Team DSF, but there was a branded fusion resolving, so it's not all over yet as well for Team PGA on that table, as there is Mirror Jade hitting the digital table there. Also, I think Drizzles must have drawn something that is promising, because he has been thinking with that draw for ages there now. Duel C. He has been staring down those two synchro monsters.
He's got a chant face down, right? The chant reset itself from Space Typhoon, so definitely is going to have a play.
Actually, maybe he's winning. But it is now going to be on Anestus here, first of all. And he has a Lemnis Gate himself.
Yeah. Lemnis Gate is going to threaten to return Lemnis Gate, which is going to be banished because it's set by multi-roll.
True. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. We are resolving that immediately without any hesitation, and we are going to put back 2 cards, which one of them is going to be the Shizuku, but there certainly is a Ray in the graveyard for Dominic.
Are we bluffing a Talons here, maybe?
Oh, you mean bluffing in the way that Dominic now plays around as he did in previous matches and just doesn't activate his Ray? That would have been funny.
I mean, the question is, like, would you bounce Shizuku if you don't have Talons?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
But I'm a madman, so I don't know whether that's...
Look, it's a bluff, right? You might bluff Talons, and maybe your opponent skips on the Ray because of it, and then you get a free removal.
Yeah. No, I can see it for sure. It is certainly a possibility, but that feels like Anestus is just trying to leave the main phase when that Ray there activates.
No, I think Dominic was toggled on with that Ray to play around Talons better, because otherwise Talons take is really strong.
You're right. Fair.
Talons take is still strong on this. But at least if Talon's take happens here, you got your search from 0. But
that's fair. Oh, I like that. Solid reasoning once more. And yeah, we are now officially below 3 minutes on the overall timer. So with the still remaining lead for Team PGA in terms of games.
I mean, so far, none of the games are actually over.
They're all looking good for Team DSF. But as you say, none of them is over yet, so this might still be the way for PGA to make it into the finals. And Dominic getting that Royal Rare engaged there, though. Oh!
See? I told you.
Okay. There is triple tactic thrust. Loss. How did you not know that's going to happen?
I thought about it because I felt like that was one of the reasons why Dominic wasn't scared of Talons / Thrust. Yeah.
Oh, the double Ash Blossom on both ends.
Typhon? Yeah.
But we did activate... Wait, no, we did not activate any spell cards, so we're not getting anything back with the multi-roll here. So
we have engaged, though.
Do we?
Yeah, we added it with 0.
Very valid argument. Yep. That engage most likely is going to make it happen for Dominic. And I mean... It's not even 2 minutes remaining now, though. It's looking so good on all the tables, but they have to hurry up like crazy. Royal Rare Engage is the way. But Drizzles has found an Eldom there finally now in Duel C as well, so that definitely will take some time.
So how does it work in the 3 versus 3? Is the team with less life points winning? Or is it just like each game is decided by who has more life?
I don't think so. I think it is always prioritizing just simply the current score in terms of games.
Okay,
and
but
then
this...
afterwards,
Oh, okay.
it will be going for the
Oh, that
games.
so one of these games actually has to finish.
Yes, 2 of them.
Well, no. If let's say if Dominic wins this game,
But they're up 4-2.
oh, you're right.
So they would have to win 2 games here very quickly and need to be ahead on life points on the other one. So how's it? I mean, it's looking possible for Dominic is going to win this here, right?
Game, yeah.
This is game. So they have less than a minute remaining, but they might be able to do it. And I think in the Vanquish game, it might also be possible. Let's see. It's going down to the wire. So we have the concrete rules. At the end of the timer... Oh, actually, I was wrong. It actually, all games are decided by life points.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
That's fair. So, wait.
I mean,
wait, that means they're winning. They're ahead on all of them. They are... DSF is turning it around.
I mean, it doesn't actually matter because the game's all finished, no? Oh, well, no, actually not. Those 2 finished, so it's 4-4 right now.
Yeah. I mean, now it would always matter because of the because of the life points.
Okay,
oh wait, no! That was the closest attack ever from that Typhon. That Typhon has just turned it around once again. You got to be kidding me! I saw the time. It was literally like 1 second before timeout that Typhon.
No, that
hit with a
Typhon
direct
definitely
attack.
connected before the timer hit 0.
Holy!
The timer, I think that Typhon connected before timer hit 0. So I think.
Same.
I think PGA wins.
How? That was super close. But Typhon, you said it one for the win rate, huh? That one might be important. It might be a very, very important one for the positive win rate.
To be fair, that game, in that sense, that game was also likely to go in Drizzle's favor, actually, from that game state, because they were Typhon plus 2 other cards against just the top deck for the opponent, which we don't know what that would have been, but it looks like they were ahead. So them winning this game and moving on to the finals that way, I don't know what to say. That was crazy.
It was ups and downs and ups and downs. It was really intense. But that leaves us with only 2 teams remaining. One of them almost being out, but then still being in. I mean, in the beginning, they were very into the finals, and then they were almost out, and now they are actually in the finals. And then on the other end, we do have Team VC3 sweeping in their semifinals against Team SSA, so maybe going into this finals with a little bit of an
I mean, they gotta be more relaxed at this point. They gotta be more relaxed, right? They just had like 30 minutes break off just watching the others, and they just had to fight for their lives in that one.
That's true.
So
absolutely seems very reasonable to believe that they might be in it. But at the end of the day, they start with a completely fresh best of 9, so there is no advantage being taken. Yeah, they may be a little fresher, but Drizzles has the plot armor of winning every single coin toss that we have witnessed so far, so it may still be them taking it down in the end. We will witness that finals in just a little bit. We go on a short break, but after we will be back with the big finals, so stay tuned for that. Welcome back, duelists. One last time for the evening as we are heading into the grand finals of this 3v3 Master Duel Challenger Cup between the two teams, VC Free and PGA. And as we already broke it down a little bit before going into the break, their ways into the finals could have not been any different. The one team just going 5-0, completely sweeping, being Team VC Free. And then on the other hand, PG Free having a little heart attack there, or PGA actually, before securing that 5-4 their last second with a Typhoon attack.
Yeah, pretty much the closest finish imaginable with a Game 9 ending on the dot with the timeout, essentially.
Yeah.
So that was pretty rough, but hopefully they've been able to reset now in those last couple of minutes, get ready for this finals, lock in, and now get ready to play against VC3 in this finals. The two lineups between these two teams honestly couldn't be more different, I would say, for the current format and for what we've seen today. On the one hand, we've seen Team PGA with Sky Striker, Radiant Typhoon, and Draco Tail. So
no Q-Tune.
Exactly, no Cool Tune, no Vanquish Soul. On the other hand, VC3, it's been a while since we've watched them a couple rounds ago, but I'm pretty sure they had Cool Tune and Vanquish Soul. I don't remember what the third one was.
I think they have Magnet as well.
Magnets as the third one?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, that is very cool.
That is 6 different decks, though.
Yeah.
That is 6 different decks between the two teams, which is pretty interesting. Might be a first one, at least in the ones that I've seen and I've casted in the 3 versus 3s. Usually you'll have like some component that's similar in the two teams. But well, we're going to find out which of these two teams has the superior lineup here in the finals as we head into the first set between Hips and Nightfall.
That does not necessarily...
That's Raisin.
Okay, maybe I was wrong.
They got us good with the Sky Striker reinforcement of the army, but that is searching a Raisin. That is an imposter reinforcement of the army. And that's going to get Raisin here. As we actually see...
Wait, there is Magnet Warriors though as well.
Yeah. Cool Tune?
Oh yeah, no, so it was... Okay,
like you said. So, also, I want to bring your attention to the color of the turn button. We actually have 3 coin flip wins for Team VC3, so maybe that's the secret to going 5-0. And also, congratulations, Drizzles, to finding out what the other side of the coin looks like, actually. He now knows what the backside looks like.
You think he enjoys? You didn't predict that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, but it is going to stop the
I was distracted with making my joke, all right?
Okay, accept it. Accept it. But what do you think about Magnet Warriors? As it is now also represented here in the finals, whenever we've watched it throughout the tournament, it feels like it has always been winning, to be honest. It looked really, really strong.
It is a really strong deck. I think it's very, very strong going first with essentially pairing all the things that makes a combo deck strong with multiple ways to negate hand traps, like we're seeing the Qualcomm Guardian over there in Duel A negating Droll and Lockbird.
That's true.
Multiple ways of making very strong end boards and so on and so forth. And also very, very strong end board pieces available in Master Duel, like Baron the Fleur.
Oh yeah.
Block Dragon on the way to the end board, gonna be a big help. Barrier Statue, as well as Naturia Beast. So a lot of unpleasant stuff to stare down when you're going second. So really, really strong deck.
We see a Sky Striker hand down there, and I think I see Upstart Goblin, Hornet Drone,
I see Talents and Linkage.
And Talents.
Ooh, that's
that
good.
is pretty decent, yeah?
That's good stuff, yeah.
I don't think we can complain. That was, of course, the Q-Tune deck looking into that hand of the Sky Striker player.
Taking a little peek.
Yeah, just looking in. And let's go over to Duel A. We've been talking about the Magnet Warrior deck, and it is really common sight for that deck to see 5 monsters on the field.
What
are you afraid of? What could this possibly search?
I don't want to say it.
You were right. Block Dragon, Royal Rare as well. I mean, it's always easier to get a super Royal Rare, so it's understandable.
Just discrediting them for no reason. That's nothing special, that Royal. I don't even care you have that.
But yeah, Snaxel has been grinding that Magnet Warrior deck, and I think the most... Ooh, we go Ossa on turn 1. Is there an Earth monster? No.
We just make it for the love of the game.
Actually, not too bad. But yeah, Snaxel has been grinding that Magnet Warrior deck a bunch recently, and a lot of people are under the understanding that for the Magnet Warrior deck, you necessarily need to pair it with Fiendsmith cards. Yeah. And he's really making a case for that not being true in Master Duel, at least.
I mean, yeah, in Master Duel, you have fun cards like Block Dragon and Baron the Fleur and
Ooh, did you see that? We revealed another Chimera Guardian. Surely we're going to take that, right?
Yep, probably.
Seems like a good end field piece, and well, Drizzles, I don't think he likes going second.
Yeah, might after this one he might decide to not do that again and instead go back to winning all the coin tosses.
Sounds reasonable to me.
But I think the bigger issue is actually not the Guardian, but rather the thing that's happening right now, because Radiant Typhoon, in fact, is a deck with spell cards, and of quite a few of them. So maybe the win con from here is decking them out, because they send 2 cards to graveyard every time you activate a spell.
Seems like a tough task at hand, but maybe they're going to be able to do so. So this field will be super, super, super hard to dismantle. But in Duel B, maybe it's a little more likely. Let's go over to Duel B as we see the possibly favored Sky Striker deck playing into a Q-Tune field here. And we do that with Hayate, which we probably got access to by activating that Hornet Drones we knew about in the hands. And it is now going to attack directly. Infinite Impermanence on Hayate. How do you like that? Because
it seems good in this spot.
Why specifically in this spot?
Because it's gonna stop the Hayate from sending a engage from deck to grave, and we've seen that they have linkage in hand, so the Imperm has limited use for the rest of the turn.
Okay.
Because they're gonna make Kagari. You try to Imperm it, they just chain linkage, right?
Fair, fair.
So here it actually has meaningful impact because it's gonna stop access to engage in this battle phase.
Fair, yeah. So the Hayate also will not be able to do direct damage anymore, as it cannot attack directly no more. When I had that ruling for the very first time, I was confused because I was like, I'm already attacking directly. How can I be stopped?
How can I be stopped?
I've declared the attack. It's a legal attack target, but now,
it was a legal attack target when you declared the attack, but then that changed.
Yeah. Now I understand. Has been a while. Okay, here comes Linkage, as we are trying to send that Hayate to the graveyard, of course. But, okay, then we get 0, and 0 will surge. It's always a little bit awkward when you establish 0 early on in the turn, right? Because you cannot link it off anymore.
Yep.
So, let's see where Nessus can go with that from there.
It's not awkward if you have 3 spells in the graveyard, because then you can just go 0, add engage, add another linkage, linkage into Kagari.
We can chain Zaylin here.
Not if they bell.
Well, now we can negate the bell.
Yeah, but not the linkage.
The linkage anymore.
That's the cool thing about Zaylin. It is a more interactive card than just a regular negation.
Yeah.
Because it cannot negate chain link 1 unless you chain to it, but then they chain to that, and then they chain to that, and then they chain to that, and so on and so forth. So it creates some interesting board states.
Widow Anchor now as well from Anastas. In the meantime, yes, the combo from Snaxo with his Magnet Warrior deck was good enough and secures the lead for Team VC3. Yep.
Baron plus Naturia Beast plus Barrier Statue plus Chimera Guardian was good enough?
I know it's hard to believe, but yes, in fact, it was good enough. Drizzles tried his very best. I saw him chaining Mystical Space Typhoon to the negation of Naturia Beast and then getting that negated as well. It was
attempt.
Not enough in the end.
Good attempt.
But Nightfall, and now I understand. I only saw the NF earlier, but with that being Nightfall, I now understand how we have a successful Draco Tail player in our tournament, as he is, of course, in love with the fusion summoning mechanic.
Yeah, kind of like Abu Hamud, but just didn't betray it for this tournament, right?
Exactly. So. But now, Anastas, we'll have to see, can we synchro away the Zaylin here? Yeah, we can make back-to-back, right?
No.
We cannot?
No, because Zaylin does not have the effect that you can use another monster in your hand as material.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, true.
That's basically the #1 mistake I've made when I played this deck on the first day, is always assuming I can synchro from hand.
Yeah.
But you actually do need a monster on your field that gives you that ability.
Okay,
which is all the main deck cool tunes and Trackmaker. Those are the ones that let you synchro summon from hand.
So Zaylin will be negated. That means our remix is also negated. So this chain was insanely good overall for Nestas, right? We got everything we needed.
Yeah, they cooked.
Everything we could ever want. And now the situation with the 0 also is not as bad anymore, because it feels all right to just pass on the 0 here.
Yeah, we also have 3 spells in grave, so Engage is going to draw.
Just don't activate it into that middle column. Thank you.
All right. Mission accomplished.
And we grab another copy of Linkage here.
Oh, we're going for Kagari. We're drawing cards. I like it.
I do get that as well. We can, worst case scenario, just get another Linkage at some point and then establish that 0 once more on the opposing turn.
I do think you want to clear that Zaylan. You really don't want your opponent to start the turn with that. So
Seems
I could
good,
see
yeah.
I could see Kagari, add back, engage.
Or if we would only play Afterburners, that would be a nice Afterburners.
Because, yeah, we can't get Widow Anchor on the Zaylan because the Zaylan is already Widow Anchored. And Widow Anchor cannot be used on a card that's already negated.
Yeah.
So we can't remove it that way.
But, like, Afterburner is cut from a lot of striker lists nowadays,
Yeah,
right?
but you can go normal summon Ray and make
Azalea, yeah, that works.
Azalea by making Amatsu with the Kagari.
Yeah. That could definitely be a recipe for success, but let's see whether Anestis sees that line.
That has the added benefit of just putting a Ray in the graveyard as well.
We go Widow Anchor, though.
Hmm.
Maybe we have the Ray already?
Potentially.
Could be. I mean, we have Widow Anchor, we have Linkage, and 2 unknown cards to us. In the meantime, we see...
Could also go Shizuku and then end phase Lemniscate
Fair.
off of the Shizuku.
Yeah.
Bounce the Zaylan. That also works. There's plenty of options.
And Anastas just activates his most favorite card once more. Pot of Desires was always true to him.
Every time I see it, I'm scared. It's the same when I play the deck. Of course, I played the card as well. But, I mean, yeah, just try engage with it. It's not that hard.
Yeah, it's easy. How would you ever be doubting him when he is just pulling it off like it is nothing? We were questioning in a match earlier from Anastas whether he has banished all of his Rays or all of his Roses.
I stand by it. That Desires was crazy.
That was a crazy
The
Desires.
second one in that game when 0 was on the board was crazy.
Speaking of the number 2, I think that is the 2-0 score now for Team VC3, as Duel C has also finished there. And Vanquish K9 was the deck that could profit from going first there. And Anastas is drawing cards here in this turn.
Yeah,
Holy.
keeping Team PGA in this. They don't want to go down 3-0. And at the moment, it's looking like Sky Striker can pull it off. Once again, really showcasing the power of this deck in this matchup. Like we've seen Cool Tune open really solid boards all day into Sky Striker. Perfect information on the hand, perfect information on the top deck. But still, Sky Striker able to clutch it out a bunch of times. Of course, it's not a 100% matchup. Like, absolutely good Cool Tune hands can beat Striker hands. But still, it's a matchup that's really interesting and good for Sky Striker.
Now, too. So it's actually even worthy that the Zaylan until now has stayed on the field because we get to surge with that Frost. And we can just get another copy of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. It never ends. And actually, I mean, you said earlier 5 is the maximum amount of engages, but with Frost it could get to 6, right? If you get 1 engage back from the graveyard.
Okay, you have to Lemniscate it back into the deck.
There you go.
Yeah.
There
well,
you
then
go.
the maximum number
it's
is
even higher because you can
maximum
shuffle back multiple.
Technically is 8 then, right? Because you can activate. You can activate Lemniscate, shuffle back 3 engages, and draw them all again.
Yeah, sounds possible to me. But look, that is now the scenario of having
That's
2
not
Dark Monsters.
possible at all.
Well, he's back to 6 cards in hand. I
Yeah,
mean,
fair enough. All right, might be possible for Anestis.
Azalea is going to get rid of that Zaylan now, finally. And as we have enough spell cards in the graveyard, it will also stay on the field.
We have slightly more than 3.
We're good. We didn't even search for the talent, but we just casually have it left in our hand. Maybe we drew it as well, but we are going to see one card that we absolutely want to keep in their
Which one do you think they're going to
hand.
keep in hand?
Ah, that driver.
Didn't even think about it for long enough, I feel like. I think they
I
could
barely saw their hand, to
they
be
could have
honest.
spent some more time thinking about that one.
Agreed. Look, I think Anastas, as the fair sportsman that he is, he's just going to keep the Azalea on the field, yeah. That is good, but I think we have linkage, so we can always, whenever we need it, turn that Azalea into a 0 and go from there. But let's see what the top deck for Beidou was, first of all. Oh! That was one of the better cards to draw. I'm afraid, though, it still doesn't do the trick, as there is Widow Anchor immediately taking care of it. Meaning, Anestis is locking this up here for
Yeah,
Team
there's no way to
PGA.
win that with just the driver in hand. It is just a matter of time at this point. I wonder if they're going to let them play it out. Yes, they are. Okay, well,
Seems like they want to see it.
Never give up.
And I mean, to be fair, I would also always wait until it's the turn of Anastas, because that was a long turn from Anastas last turn when he did all of those motions. Drew like
you're trying to see if they
cards.
are close to timing out.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
I see,
Because
yeah.
it's reasonable, because I've been in the situation where in the end phase I'm already like,
Yeah, but
okay, I'm winning this, but then you have to give back the monster with the Widow Anchor.
Yeah, but you gain like 30 seconds when you pass turn, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
There's no way they spend 30 seconds for Widow Anchor.
But maybe they forget. No, you're right, though. It is very unlikely. And so now it is definitely Anastas' game to win, and he will do so in a short period of time, having the luxury.
Oh, 6 cards left in deck.
Oh, what? Okay. WinCon spotted.
They drew 15 cards with engages and activated Desire, so...
WinCon spotted. Anastas might be raging that they
not.
cannot activate another Pot of Desires here in this match. They must be
you think he
furious.
would have?
Yeah. From what we saw before from Anastas, for sure. Okay, so that is a nice crash here in the way that Ray can just be activated and come back from the graveyard. And one Ray should be able to get the remaining 9,000 points
If
damage.
Zero can still tag out, that is.
Surely
Because like
it can.
there's a world where it cannot. But realistically, here's the thing. There's no top decks. There's nothing you can draw against the Widow Anchor with Driver and nothing else.
That is true. I mean, that Kagari actually is big as well. 3,000 attack points going in here. Boom. And now we are going to activate that linkage, of course, still in the battle phase. And that will lead to a 0.
Yeah, that's game even if you don't have roses. Because you can go 0, add back, engage, add back linkage.
Yeah,
in
sure.
last game.
That's true, because that on its own is 3,000. And all of these Sky Striker Link monsters, of course, do have 1,500 attack points, and they get even boosted by the linkage. So Anastas does it once again with the Sky Striker strategy. Definitely was the Sky Striker player here that had more fun in that encounter, because the other one was just... wait, no, that was Radiant Typhoon that was staring down the Naturia Beast.
Yeah.
They are the only Sky Striker player, of course, in this whole best of 6.
Yeah.
So we have Sky Striker winning, we have Magnet Warrior winning, and we have Vanquish Soul K9 winning on the first set. And now the matchups are going to switch around, of course.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, this is the best matchup for Sky Striker out of the way, right?
Exactly.
They got it in the first round. They took the win there. But now the Sky Striker is going to have to go up against some other matchups that are still doable, of course, but not as good as the Cool Tune matchup. So we're going to see if they can essentially get the job done.
Yeah.
Because they are, at the moment, the only one to win from their team. So they are down 1 and 2. So they got to step up their game as a team a little bit to come back from that one. Of course, you also got to say the blue team won all 3 coin tosses there.
Sure.
And the other 2 decks that are very strong going first in Magnet Warrior and Vanquish Soul, they just got the job done. They won the games going first, which is what they're expected to do. So, you know, maybe with a little bit of better luck against those decks with the coin tosses, they can turn things around very well here. So far, we've seen the upset of Sky Striker winning, going second against Cool Tune, but the other 2 decks designed to win going first and one going first. So let's see if things are going to change in the second set here, or if they are going to remain the same. So far, we've seen another coin toss win from Team VC3.
And
in
it's
Snacks
Snaxel
here.
and the Magnet Warrior deck again. And we have seen what this man is able to do with his Magnet Warriors.
Was not your
Not
favorite
great.
normal summon, though.
I feel like if you have Effect Veiler or Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, you are
You hit that.
throwing it onto that for sure.
Yeah, you hit that. You hit that.
I'm glad Drizzles is back to winning coin tosses, by the way. Duel B is showcasing him with a pot of extra against, which gets Ash as well, though.
Yeah, but there was also a Dimension Shifter in Duel C against Sky Striker.
Once more. Oh, Magnet Bonding from Snaxel.
Oh, that was a great bait.
Massive bait. You're right. We
Onto
get the best cards.
the normal. Normally, you don't want a normal summon Researcher, but baiting out that Ash Blossom means that we are going to get access to the Conduction Warrior, Linear Magnum plus minus. It's a lot of words. And that's going to be great here.
That is fantastic for VC3. Also, Drizzles on Duel B has found a starter after that pot of extra against was negated with Ash Blossom.
Yeah, did you doubt that?
I did not really. Oh, but let's go over to Duel C, because the setup from Anastas and his Sky Striker deck after the Dimension Shifter is very, very little. And I mean, that Dimension Shifter, that's what it does, right? The deck cannot really get all of those engages going, and it really looks like I think we even searched for Widow Anchor with one of the engages, or maybe with the Zero directly.
I think it was literally just Ray tagging out into Zero, adding Anchor Pass after Shifter.
Ouch. That's definitely not great.
I mean, funnily enough, that's more than a lot of other decks can do under Dimension Shifter. Like, unironically, establishing a pop and a monster negate that also creates some form of follow-up is actually not the worst under Shifter.
Fair. And also, we are playing multiple Roses, so it's not even that concerning that our Rose might get banished in this turn at some point.
He did already activate Desires, though.
Well, you know how this goes with Anestus.
Right.
Ooh, Stake Your Soul is a huge start for Hips here, though. Revealing Lantern as a dark
is not
monster
great under
is
Shifter.
Not fantastic, no. Because the Dr. Madlove play is very vulnerable into any kind of targeting distraction or targeting negation with the Widow Anchor here on the Dr. Madlove. And would we, like, if we had Borger, I feel like we would have revealed Borger rather, because you don't want to give your opponent the information that one of your cards
I actually don't think you would have.
Really?
I actually think you would have rather revealed the Lantern, so your opponent is likely to use the Widow Anchor.
Yeah, no,
so
I can see it from that side as well.
It,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, your perspective is probably the more true one. Now we do go into a rock here, but with our own Dimension Shifter resolving, we will not be able to add back, but we can summon from the hand, of course. What is hidden in there?
Could have also just normal summoned, though, so it's probably not Razin.
It is Razin, okay.
Why didn't we normal summon Razin?
Because we wanted to special summon it.
Okay.
Ooh, Infinite Impermanence now, though. Trying to stop that as well, successfully.
Yeah, I don't know. It's Vanquish Soul might just not get going here under Dimension Shifter.
Well, I think Drizzles is getting to enter Blatnir again. I think I see multiple level 9 monsters on their field. Yep. Let's go over to Duel B. Let's see what that Enter Blatnir can get out of the hand of Beto there, as it is summoned here. We see the big combo from the Radiant Typhoon deck of Drizzles. Up, one card out of the hand. You shall pay the Radiant Typhoon price by, ooh, that's a starter.
Duel is Genesis. Yep, that is a starter / extender. Not a bad card to hit at all.
Definitely. And I mean, the rest of the field also looks good. Like, we have the Megala, which is able to bring up more monsters on the opposing turn. We, of course, have both level 9 monsters already in rotation, giving us the chance to even go into the Enter Blatnir. So, setup for Drizzles looks fantastic. But what else? Sometimes, like, you have to link off the Enter Blatnir, though, to get the other level 9 monster into the graveyard. That's why we saw earlier on that they were just going into, for example, the Doom Eagle. But
I think it's just Great Fly
too,
here.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's Great Fly. Because they might want to keep the link to... Oh, Win.
Okay, that works too.
That's neat. If that gets destroyed, you get to search a card, so it's kind of annoying for the opponent sometimes.
Oh, yeah, it can search She now, which is crazy.
Yeah.
That's actually insane. Okay. Ooh, we got to use the... Let's go back to Duel C, because I see there's Lantern resolving now all of a sudden, which must mean we have normal summon the Lantern, which also answers the question why we did not normal summon out the
fair
Razin.
enough. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough, actually.
So that Lantern is going to grab the case, and it's the case for Jocko now, which still has another level 5 monster remaining in hand, being the Super Quantum Red Layer, and all of a sudden Hips is pushing through the double targeting negation of the Infinite Impermanence and the Widow Anchor, but...
I find it interesting that we didn't use Zero's effect on Lantern.
Is maybe now the time where they couldn't use it anymore? Because surely you would have done it. I'm with you. Surely we would have done it. It's just so appealing.
You're thinking like now the roses are gone, actually.
Yeah.
That might be the... I don't see another explanation, personally. Right. I feel like that's way too risky.
Agreed.
So maybe this is the first time the Pot of Desires is actually coming back to bite Anestus here in this match. And this is straight up game.
Ooh.
This is game if the Zero cannot activate, which it cannot. It's going to get destroyed by the post-release. And after all, it was essentially just a bluffed Zero. It did not have the tag out available because of those Pot of Desires banishes, or because of really unlucky draws as well, because that's a possibility, right? Could have 2 roses in hand or something.
Fair. By the way, let's go to Duel B here, which is still Drizzle's first turn. And I believe Drizzles is going to get another Enter Blatnir into the rotation. as we have just resummoned both of our level 9 monsters here as well.
Right, do you play 2?
I mean, can we...
Nah, you don't play
Nah,
two.
you play... Yeah, okay, you don't play
Maybe
two.
for like pot of extravagance reasons, but it's not that important for you to put 2 of them into the deck, I don't think. That's crazy, by the way. How did we get access to both level 9s and then resummon them both as well?
I mean, we must have had access to both of them in the hand, right? That's the only... Oh, wait, no, we could have summoned one of them. We drew one, we summoned one of Megala.
Yeah, I can also send to grave with...
Oh!
Ooh, nice vision.
In draw phase as well there. Still triggering the Megala as well.
It's funny because you go vision, draw 2, discard your hand, you still go plus off of it because you go Megala special Crowsail.
Basically, emergency teleport. And well, we haven't really looked at Duel A all that much yet, so let's go over to Duel A.
I mean...
And what a pleasant moment to check it out as Snexel has just
Why
dropped
did you
Next
say
C
that?
after this big combo. One thing I haven't seen too much from the Magnet Warrior deck, though, I think that is Dogorat there in the extra monster zone, which is a pretty cool link monster.
Yeah, Dogorat is actually... That's the most powerful card on this
Right?
endboard. It's the reason why they're winning. Yeah,
Actually.
It's Dogorat.
What a field, man. Holy. How is it an Aspie Little Knight and not an IP Masquerena, by the way, though? I mean, to be fair, the IP couldn't activate.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Probably, yeah. Normal summon Edge Imp Chain,
That's crazy work.
which
That is
would
crazy
be able
work.
to contest that barrier statue, actually. Do we just go battle phase? Do we just run over it? Seems like it.
That works, right? Unless Dogorat...
Oh,
Ah.
hold on. Misclick. We crash the Edge Imp Chain into the SP Little Knight.
Is there... Wait, we can make Arthalion.
We can. But we have no battle phase anymore. Searches for Fight for Patchwork.
We can make a big Arthalion, potentially.
Not negating the Fight for Patchwork either. Grabs Polymerization. And another Edge Imp Chain. By the way, how big is that deck? We play the Megistos cards, we play the branded cards, and we play the
answer
Patchwork
is yes.
engine. Yes, right?
The answer is yes.
I thought so. We're negating the Polymerization now with the Baron de Fleur. And that is where it all ends.
That was our only play.
And that brings us to match point for Team VC3, 4-1. But
Well, I think Drizzles has
Drizzles
something to
keeping
say
it
about
in.
that. I
Yeah.
feel like Drizzles has something to say about it. I think Drizzles going to keep Team PGA in this one. They're going to have their back against the wall, but not going to be out of it yet. They are going to force the set number 3 here, I believe, unless something goes horribly wrong here, but I honestly cannot imagine. Even with a deck as powerful as Cool Tune, I really can't imagine how we're going to turn this one around.
oh, this is funny. We activate the mandate to then just on Chainlink 3 also activate the Vara Rune to play around possible forbidden droplets on the Vara Rune, which is quite good, honestly. Synchro Overtake.
Limited card.
Unlikely. Oh, true. Since today.
Yeah.
Since today. Yeah, the Q-Tune deck changed a little bit. Not massively, but like you had to replace a couple of cards. From what I've heard from most people, you just replace the additional copies of Synchro Overtake with the Synchro
Duelist Genesis.
Duelist Genesis that we saw
It's
plenty
the
of times
most
today.
obvious replacement because that card just searches Synchro Overtake.
Yeah.
So in most cases, it ends up being similar. Sometimes it's even better because Duelist Genesis says add a Synchro spell from your deck to your hand, which also includes the Cool Tune Quick Play spell because it's called Cool Tune Synchro.
Yeah.
So sometimes you genuinely just have the option to add the other card, which is sometimes better.
For sure.
It just makes the deck a little bit more vulnerable into Drone and Knockbird because you're searching a card that then summons another card. So, yeah, instead of drawing the card immediately.
That's fair. Okay, Beto will keep on trying. If they can win, they are securing the overall victory for their team.
I mean,
So
it'd
it's
be a
definitely
crazy feeling to win this one, right? Like you're securing the win here for your team in a match that looks essentially unwinnable.
gets rid of Super Polymerization, but
crazy.
has to see another one in the hand of Drizzles. So,
well,
that's not really helping. But again, Drizzles played a big, crazy combo on the opening turn. I think it's definitely worth playing this one out.
I mean, one thing that Cool Tune unfortunately cannot do is banish cards in play or in the graveyard. which was like one of the main ways how it could outgrind Radiant Typhoon from this position, because once again, Varroon, Phonics, and Mandate are all one-ofs that cannot be recurred from Banished. But I don't think Cooltune has a way to banish them from the field. Yeah, and I'm struggling to see how they win the game from here.
Not going to be easy, but Beto still wants to try and make it happen. Carefully thinking.
I'd also assume the Varroon is still alive.
You think?
Maybe not.
Surely not, no. They have one card remaining in hand. Surely they
maybe.
must have
maybe not.
something.
Maybe not.
But I mean, we started off the turn with that vision. That was quite funny. So the super polarization here probably actually was not even live, as we have resolved Crusea on this turn, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So hitting it there, not really that big of the deal. The one in hand was always more safe anyways.
Yeah.
For the upcoming turn. We're
Just
searching for
banish Theseus with Clip.
You can, true. True. So, Drizzles in the commanding position here in this match.
Yeah, Cooltune not really the greatest deck at clearing boards in general. I mean, it does have good removal effects, but they're all like single removal, like removing one card, whether it's one spell or one monster or one non-target bounce. Never really has the ability to like get rid of everything. The most effective way would probably be to get into Cooltune B2B.
Oh, we haven't used Varroon. You're right. Chaining Cooltune Synchro now to make sure that the monster does not get destroyed by the Varroon.
Yeah.
But still, of course, it will be negated. But it will also go to the graveyard as a fusion material now.
I don't see this as winning.
Same. But I mean, yeah, the concept of Q-Tune, of course, with all of those tuner hand interactions being in the deck, is that you don't have to break a full field, right?
That's
Because
the idea. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're not...
Your whole deck is relying on just stopping the opponent.
Your deck's not meant to break a full board because your opponent's not meant to make a full board.
Yeah. Pretty much the game plan usually is that you are just slicing through those couple of things, but they are able to establish through 2 or 3 interruptions. And then all of the cards in your deck are basically one-card starters, and they get even better if you have another extender to it. So that's why the deck is currently so prominent in the Master Duel environment, because it really doesn't need much to get going. But that Q-Tune Synchro...
So what are the options here? We can add a level 3 to make a level 5 Synchro. That's not bad, but it's definitely not winning, I feel like.
Yeah.
We can add we can add Clip to make another level 4. That's not good either. We can add Rotary. That's not good either.
Would be a level 3, I think.
It's got to be a level 3, but that doesn't really make anything. It just makes remix. It makes remix. Oh no, we made Loudness War with those two. Okay.
Fair. Loudness War hits the field. Varroon still negates, but there is another effect from Mix activating in the graveyard now.
Yeah, we get a pop and a non-target bounce here, but that's clearing 2 out of 6 monsters. So...
Okay, we're bouncing the win. Makes sense, because we
no,
really
we're destroying the win.
Wait, no way. We want Drizzles to win at this point. We're giving them the search. Or did we draw the Lockbird? No, right?
No, that can search. I think they mixed that up, but I hardly think it matters.
It's probably not, yeah. But that win, as it is destroyed now, able to grab Ishina, which, I mean, we've seen plenty of stuff from Drizzles throughout this tournament already.
If this activates, I guess maybe they're trying to, because this triggers Loudness War.
You're right.
If they use it. Maybe that's the intention here.
Oh, true.
But, and I think, honestly, Drizzle's just clicking no on this because I think they've got a pretty guaranteed win if they just don't do anything here, yeah.
And that is, in fact, the game for Drizzles. And the overall 4-2 lead still for Team VC3. Can they get one more game in? I mean, if either Snaxa with his Magnet Warrior deck goes first, or the Vanquish K9 deck there goes first, I think they have a very good chance because...
I mean, just in general... Being up 4-2 here is going to, of course, make them the massive favorite to win this tournament because all it takes is just 1 win out of 3 games. But we've seen crazier comebacks in the past. It is definitely possible.
Surely
So we are excited to see what's going to happen in the third round of games as players are setting up. And we are going to jump into that third and final set of this Challenger Cup in just a moment here. I believe the games are about to begin in a second. And so, yeah, we're just going to see if it's going to be the lineup of Cool Tune, Vanquish Soul, and Magnet Warriors, or if it's going to be the lineup of Sky Striker, Radiant Typhoon, and Draco Tail. Who's going to win it all? And I think that is Snacks going first for the third time in this finals with the Magnet Warrior deck.
Joel and Lockbird on the resolution of that Duotarion, though, so there is a glimmer of hope for Anastas here, but Magnet Bonding will be chained to the activation of it.
That's going to give us access to the Magnet Warrior level 7, but it's going to stop further things like... Oh, Ash Data as well. All right, Ash Roll, down 2 cards, but maybe worth it.
I wasn't even aware of Anastas playing so many hand interactions, but...
just banish them with Desires.
Fair. Can Snaxel do
Vanquish Soul also going
first,
but they went first again all 3 games.
Oh, Snaxel has been stopped, though, with that combination of cards.
That they won like they won like 7 or 8 out of the 9 coin flips.
But there is Fuvalos resolving against the Q-Tune combo. And Duel B. Double Fuvalos.
Double Fuvalo.
People always say, oh, Desires. It must be one of the most favorite cards.
Some things never change.
But there is also the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. This is looking tough for Snacks, but Anastas also only has 3 cards remaining.
Yeah, they're kind of like... So far, all we've seen is cards being negated by hand traps, but all right.
That will resolve. And if we look into the hand, and we are looking into the hand, that is a guaranteed good card left in the hand of Anastas. The 2 cards in Snaxel's hand are not too scary, to be honest.
Nope.
Both of them could easily stay in there, but one of them will be removed here. And yeah, with looking into the hand there of Talents, we're saying, hey, I have Ray left, I have Engage left, I have something that there is the Ray here, in fact. I have something that can possibly win me the game.
Okay, that's a quick surrender. All right.
Is out of here. He says, I'm focusing on helping my teammates to win this because I'm not winning mine.
I'm not. You know what? I'm not playing the game if I'm not auto-winning on turn 1. No, if you don't let me summon Nat Beast, I'm leaving.
I have no business of staying in this. And we are seeing Beidou that is having the struggle of facing double Fuvalos against Nightfall here.
But it's not the worst situation, though. Like, really isn't.
Yeah, I was about to ask you. People generally say that Fuvalos is not that great against Q-Tune.
Yep.
Your take as well, yeah?
It does depend on the hand. Because, like, the card is not bad against Cool Tune either. Like, here in this example, it changes if it's 2 Fuvalos as well. But in this case, like, I believe they're resolving Cool Tune Q right now.
Yeah.
If they can summon from hand, then they would be giving 0 draws from here on out for the Fuwas.
Yeah.
But if they have to summon from deck now, then of course it's going to be 6 cards in hand plus another one for turn for Nightfall.
True.
So, yeah.
Even if Beidou is not able to win this, there is still plenty of hope for Team VC3 as in Duel C, that combo is looking nice.
Bell from hand, though. That's not ideal.
Especially against the Draco Tail and Gistis.
I mean, Draco Tail, like, Bell is much better going second against Draco Tail than going first.
That's true.
But still, that Vanquish Soul opener in Duel C is looking scary, though. Let's see what the hand reveal shows, because that's going to be very important. Are we going to see a good hand here from Nightfall?
We want to see. Beidou wants to see, but I'm sure everyone at home also wants to know whether that could be a possible breaking hand from Nightfall. But there, the dispense. Don't make us wait any longer. Come on. What is it going to be? What are we? We're resolving Trackmaker first.
Trackmaker searching any Cool Tune card, and then I believe Rotary is next up.
All right. It's actually interesting to me. We see the Vanquish K9 decks today mostly playing the Quick Spell, the Forced Release. in the TCG, I think that card has become sort of unpopular, and people usually only playing the Dust Devil. Oh, no, the Snow Devil, sorry, not the Dust Devil anymore.
Yeah.
But in Master Duel, the tendency seems to be to just still be on both. How's that? Why? Oh, ooh, a Max C in there.
Oh, God, that hand is good.
Yeah. That can break anything.
5 mana Mululu Pan Maxi. What do you mean? Those are the worst 4 cards to look at.
Wow.
What? Okay.
It's possible. Nightfall, absolutely not out of this. Okay.
And 2 engine cards on top of the deck as well. I mean, the deck is going to be shuffled by the 5 mana anyways.
That's massive.
That hand is so good.
Top of the deck for, I believe, the polymerization.
I mean, yeah, but they're just going to activate 5 mana now. That's going to shuffle the deck anyways. Yeah.
There is 5 mana. You're very
that's
right
so
about that.
Good.
Maybe they have called by the grave. That would be a
so
bummer.
mean. That'd be so mean.
I mean, they could have called by the double Fools before.
Yeah,
this, so
I don't
it's very
think,
unlikely.
I don't think they would have not used that.
Pan and Malulu are being used for that fusion summon of a Aphelion. Maxi, last remaining card in hand. It's weird to see a Maxi at the end of a turn not being activated.
I think it's just, if you've already resolved double Molcharmy, you don't need it this turn, and Cooltune is very well known for also special summoning on the opponent's turn.
Yeah.
So might as well spread out your Molcharmy / Maxis over 2 turns if you can.
Totally. I can see it. Activates the Pan, activates the Malulu. Fusion summoning still strong in the hands of Nightfall when he is drawing those openers.
I mean, yeah, Dracotail is very much alive if it opens a double Molcharmy, 5 mana, Pan Molulu Maxi in the first 6 cards.
I'm sure he's quite content with it.
I'm pretty sure the deck is fine.
Dracotail Flame is being set, and we are setting up an entire field as if we are going first here for Nightfall.
This is so rough. Remember, double Molcharmy is still active.
Yep.
So if Cooltune wants to put anything onto the board, like, they're going to have to still give more draws.
Oh, and we kind of want a special summon with that JJQ tune, but if we do,
I mean, we can just search an extra normal summon.
I guess, yeah.
But that's still, that's nothing yet. We don't have anything yet.
Yeah.
I think we should take a look at Duel C real quick, because realistically, honestly, this one looks really good for Dracotail. So I think it's going to come down to whether Drizzles is going to be able to break this board, and they just started playing into it.
Oh, and I mean, when you see an SP Little Knight on the end field of a Vanquish Soul deck, you know they got everything, really.
It's going to be tough here, but everything depends on it, because I do think Nightfall is at least on a good pace to make it 4-4.
Yep.
And this one is looking like it's going to be game 9 of this series, the final deciding match. And I mean, having to break a full Vanquish Soul K9 board plus Ash Blossom
doesn't make it easier.
Is really, really tough. But let's see if Drizzles can do it.
Noteworthy that Drizzles is running the Radiant Typhoon Manifestation. Not necessarily a staple. It's basically just a foolish burial for one of your Vanquish Radiant Typhoon monsters.
Talents to draw 2. All right, we can keep going.
That's nice. And we cannot stop it with the Ash anymore.
Refilling the hand.
We've used Ash Blossom on the Manifestation. Arguably not the craziest card, so...
Yeah, I mean, we're not worried about Crocea because we can negate it with Ripper in hand.
That's true. But then we could also run into a Forbidden Droplet or something like that.
All right, Radiant Typhoon Vision.
Oh, he doesn't stop drawing. Oh, we're searching.
I feel like that's a good sign for Radiant Typhoon, right? Yeah. Because if you're desperate and you don't have good plays yet, you have to draw. Unless we already have. I'm not sure if that card was previously activated because we joined in main phase 1.
We might have been.
All right, Space Typhoon is going to try to bait out one of those face downs, likely the trap and the quick play spell for K9. So we're going to hit the trap here. We're going to chain the trap for some burn damage, but we're not going to wipe the field here, I would assume.
Who knows? Who knows?
We do have the option.
Drizzles. Don't think wants to respond to that in any possible way. Maybe we have another Mystical Space Typhoon also targeting the other set cards, but we let that card resolve before now.
All right, don't even special summon from hand. We're just taking the burn damage and calling it a day. So the trap has been effectively traded with. That seems good.
Just a ceasefire with more activation requirements. Well, ceasefire actually would have burnt for more.
Yeah, ceasefire actually would have been stronger there.
So, special summon Radiant Typhoon Eldam as we now have Mystical Space Typhoon in our own graveyard.
It's going to search for a monster.
But SP Little Knight immediately clearing that body off the field.
And I like this. I like clearing the small Radiant Typhoon bodies off of the field. Ooh,
Oh.
Hold up. That's Super Poly
Wait, are we?
Ripper, I think, right? Ripper and the Wind Monster for a Mudragon?
Maybe there also is the... Yeah.
Wait, are they the same type? Are they both beast? What's Ripper's typing?
Oh, you're asking me questions. I would have said warrior?
Because if
Looks
they're
like a
both
warrior
beast,
to
if
me.
they're both Beast Warrior, this is Garura.
That would be good.
Oh, it's Warrior, I think.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
it's
just
Mudragon.
Mudragon. Which is, I mean, Mudragon is not the worst into Vanquish Soul, right?
Holisu can take it.
Yeah.
But I think the bigger deal here is that we now also make... First of all, we can use Crocea now. But also,
easy to resolve.
the K9 Quick Play spell now can't do anything for the moment.
Oh, you're right.
Because we did get rid of that Ripper, so they're going to have to like Izuna with Lupus later to make a Jax, and then they can use it. But for now, it's not live.
That's massive. But I mean, if we have Izuna, we're probably just going to activate it immediately in response to this monster effect activating in the hand.
But it's going to take a while, right? It's a couple of steps. We have to summon Izuna first. That's going to send Lupus. Lupus has to activate in a new chain. Oh, wait, Lupus is already here. Never mind.
This is here. So it's 2 steps. Mudragon is being chained, and we are making that a wind monster as essentially everything in our deck is wind.
I think that doesn't matter, right? Because I think Vanquish Soul at this point has nothing that targets anymore. We have Raisin
right.
potentially. We have Valius. Like, there's nothing that targets.
True.
Jax targets. If
Yeah.
we...
And I mean, we're also going to lose the Mudragon
Yeah.
anyways,
Yeah,
because we have decided to use the effect of Holisu to take control of a monster. And, well, there only is one monster for the moment, and that is going to switch sides here. Which is funny now. There is a wind Mudragon now on the side of the Vanquish Soul player. That's
which
not
makes
as intended to be.
which makes Drizzle also unable to target their own wind monsters with effects. I don't think that matters, but
Not really, but big news. Nightfall has successfully capitalized on that insane opener that he had going second there with his branded Megistus Draco Tail deck. So,
all right, I'll say it. I'll say it.
4-4.
I'll say it.
Go ahead.
Sheena wins this game, I think.
Ooh, Sheena would be insane.
I think Sheena wins this game for Radiant Typhoon if they have it.
Sheena would be ridiculous.
Imagine they activate Lupus, you change Sheena.
That would be the best feeling ever. I want to see it now.
They still have 5 cards left in hand after that, though. Plus the Jiaolong and the Holisu are going back to hand. I don't even know if Sheena does it, but it seems really good here.
It seems fun.
It's
Actually,
fun.
I don't think
Yeah.
it would do it, but I think it would be very fun.
Yeah. It would definitely give us a chance, though, I
Yeah.
feel.
Would be so rough, though, honestly.
You can play around the Sheena a little bit, I think.
Nigala, Mystical Space Typhoon.
Because if you activate Lupus now, right, it makes the Sheena more awkward, because then it would be returning the Megala.
Yeah.
Okay, not doing that.
Okay, we are also eliminating the chance of them going Jax into a rank up with the rank up quick spell.
Yeah.
So that's good. Drizzles keeps on pushing into this. And it feels like Hips actually is aware of the Sheena factor
Yeah,
here.
they might just try to not activate anything to play around this Sheena. But I'm not sure if that's the way to go either. I'm not sure if you can just let them do anything they want here.
We go Phonix. Phonix cannot target the Mudragon no more.
Yeah, but we're getting that back
Oh,
anyway.
Lupus. Here it comes. Any response from Drizzle's side? Is there Sheena, which we have not seen all day long?
No.
No, it's not. That's rough. That's very, very rough because we get to resolve that. Lupus, we are going to go into a rank 5, which probably is going to be Nash Knight here. I would
Nash Knight or
imagine.
Jax, yeah. Nash Knight probably.
It is going to be that Nash Knight, and we are certainly going to... Are we immediately using it?
You
We can wait for a quick spell, maybe?
Yeah, you can wait when they activate a quick play spell.
Maybe they want to go for Idol on here for the Link 2, and then take
Special
control of
Swing
that.
as well. It's a good hand.
Drizzle's had all the pushes, really.
It's a good hand. Is it enough, though?
It's all down to this very, very last game. They are fighting until the last card is played. It looked like an absolute clean, solid, easy win for Team VC3. I think they were up 4-1, right?
Yep.
4-1 the score was, and now, as you can clearly see on the screen, it is 4-4 and all to be decided in that game, which looked like a lock for Team VC3 and Hips, but Drizzles is making it count here. Drizzles is taking his chances. He goes for Varun. I've seen people being inclined to just use Nash immediately before they have the chance to establish Mandate, and it looks like Hips likes that option too, and he goes after that.
Yeah, but like, are we really taking the Varun here over the Phonics? Are we letting them keep Phonics? We are.
We are, in fact, doing that, grabbing another Mystical Space Typhoon, so we can resolve the Phonics now too after activating the Mystical Space Typhoon.
Or the Ascendants.
Oh, we can also just go into another Varun, I guess.
Yeah, we make another Varun.
Or we can also go Win, if we really want to. Okay, let me
Win
go
on
Varun.
what?
Win, crash it into the
Oh,
Madragon.
crash to get Sheena.
Yeah, but that probably...
Yeah, but then you have to wait for them to activate something before the Sheena does anything.
Yeah.
But maybe that's something we can still do later on, right? Maybe we can later on do that to have the Sheena for the follow-up turn.
Oh, but there's still Caesar Valius.
That's tough.
There is still Caesar Valius in there. We are chaining Ascendants. Probably trying to... We're just adding another Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yeah, we need to activate. We need to trigger the Varun. Right? Adding Space Typhoon.
Caesar comes onto the field. Hips
Wait, no,
with
the
his
Varun's
super
already
big
triggered.
combo. Yeah, it was chaining one already. That's where I was confused.
Now we want to, maybe we need 3, we want spells engraved that we can immediately draw a card with Mandate.
Could be.
Like if they activate Valius now to try and pop, we can chain the effect to draw.
Seems about right. Ooh.
Vision draw. Dude, it's not over yet.
Let's try. We've seen earlier that Drizzles was...
Wait,
yeah,
they
just
can go chain Mystical Space Typhoon to negate the Valius. Oh, they have Borger though.
They do have Borger. We could dodge that. The Vanquish Soul deck is able to dodge those Mystical Space Typhoon interactions super nicely. Mystical Space Typhoon is being used on that Vision, but, well, we can also just activate Hollysu in the hand. That
Chain
works.
blocking the trap activation. The trap can still draw a card here. And I think you probably should to make sure you actually have a quick play in hand. When the Vision resolves, we don't want to discard our hand again.
We've seen that before. Surely it's not going to happen this time with 3 cards in total. Surely not, right? Absolutely no chance we have to discard here. 0.0%.
Okay, the more often you're saying it, the more nervous I'm getting.
I hope it's the same for Drizzles. Oh, we're not destroying Mandate.
No, we don't.
And there is something to discard.
Yeah.
And we are discarding Called by the Grave. We're working through our deck here, but at some point, we gotta ask ourselves the question, what is there left to find for Drizzles in his
Not much,
deck?
not much. And it's sad because it's exactly, we're ending exactly where also I think Hips was running out of interruptions. Like
Yeah.
this is exactly the end essentially of what the Vanquish Soul deck had. But realistically, I also cannot think of another push that we could have had there. Maybe the win was a good shout actually. Because the win would have also given us the Ripper from the opponent's graveyard, so that was another big body.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's true. So we would have established the win, because that would have been my issue with it, that we did not have a wind monster then anymore.
No, we would
But
have,
with
yeah.
them having a wind monster in the graveyard, the win would
Yeah.
have been so much more appealing. You're right.
I like that idea actually. That was kind of cute.
There comes the Radiant Typhoon Vision, immediately in the draw phase, doing what you do best in the draw phase, drawing cards. But does he have to discard here again as well? Oh, okay. We try to negate.
No, it's just drawing a card.
Oh, just...
It's not.
Oh, yeah, wait, yeah,
Space
it's not Mystical
Typhoon.
Space Typhoon, yeah. They're all Mystical Space Typhoons to me. Polisu next, revealing Dark and Earth.
Taking the Varun.
Yep. Mud Dragon also being used. Wind once again. I mean, ooh, but there comes SP Little Knight now too. Hibbs is just setting up here. He wants to end this game here this turn, I'm pretty sure. And there is not much holding him back.
And the face down is not Mystical Space Typhoon, meaning that we're not even gonna get Phonics back from the graveyard. And at this point, gonna get some cards to hand, but I don't see what we can do here.
Discards Mystical Space Typhoon. We get to destroy Pot of Extraordinance.
Pot of Extravagance.
Not a great card to draw later on in your turn. There is Vanquish Soul Jialong, and this is already more than 8,000 points of attack here on the field in the draw phase.
Whew.
Which is our sign that this game, this match, this best of 9, and this whole tournament is about to be over as Hibbs is swinging in for the remainder of Drizzle's life
with
points.
Drizzle's Mud Dragon.
Making it a tournament victory for Team VC3.
And what a finals it was. I mean, you gotta say, definitely congratulations to both teams here, and definitely shout-outs to PGA as well for making it super close, especially after losing a lot of coin flips. I didn't keep track exactly, but I think it was 7.
Was close.
It was definitely a rough battle for them in the finals, but they did as well as they could, almost actually getting there. That was impressive with how much we were able to do into that Vanquish Soul board in that game number 9. At the end, though, it was not quite enough, because Hibbs also sequenced their interruptions pretty well for that matchup, and so they were able to walk away with it. So congratulations for Team VC3 for winning the Spring Season 3 vs 3 Challenger Cup. Definitely a fun tournament to watch, and after all, the cool tune Vanquish Soul Magnet Warrior lineup takes it.
That's true. What's your main takeaway from this tournament? Because mine, I will just take it away, is I want to play Striker. Honestly, well, I've played Striker in the TCG recently, but not in Master Duel too much.
Yeah.
And I got convinced now that I should play it more again in Master Duel as well.
No, I had a really fun stream earlier this week where I played Radiant Typhoon Sky Striker actually, and that was when Rose Whip was still allowed. So yeah, I mean, with Rose Whip being gone, I want to play it even more of that. Yeah. And the tournament has definitely confirmed that the deck is absolutely viable.
Valid, yeah.
On the other hand, though, of course, it has also shown the power of other decks in the format. Cool Tune, really powerful stuff. Vanquish Soul, Magnet Warrior, all really powerful decks. And I think that is, I guess the main takeaway is that the format is still relatively open. The best decks in the format seem to be Cool Tune and Vanquish Soul, but they do have some rivals. They do have some decks that have good matchups against them. Yep. At the end, they were able to take the tournament today, though, but still, there's still a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to be played this format, so we'll see if maybe Sky Striker can come out on top. So with that, we hope you enjoyed watching today's tournament. As always, we hope you had a wonderful time as much as we did. And thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all next time, Duelists. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace.